Bonjour, bonjour. Hi, how are you? One, two, three, test. One, two, three, test. I'm speaking in the second channel, English. One, two, three,
Okay,
test.
Arabic.
I said,
Just confirm.
how are you? Normal.
Yeah, we can. One is using the quick
He went there to translate.
we can do the translation. Yeah. But we can start listen to the
We can't start. He's in the room.
Yeah.
Huh? نرحب بكم في اليوم الثاني.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third day of the 8th Assembly of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies under the title Inclusive Citizenship from Mutual Coexistence to Shared Conscience. We begin the proceedings of today with a panel, an academic panel under the title Inclusive Citizenship and the Horizons of Global Citizenship. This and religious dialogue, and the guest speaker will be His Excellency Sheikh Abu Bakr Ahmed, the Grand Mufti of India. The first topic will be global citizenship and a foundation, with whom speakers Rabbi David Saperstein, the Ambassador for Religious Freedoms at the U.S. State Department, USA, as well as Professor Azza Karam, Secretary General of Religions for Peace at USA. The second topic will revolve around migration and integration and an opportunity for Abrahamic hospitality. We will have speakers Dr. Ibrahim Mashrouh, the editor-in-chief of As-Salam magazine at Morocco, Rabbi Professor Rovin Firestone, the Regenstein Professor in Medieval Judaism and Islam, Hebrew Union College, University of South California, USA, as well as Dr. Russell Rook, a co-founder of Good Faith Partnership Organization at the UK. Chairman, the floor is yours.
Participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everybody. Welcome to this session where we discuss inclusive citizenship and the horizons of global citizenship. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I want to thank the conference organizers for inviting me to share this. It's a great honor. I also want to extend my gratitude to our host country, United Arab Emirates. The best congratulations for the 15th national anniversary. As a newcomer in these circles, it has been good to listen carefully to all the insightful presentations of the two first days. Thank you for previous speakers. I hope that the outcome of this conference, the declaration, will advance equal global citizenship, support development, human rights, inclusivity, and gender equality, and, of course, increase welfare and promote peace generally. Influencers on board of this panel, and I don't want to take up more time since the time limit we have to stop 10:15. That means that each speaker has 10 minutes. 10:15. That means that each speaker has 10 minutes. Our first topic is global citizenship. Global citizenship, a foundation to build on. The second topic is migration and integration, challenge and opportunity for Abrahamic hospitality. Now I have the honor to introduce our first guest speaker, His Excellency Sheikh Abu Bakr Musliar, Grand Mufti of India. Excellency, the floor is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, peace be upon His Prophet Muhammad, his companions and kin. It is a pleasure and honor to present to you and to extend my gratitude and congratulations to His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. God bless him. I also want to extend my congratulations to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan.
طول الله عمره مع الصحة والعافية.
God bless him. As well as His Excellency and Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, the President of UAE Iftar Council and the President of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies. Your Excellencies, Your Eminence, ladies and gentlemen,
نحييكم
we welcome you once again and salute you with the salutation of Islam on behalf of all India's Muslims. And as the Indian Grand Mufti, we salute you and salute the entire humankind.
نحن الآن
We are now in dire need of unity and humanitarian action, as well as religious-driven endeavors more than before, because the world is revolving around, or the world is suffering from groups, extreme groups that aim to cause friction and damage to Islam and unity and the unity amongst people. We are now calling all people to listen to the words of Prophet Muhammad, that those who are merciful to others will receive mercy from God, and mercy those who are on land, and He, the Lord on the skies, will mercy you, will have mercy upon you. And Muslims should not look at Muslims or others should not look at the other with a look of despise or degradation. And we have also been commanded not to cause aggression towards the other or any form of injustice. The Almighty says, do not consider or do not cause violence, and collaborate on goodness and goodwill, and do not collaborate on aggression. And therefore, Islam calls for the consolidation of the tolerance and coexistence culture amongst various religions, as well as multiculturalism. And it considers collaboration on goodwill as a priority and at the forefront of its duties. And as said in the Holy Quran, that you should not be unfair or unjust to even to those who are who have aggression against you or aim to expel you out of your nations.
ليس ربك
And if the Lord wants, he will convert everyone on earth to his religion. However, religion is not by force, and there are quite a lot of verses that promote tolerance, interfaith tolerance, whilst upholding Islam, because the religion for God is Islam. However, while considering Islam, despite believing in Islam or upholding Islam as a religion, there should always be constant respect to other believers, to believers of other religions. Everyone has their own religion. Everyone has their own beliefs that we should never attempt to despise or degrade others as commanded by Almighty God, who commanded us with humanity, unity. And according to a hadith by Prophet Muhammad, in the words that a true Muslim is he who others do not fear his aggression. And another citation of that hadith is, a true Muslim is he who others do not fear his words or his actions. So a true Muslim is, and this is the most accurate citation of the hadith. And this is why each of us should not be fearful of the other. And this is how a true Muslim is. Otherwise, they will be imperfect followers of the rules of Islam. Almighty God did not command us to try and preach everyone, because this was the task of the Prophet Muhammad. And he said, and according to the Almighty God, you cannot preach or guide anyone, for only Almighty God is capable of guiding people. And this is why only Prophet Muhammad was given that task to preach others towards converting to Islam. But this is not our task anymore. Our task is to educate and raise awareness about Islam and treat them fairly without any consideration to their background, ethnicity, nationality, shape, or form. And regardless of the color or financial status, whether rich or poor, everyone, all mankind, were created by the Almighty, and this is why we should pray for them to be guided by the Lord, but be given their liberty. And this is how we achieve coexistence amongst different faiths and religions. And Almighty God commands us with this in the verses of Quran in many occasions. And we thank Almighty God for convening us in this very fruitful exchange of insights amongst different cultures and countries, and for being given this opportunity to share experiences and insights and all of these activities that would lead to a greater unity and cohesion amongst all religions and countries. And God blesses all to the good, to achieve the good. And we shall also recall the memory of His Highness late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan in this very memorable occasion. And thank you very much, and peace be upon you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Grand Mufti of India. Our next speaker is virtually with us. He is Rabbi David Saperstein, Honorary Director of the Center for Religious Action of Reform Judaism, and he is also a former Ambassador for Religious Freedoms at the U.S. State Department. Rabbi Saperstein, the floor is yours, please. Can you hear us? The floor is yours.
You can start, please.
Yes, we can see you.
All right. To whom is that address that we should begin?
To you, David, they called your name.
I did not hear that. Forgive me. Well, to the Honorable Sheikh bin Baya and our friend Sheikhna and Zeshan and all those who put this remarkable conference together, my sincere congratulations. And that I should be doing this session with the visionary leader of Religions for Peace, Asa Karam, is a special pleasure for me. Let me offer 5 points on global citizenship, which is the assigned topic for our remarks, some from the Jewish tradition and some shared in common by certainly the Abrahamic faith traditions and often by many other faith traditions as well. First, most major religions are global communities. Even Jews, whose 15 million adherents after 1/3 of the Jewish people were destroyed in the Holocaust, comprise only 0.2% of the global population, are found in almost every country. The destiny, the well-being, the quality of life, the freedoms, rights, and opportunities of every religious communities are determined by the very countries in which we dwell. And our citizenship efforts in those nations are indispensable in maintaining conditions in which both religion and good citizenship can flourish. So to the extent to which our host countries maintain vigorous standards of international human rights guaranteed under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, as insofar as their commitment to sustainable development goals and their protection of those like children, women, LGBTQ, disabled, who were somewhat neglected by earlier treaties, but subsequently protected by later treaties. All of these in our varied traditions are imbued with the same human dignity as all others. All are created in the image of divine. And all these determine or have their religious freedom, their quality of life in every country in which we are found, determined by the quality of citizenship in those global communities. Secondly, we are seeing a growing embrace of covenantal pluralism, which recognizes our responsibilities to each other, which recognizes the legitimacy of religious beliefs, even of those with whom we disagree, and where we are open to learning about and trying to understand and look for common ground with faith traditions that heretofore we may have viewed with suspicion or fear. Judaism's ancient beliefs offered a theological view that assisted in developing such ideas of covenantal pluralism. For Judaism did not hold that only Jews had the path to salvation, the path to heaven, but that any who believed in the one true God and lived an ethical life could find the path to heaven. Third, even in the biblical view of nations in the Hebrew scriptures, we saw proto ideas of global citizenship. In the Bible, we see ideas that embodied a call for the creation of a kind of international law. Think of the words of Isaiah asserting, "For out of Zion shall go forth the law, and God shall judge amongst many peoples and rebuke strong nations afar off." In other words, before peace can come, there must be a law accepted by all nations, with mechanisms that enforce that law and a process to judge disputes that will inevitably arise. Judaism did not assume that in the process towards peace, wrongdoing or conflicts would disappear, but rather that there would be a structure in which they could be justly and fairly adjudicated. Hence the role today that the United Nations, international human rights courts and norms, international adjudication of disputes play. All these represent an essential strand of our religious values. Fourth, there's an idea in Judaism referred to by the Hebrew phrase, mipnei darchei shalom, that for the sake of the ways of peace, all the social benefits that are given to Jews in a Jewish society have to be given to the non-Jews who live with us as well, that we're all in this together. This is true in addressing many of the most urgent concerns that we have today, global poverty, and the message that the special concern that God has for the hungry, the homeless, the widow, the orphan, the vulnerable, global climate change, the belief that God has called us to be responsible, to protect and nurture God's creation for all God's children. It is an idea that is so urgently needed today. Third, the refugee crisis today in the world. 70 million displaced, the largest number perhaps in all of human history, 20 million formal refugees. In the Bible, we are taught of God's concern for the ger, the stranger who lives in our midst and is as protected as are the citizens of that community. And the founding stories of so many religions involve progenitors, originators of our religious ideas or messengers of God who themselves were displaced and sought refuge elsewhere. We have much to offer in terms of our responsibilities to the refugee. And perhaps religion's most distinctive contribution to moral thought, not just our responsibility for all God's children everywhere, which is a mark of global citizenship, but for all the generations yet to come as well. Many of us have a sense of a religious mission and mandate to find those who are in need everywhere across the globe, to feed the hungry and provide education and healthcare, to educate the young across the globe. Is this not one essential part of what global citizenship means? And often our religious communities model that for the world. And finally, fifth, this idea. Numerous studies have shown that those who are regularly engaged with religion, who regularly worship whatever their beliefs might be, are more likely to help strangers in need, feed the hungry, shelter the homeless, give to charity, be involved in volunteer work at home, across our own nations, across the world. In other words, our ideas and our institutions in the religious community add immeasurably to the social capital that is necessary for global citizenship to thrive. The bottom line is this: one can be a good global citizen without being a believer, but religion has so often been not the only, but certainly a key foundation of conceiving what global citizenship involves in inculcating the ideas that are central to global citizenship and in creating institutions that nurture such identification. Those ideas lie within the religious communities of the world. And indeed, we live at a moment in human history which sees more interfaith cooperation across faith communities, across geographical communities, across borders, across nations, than we have ever seen in human history before. And when we engage with each other as global citizens, we are modeling the very world of global citizenship we seek to create. This is one of this forum's, this conference's great gifts, and all of us are enriched by our encounters at the forum, at this conference, as we carry on this work upon our return. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. Thank you very much for joining us despite the time difference. Our next speaker is also there over in the United States, and she is Professor Asa Karan, Secretary General for Religions for Peace. Hello, Asa, the floor is yours.
Greeting to the host of this wonderful session, His Eminence Sheikh bin Baye. Thank you very much for the privilege and the opportunity to be invited to speak here today, especially since I get to have my mentor on the same panel with me, Rabbi Saperstein. It's always a great pleasure. A couple of points that I think Rabbi Saperstein actually has already mentioned. As I was listening to him, I was wondering why I was here, because he said it all. So then he's allowed me, by saying it all, to say a few more points that are slightly more provocative. And those of you who know me know that I don't exactly shy away from that which is provocative. So hang on to your seats and let's have a little bit of a conversation, shall we, about the value added of religions, as Rabbi Saperstein pointed out. Indeed, it is absolutely true that those who are members of different faith communities, those who have faith in, quite frankly, any idea and ideal, including humanists, tend to be the ones who are extraordinarily active in a civic context and also have a consciousness that expands beyond their own direct and immediate community. And I think being able to appreciate that without necessarily seeing it from the perspective or the vantage point of any one religion, but from the understanding that belief, that faith in and of itself inspires and is a source of commitment, is a very valuable point. We speak of citizenship, and this particular forum has to be commended on being insistent on mentioning citizenship, inclusive citizenship, fair, just citizenship. Unfortunately, however, fair and just citizenship do not exist in many parts of the world, including some of the most democratic parts of the world, or those who would refer to themselves as democracies. We are living in a time where, apart from the pandemic of COVID, which I will get to in a second, we are very seriously challenged by that which we believe is the theology of might makes right. And it is a theology. For some, it is most definitely a theology. Might makes right. Rabbi Saperstein mentioned what I consider to be the key elements of how we can save ourselves in today's world, which are built upon that which is common to all faith traditions, i.e., human rights. We are living in an age where human rights is an endangered species, and where democracy is a term that is bandied about rather than lived and honored. Even in the world's oldest democracies, there are communities that are suffering not only the absence of citizenship, but the very absence of everything that constitutes human dignity. So when we speak of citizenship so favorably, let's be cautious enough to be able to assess and address where the gaps are. Citizenship, like democracy, is a mighty fine concept, but it has to be lived and practiced. At its base, it is a very simple, actually, social contract. If you are a citizen of this particular national boundary, within this national boundary, you are a citizen, you have obligations to the state. The state, in turn, has obligations to you to protect you as a number one obligation. The truth of the matter, however, is that many states fail in this obligation to protect, because ultimately it is about protecting a sense of dignity. And there are way too many vulnerable people who fall outside of the parameters of the human dignity that some states are prepared to offer to their citizens. Rabbi Saperstein mentioned the figure of 70 million displaced people. Indeed, the figure is over 80 million. That is more than citizens of any one nation state in many parts of the world. Where do they get their sense, that social contract for the basic sense of dignity? Where do they get it from? When they are stateless, when in fact they are citizenshipless. Citizenship, therefore, cannot be the only category that we use to appreciate and understand. It is what comes under citizenship that we must honor. And I tend to agree 1,000% with Rabbi Saperstein that religious communities and religious thought and religious philosophy and religious living indeed already exemplify some of the most critical aspects of inclusive citizenship. But those philosophies are effectively transnational. They are not limited by national boundaries, which is precisely what many states consider to be deeply threatening. Because religions are not limited. A membership in a religious community per definition means you are a member, you are a global citizen. You are a member of your community everywhere in the world. You are not only supposed to be either an Indian Muslim or a Saudi Arabian Muslim or an Indonesian Muslim, you are supposed to be nation states today, all of which, by the way, are struggling. But thanks to the priority of nation states, we have prioritized national citizenship over religious allegiance and affiliation. This is necessary for the world that we live in today, but it is clearly problematic in terms of the welfare that certain citizens get. Where is the privilege, the protection, the basic acceptance of human dignity for those who are without, who are stateless, and who are forcibly stateless, who didn't choose to be such, but became such and live as such? Are all the citizens in every country given equal rights? Really? At a time when we are seeing the rise of the right-wing political philosophies, at a time when religious nationalism itself is on the rise, can we legitimately claim that religious citizenship is a good idea? Can we legitimately claim in a time of COVID, when we have witnessed how each and every faith community has rushed to serve at 1,001% of their capacities, way beyond their capacities. But when we then look to see who has been serving together, who has actually pooled their resources to serve together, even within the parameters of the one nation state, we will find ourselves falling very short. So yes, citizenship, but what kind of citizenship? And how much should we honor a citizenship that per definition is exclusive of vulnerable communities? A citizenship that gives you a passport but does not give you a sense of dignity for you and your family because you happen to be other isn't a good enough citizenship. We should not be laudating it, we should be critiquing it. A religious affiliation that prioritizes a belief system over others and sees itself as the right way and all the others as wrong, that should not be given tremendous accolade either. Because at the end of the day, that which excludes means that we are not only excluding others, but we are prioritizing ourselves, our beliefs, our nation, but effectively that which excludes also deeply injures, also diminishes, if not totally eliminates, human dignity. The divine created us diverse, not so that we could claim citizenship. The divine created us diverse so that we can overcome the boundaries that we currently find ourselves in. Sometimes they are called citizenship too. Last but by no means least, please allow me to expand on the fact that we talk about the myth of equal citizenship, and it is a myth. It is a myth in almost every single country around the world. It is being challenged by gender inequality. It is being challenged by interests of certain tribes and groups over the others. It is being challenged by homelessness, and it is being challenged, quite frankly, sometimes by religious dogma and theology. We cannot advocate for a citizenship that does not take into account the most vulnerable among us, not only within our boundaries. Transnationalism, per definition, is a very, very powerful antidote to national citizenship. So if we want to advocate for citizenship today, we must be able to redefine the concept of citizenship. Global citizenship allows us this opportunity to redefine, but we redefine it how? Not by looking at the race, the ethnicity, the religion, or the gender, or any other defining factor. We should define global citizenship, again, using a standard measurement. And that standard measurement exists today, except some of us claim that it is not important because we have something better. But that standard measurement should be the one that we apply to everything, which is the standard of human rights. Let us by all means claim that we have better rights and better privileges and better advocacy and better holy books, by all means. But let's at least try to implement that standard, to compare ourselves to that standard. If we see that we are better than the standard, then fine. Our philosophy is fine. Our theology is fine. But let's at least use the standard as the basic common denominator. And then let's see who's doing better than who. That basic standard should define what we mean by global citizenship. Without the basic standards, we are simply talking. We are simply talking at a time when over 80 million people have no shelter, have no roof over their head, have no food, have no future, have no sense of dignity. That should not be what we're doing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Karam. You also widened the horizons of global
شكرا.
citizenship for us. Always inspiring to listen to you. Thank you. We have to move on and turn to the second topic, migration and integration, a challenge and opportunity for Abrahamic hospitality. And our next speaker is also virtually with us. He is Dr. Ibrahim Marrouk, editor-in-chief of Al Salam magazine from Morocco. Doctor, the floor is yours.
وعلى آله وأصحابه الأطهار الطيبين وبعد هذه المداخلة تدخل.
This intervention goes in promoting peace in the world to adapt it through the concept of inclusive citizenship, through which we should go to universal citizenship. And of course, we should commend the relentless efforts that have been exerted by the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim societies, and what we have witnessed in the past few years of extremely beneficial and successful initiatives under the governance of the wise His Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya and the gracious hosting from the United Arab Emirates. We hope that this intervention will serve to improve and complement the universal vision of citizenship and transcend to universal citizenship, because and we believe that inclusive citizenship not only paves the way towards it, but sort of crystallizes it. And we believe that it will be the cornerstone and the foundation to the universal citizenship and establish a futuristic approach of that universal citizenship. Of course, the idea of peace is always present and a pivotal stage that would scaffold all the efforts towards achieving universal citizenship. And we should also address the issue of migration, which we aim 5 elements, which is the Abrahamic hosting. The second is philosophical foundation and citizenship. The third is political. The fourth is social and what is known as the rule of peoples. And the final one is about moral and ethical hosting. First of all, in relation to religious foundation, the Abrahamic hosting is and hospitality is what we can say stems from a religious source and provides us with the ability to escape polarization and start to look at the other towards a counterpart. And of course, looking at the other towards the other as a brother and a friend and a foe and a host and a neighbor, and looking at the other as an individual and a citizen and a migrant. These polarizations or these dualities will help us to identify what we need to establish the Abrahamic hospitality and transcend it to the universal hospitality. Second, the philosophical foundation and the universality. In relation to looking towards the other as a stranger, we focus that the globalized world has become a normality, and the fact that we live in one world and populate one world and share its land, this means that borders are only illusions. And as Immanuel Kant, the German philosopher, says, has talked about the metaphysicals of universe, and this metaphysicals includes the cosmopolity, which is a universal vision and which is shared around the globe, and the right, and establishes the right towards the universal citizenship under the political sphere. So according to Kant, his idea of universality, it links directly to citizenship, and these theories could be cascaded under the umbrella of law, because law in many instances does not include the ethical foundation. Third, the political foundation and its relation to citizenship. Of course, citizenship has social and political perspectives, and politics has become a separate component. And the question is, how do we transcend politics into a universal citizenship? And this could be through looking for new capabilities to make this universal citizenship a reality.
وذلك هذا التوسيع يتوقف على الانتقال إلى من المواطنة الشاملة.
And this will help us to transcend to fraternity, from universal citizenship to fraternity. Fourth, the social foundation. Globalization, as you may know, has led to a change in relationships between states and individuals, and what we have noticed in close cohesion and connections through social networks and the flow of information and goods in ways that would make the communication process smooth. And soon we will move to a world with borders, to an open world. And there are many sociologists who have discussed these dualities between individuals and states from a polarized nature to a more collective approach into the idea of a universal citizen. And this will provide more strength to a migrant individual under the umbrella of what we call universal hospitality. Finally, the ethical foundations or the rule of peoples. Despite the continuous efforts that politicians exert, modern philosophy did not address the gap between politics and the society, because politics is often goes beyond ethics and does not consider the ethical frameworks in its dialogues and its communication acts as well as others. So the universal hospitality that Kant has called for, and perhaps he inspired it from the Abrahamic hospitality, which calls for the mutual hospitality where there would be no difference between the host and the visitor or the person being hosted. And this is how universal hospitality will be based on individuals' free will that would then be part of the overall schema. This migration model from the migration paradigm to the universal hospitality, instead of having passports, borders, ports, and preconditions, and highlighting the differences in identities, we should get out of this shell of globalization to the new guiding model that goes beyond the Abrahamic hospitality to that universal hospitality. And residency in a certain country would be governed by the the binding rules of the hosting country, but we should go beyond that.
يدور هذا التنظير للمواطنة الكونية انطلاقا
And transcending from Abrahamic hospitality to universal hospitality is only the start that we can set as a cornerstone to go beyond that in the horizon. Thank you very much for listening, and peace be upon you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maruch. This is an important debate, also thinking about the headlines which we have daily in the Europe about these issues, migration and integration. We go further. Our next speaker is here with us, and he is Rabbi Professor Reuven Firestone, who is a Regenstein Professor in Medieval Judaism and Islam, and at the Hebrew Union College, University of Southern California, USA. Rabbi, please, the floor is yours.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, shechianu v'kiyamanu v'higianu lazman hazeh. Blessed are you, O God, sovereign of all, who has sustained us and has kept us alive and brought us to this important moment of time. Shalom Aleichem to all of you, dear friends and colleagues. We face a grave danger in forums like this when trying to explain our own particular identity positions on controversial issues. The danger is that our desire to be loved or respected by those outside our tradition tempts us to deceive both others and ourselves about our own failures to deal properly with these difficult issues. Will we purposefully or unconsciously distort our history in order to make us look good in the eyes of others, to make us feel good? I hope, God willing, to confront these issues honestly. I do not pretend that Judaism can teach the world something extraordinary that is not known already from the other great world religions. But I hope to add to the solidarity of this forum by showing how Jews, as well as Muslims, Christians, and other religious peoples have the intellectual and moral resources to promote inclusive global citizenship. My task today is to consider Jewish views and histories of migration and integration. Now, the Hebrew word for migration is hagirah. It's a word related to the Arabic hijrah. The modern Hebrew word for immigrant is mehager, which actually comes from the Arabic muhajir. But in biblical Hebrew, in the ancient Hebrew of the Torah, the word is ger, from the same ancient root as the Arabic jar. The Torah commands no less than 36 times to care for the stranger, the foreign immigrant. For example, in Exodus chapter 23, God commands, "V'ger lo tilchatz," do not oppress the immigrant. It then explains why. Because you know the feelings of the immigrant. That's because you yourselves were immigrants in the land of Egypt under Pharaoh. The great 13th century Rabbi Chizkiyahu ben Manoach, known as Chizkuni, wrote a famous commentary on the Torah in which he explained this verse, "Do not oppress an immigrant." And he said, "Do not oppress the immigrant by forcing him to do your labor, because they do not know the ways of the land. It's easy to oppress them." The Torah warns against this. Chizkuni also writes that God's words, "Do not oppress the immigrant," means by turning the law against him, because the immigrant has no one to argue his cause, and it's easy to oppress him. According to the Torah, the immigrant has inherent rights. God commands in the Torah, Lo tate mishpat ger yatom. You shall not subvert the rights of the immigrant or the orphan. In fact, the common way of referring to the powerless in the Torah is by saying the orphan and the widow and the immigrant. It might seem strange that God would command we treat the foreign immigrant like our own family, but it is a fact that the immigrant is always mentioned first in the phrase ger yatom ve'almana, yatom like the Arabic yatum, the immigrant, the orphan, and the widow. The Torah teaches directly, ve'ger lo toneh ve'lo telchatzenu, do not oppress the immigrant or persecute him. The rabbis of the Talmud teach that this even includes oppression through negative speech. You cannot oppress the immigrant even verbally. You may not mock the immigrant in any way. Even more powerful, the Torah uses the words, v'ahavta l'reacha kamocha, love your neighbor as yourself, to apply also to the immigrant. You must love the immigrant who lives with you as much as you love yourself. V'hager hagar itchem v'ahavta lo kamocha. But the most powerful statement of the Torah about caring for the foreign immigrant is that God loves the immigrant. This is from the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 10. God is the God of gods, the noble of nobles, the great, the mighty, and the awesome, who shows no favor and takes no bribe, but upholds the cause of the orphan and the widow, and loves the immigrant, providing food and clothing. You too must love the immigrant. So we must ask ourselves, why does God remind us so often that we must take care of the stranger, the immigrant? And the answer is actually quite clear. It's because we do not do so adequately, and we have not ever done so adequately. We Jews, even in ancient times, failed to uphold this most basic requirement. Our rabbis taught that the ancient temple in Jerusalem was destroyed because of baseless hatred. When we look around at our world today, we see that our world is being destroyed from within because of baseless hatred. The poor, the homeless, the orphans are all oppressed by us. We allow it to happen. We look away and we refuse to see it. Greed and corruption enable this oppression, but so does fear. We fear that what we have might be taken away from us. Strangers come to our borders in huge numbers. We fear that they will change our way of life. These immigrants are not our brothers and sisters. They look different. They speak different languages. They have strange practices. They are not us. But our fear that they are not us is a mistaken assumption. We are all brothers and sisters from Adam. But even more than that, all the Abrahamic religions teach a common principle, has been mentioned already this morning, and that is that every single human being was created in the likeness of God. Sometimes this is translated as the image of God, but that confuses the notion with images and with idolatry. The meaning of the Hebrew word in the Torah verse is likeness. Any human of any color, any believer in any religion, any person of any nationality, anyone and everyone is created in the likeness of God. This principle is so important that the Torah states it repeatedly. In the first, it teaches, Vayivra Elohim et ha'adam b'tzalmo, b'tzelem Elohim bara oto. God created the first human in his likeness. In the likeness of God, he created him. This citation is beloved by Christians as much as Jews. We all hold this principle. So do Muslims. No verse in the Quran states this, but in Sahih Bukhari, a tradition from the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is given on the authority of Abu Huraira. Anna Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, qala, خلق الله آدم على صورته. God created Adam according to his surah, his likeness. A similar hadith can be found in Sahih Muslim and the Musnad of Ahmed ibn Hanbal. This principle, therefore, is clearly extremely important for all monotheists. Some Jews consider this principle of human equality to be the most important lesson in the entire Torah. In the oral Torah of the Jews, there's a famous dispute between two great rabbis, Rabbi Akiva and his student Ben Azai. As was usual among our great sages, they disagreed. The hypothetical question that was posed that day was, is there one single most important lesson from the Torah? Of course, every verse of the Torah is equally important because each and every verse is revealed from God. But that did not prevent the sages from asking questions about the Torah. They never stopped asking, wondering, theorizing about its meaning. So the question of the day was, what might be the most important lesson of the Torah? Ben Azai argued for the lesson that humankind was created in the likeness of God. He cited another verse from the Torah that gives that teaching. Zeh Sefer Toldot Adam, B'yom bro Elohim Adam b'dmut Elohim asa oto. This is the record of Adam's history. When God created Adam, he created him in the likeness of God. Ben Azai's teacher, Rabbi Akiva, disagreed. He believed a different lesson was more important. And to support this view, he cited the famous verse that Jesus also cited according to the Gospel of Matthew as one of the two most important commandments of the entire Torah. V'ahavta l'reacha kamocha, love your neighbor as yourself. Rabbi Akiva went on to say the following, this verse gives an even greater principle, for if you love your fellow, you will not say, since I have been shamed, let my neighbor be shamed with me. Since I have been cursed, let my neighbor be cursed with me. Finally, a third rabbi named Tanhuma then entered the discussion. He gave the greatest lesson of them all, derived from the creation of all humankind in God's likeness. And he said, Im asita ken, da lemi ata mevazeh, bidmut Elohim asa oto. If you shame or you curse your fellow, know whom you ultimately shame or curse. When God created the first human, God created him in the likeness of God. Therefore, whenever we shame or curse anyone, our neighbor or the stranger, the immigrant, even our enemy, we are shaming and cursing God. Whatever religion we belong to, we can work together to restore the balance of respect and love for humanity that is taught by all of our traditions. We belong to the most significant and influential world community, the community of believers who desire to carry out the divine will. Let us agree on a pact of inclusive citizenship. Let us spread the word that we are obligated by our laws and our traditions to share God's gifts with all of our brothers and sisters of all faiths and also our brothers and sisters of no faith. For we were all created in the likeness of God. Ken yehi ratzon, may this be God's will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Firestone. Thank you very much. That was really remarkable. And then I have, last but not least, our final speaker here is Dr. Russell Rook, who is co-founder at the Good Faith Partnership from the UK. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning. It is wonderful to be with you, and I am honored to share this stage this morning with such eloquent and powerful speakers. I wish to give my thanks to Sheikh bin Bayer for his leadership as a faith leader, as someone who has done a great deal not only for the Muslim community, but for all of us who see the role of faith in building a better and more peaceful world. To Sheikh Al-Mafud and all of the Forum for Peace team, you're an inspiration to me, and it is such a privilege to be involved in your work. I wish to thank the royal family and the government here in the UAE for hosting this unique and special event. And also I want to thank Zeshan Zafar, who I have the privilege of working with in the United Kingdom to help establish the Forum for Peace there. And we are very excited to see what this organization can do for civil society and the faith communities in the United Kingdom. My topic this morning, as with my previous eminent speakers, is migration and integration, a challenge and an opportunity for Abrahamic hospitality. And as with any question, context is important. And so for this morning, I want to ask this: what does it mean to promote inclusive citizenship during a global migration crisis? Since 2015, I have had the privilege of working with faith communities and governments in the United Kingdom, in the United States, in Europe, New Zealand, and Australia to help welcome refugees. And one of the first communities I worked with was in a small village in Cornwall in the southwest of England. And my friend Ellie was working with the local church there to welcome a refugee family who had fled the civil war in Syria. Ellie wrote a letter to every house in her village asking if they would help to welcome this family of refugees. And while almost everyone was supportive of her efforts, there was one particular gentleman who wasn't so pleased to help. I don't know his name. For the sake of this morning, I'm going to call him Mr. Angry. And Mr. Angry wrote a letter to my friend Ellie. It was short, it was rude, and it had 3 very clear points. Dear Madam, our village is too small, point 1. We must look after our own, point 2. We cannot welcome refugees, point 3. Now, the letter clearly was very rude and inhospitable. But in truth, I agree with at least 2 of Mr. Angry's points. The first point is this: the village is too small. The village that we live in is too small. And by that, I am not referring to a village in Cornwall in the southwest of England. I am referring to our global village. The communications revolution, media, social media mean we live in a world which is ever smaller. All of us who have access to one of these phones or have access to a television have in-depth and up-to-date knowledge of the world news, of international affairs, of global events. And as a result, our world is too small. It is certainly too small for us to ignore the migration crisis that is on our doorstep. We have already heard today from Rabbi Saperstein, from Professor Azar. We have 84 million displaced people in our world, 26.5 million registered refugees with the United Nations. And most of these have lost their homes through conflict, through persecution, through climate change. And the crisis is growing. As we heard at the COP conference just a few weeks ago, we will see more people displaced in the decades to come. Point 1, our village is too small. It is too small for those of us who believe in inclusive citizenship to ignore the migration crisis on our doorstep. Mr. Angry's second point was that we should look after our own. And I agree with this. We should look after our own. Rabbi Rosen spoke very powerfully yesterday and used the passage from Leviticus 19 in the Hebrew Bible. And we've heard Rabbi Saperstein refer to that passage and Rabbi Firestone refer to similar passages this morning. When an alien resides with you in your land, you shall not oppress the alien. The alien who resides with you shall be to you as the citizen among you. You shall love the alien as yourself, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Similarly, in the Quran, we read, worship God alone, be kind to your parents and near of kin, to orphans, the needy, the neighbor who is related to you, and the neighbor who is a stranger, the friend by your side, the wayfarer, and those whom your right hands possess. Now, within all of our traditions, there are those who would seek to promote a form of exclusive citizenship. Those who would warn us to separate ourselves from others, to steer clear of certain people who might harm our holiness, who might corrupt us, who might infect us. And yet all three of our Abrahamic faiths make a strong link between personal holiness and acts of hospitality. In my own tradition, Jesus spent a great deal of his life being criticized for those that he spent time with. How can you claim to be holy if you spend time with prostitutes and tax collectors, they said. And yet in Matthew chapter 22:37, Jesus answers this question once and for all. When someone asks him what they must do to inherit eternal life, he replies, love the Lord your God with all your heart, your mind, and your strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. He goes on to tell one of his most famous stories, the parable of the Good Samaritan, a story that makes it clear that everyone is our neighbor. We do not get to choose who our neighbors are. God has chosen that for us, and he asks us to love them. And in fact, even the planet, the creation that we live on, is to be considered our neighbor too. For the Christian inclusive citizenship results from this intrinsic connection between our doctrine of holiness, that we are called to be holy, and our doctrine of hospitality, that we are called to share hospitality with our neighbor. If we are holy, we will be hospitable. And as we share hospitality, God will make us holy. So point 2, we must look after our own. Inclusive citizenship demands that we see every resident of our global village as one of our own, and that we share hospitality with those who are vulnerable, the migrant, the refugee. Mr. Angry's third point was we cannot welcome refugees. And while it may have surprised you that I agreed with his first 2 points, it won't surprise you that I disagree with this point. I have spent the last 6 years working with faith communities and governments around the world, and I have learned that particularly with the power of faith in our communities, we can welcome refugees. I am indebted to inspirational faith leaders. King Abdullah in Jordan, over 2 million refugees in his country. Pope Francis, the work that he has done to encourage faith communities around the world to welcome refugees. My friend Ed Shapiro and the Shapiro Foundation and other Jewish philanthropists and civil society leaders who are helping to welcome thousands of refugees to communities around the world. Since 1970, mosques, synagogues, and churches in Canada have helped to welcome over 300,000 refugees. In the years before 2015, in my own country, the United Kingdom only welcomed 750 refugees a year. To put that into some perspective, the Mennonite denomination, a relatively small denomination of Christians in Canada, welcomed 1,800 refugees in 2015. That one church welcomed more than double the refugees that my whole country was able to welcome. And in 2015, our Prime Minister, David Cameron, said that we would welcome 20,000 refugees in the wake of the Syrian crisis. And many of us thought, how can England and the United Kingdom do this? We've only welcomed 750 a year for the last few years. But in truth, due to the work of Christians and Muslims and Jews and others, we welcomed over 23,000 refugees. We can welcome refugees. Point 3. As people of faith in this small global village who believe in inclusive citizenship, we can welcome refugees. And we should, because our faith calls us to, and our faith is defined by that response. Finally, I had the privilege in my own community of seeing a refugee family come into the United Kingdom. My own church welcomed a Syrian family who had been homeless. They'd fled the war and they were living in Lebanon. And I have the privilege of walking past their house most days when I go to work. And on one particular day, 1 year after they arrived, I was walking to work in the morning and I saw Hamid, the youngest boy of 3 children in the family, leaving his front door and walking to school. He would have been 5 years old. And he left the house and he walked a few yards down the road and then he stopped. And he saw his mum and his dad still at the door and he waved and shouted, "I love you," and blew some kisses. And then he turned to walk towards school again. And he made a few steps and then he stopped again. And he turned and he waved to his mother and father and he shouted, "I love you," and he blew kisses. And then he started to walk towards school again and he stopped again. And for one more time, he waved and blew kisses and said, "I love you," to his mother and father before walking to school. And 2 questions came to me as I watched this from afar. Firstly, why do my teenage sons not do that in the morning to me when they leave for school? And secondly, what a beautiful picture this is of what happens when a faith community welcomes a refugee family. Our faith community saved the lives of that family. One of those children would not be alive today had it not been for the welcome they received. What's more, that family has changed our faith community. They've made us more generous, more hospitable, more authentic, more faithful. And they've changed our wider community and helped us to have a different conversation about migrants and refugees. So in summary, firstly, as inclusive citizens, we must admit that our global village is too small. We cannot ignore the migration crisis on our doorstep. Secondly, as inclusive citizens, we must acknowledge that everyone in this global village is one of our own, there to be loved and welcomed and to share hospitality with. And thirdly, as inclusive citizens, we must recognize that we can and must welcome refugees. And as we do this, we will save many lives, and those lives will in turn enrich and transform our communities. I don't know what happened to Mr. Angry. I do know what my friend Ellie did with the letter. She let everyone know in the village that she'd had this letter from this angry person who did not want to welcome refugees. And there was an outcry in the village. And the village stood united and welcomed that family. And as a result of that village welcoming a family of refugees, other villages nearby welcomed families of refugees. As leaders of our faith community, I look forward to seeing how we will live out inclusive citizenship, how we will lead in our communities, and how we will share hospitality with refugees. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think this has been a remarkable debate, thanks to our inspiring panelists and speakers. And I don't even try to sum this up, but I think that the powerful speakers they really opened up the horizons of global citizenship for us. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time, and no time for questions and answers either. So I need to conclude this session. Thank you very much.
In the end, we would like to extend our thanks to all panelists who have enriched this panel discussion with their very insightful contributions, and thanking all attendees. We would like to notify you that we will take a 15-minute break before our next panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Check, check, check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. Mic checking. Check. Okay.
ستبدأ الجلسة الثانية الآن. نرجو من الضيوف التكرم بالدخول إلى القاعة. أمور طيبة؟ طلبت معك مرة ثانية؟ 43 موجودين. أعطوني بس 3. الحين هذا شو اسمه الضيف بيكون في واحد حاضر. نعم. الحضور الكريم، نجدد الترحيب بكم في بداية الجلسة العلمية الثانية ضمن أعمال اليوم الثالث من الملتقى الثامن لمنتدى تعزيز السلم في المجتمعات المسلمة. ستناقش هذه الجلسة موضوع التغير المناخي والحفاظ على البيئة، الواجب المشترك، برئاسة سعادة الدكتور خليفة مبارك الظاهري، نائب مدير جامعة محمد بن زايد للعلوم الإنسانية. وكلمة الضيف معالي الوزير إلياس جمال، وزير الدولة للشؤون الإسلامية من جزر المالديف، وبمشاركة الأستاذ راميس كنت، مستشار ومدير الزراعة المستديمة ومنظمة السلام من المملكة المتحدة، والحاخام جوناثان ويتنبرغ، الرئيس المشارك إيكو سايغناو، كبير الحاخامات في ماستوري جوداسم في المملكة المتحدة، والبروفيسورة عائشة حدو، رئيسة مركز تعارف للبحث والتكوين في العلاقة بين الأديان.
الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين، وعلى من تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. يواصل منتدى تعزيز السلم ملتقياته الفكرية وجلساته العلمية وما يتطلبه من حفر معرفي في النصوص الدينية والإنسانية للإسهام بمجهودات فكرية تبحث عن القيم.
Looking for values, coexistence, intellects, and civilization. Under the generous patronage of His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, and chaired by His Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayed, the President of the Forum for Promoting Inclusive Citizenship from Mutual Coexistence to Shared Conscience. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, citizenship is an extremely important value, and it is the important and genuine feeling of being loyal to the nation and interacting with its issues, and respect for leadership and law, and the feeling of the importance and significance of uplifting its civilization. Good citizenship is the belief of shared responsibilities and equal rights and solidarity and collaboration amongst the peoples. Good citizenship is the respect for humans without distinction or differentiation in color, ethnicity, or religion. The respect for diversity that enriches the exploration of others and mercy. A state of citizenship is that where every individual practices their own religion and there's a respect for liberty and freedom of religion. And also the responsible liberties that do not degrade any religion or principle. Good citizenship is the belief that the other is complementary to myself, and it is existence and not non-existence, and good, not bad, friend, not foe, colleague, and not enemy. The United Arab Emirates consolidates the values of tolerance, coexistence, and citizenship, and adopts a human-driven religious speech away from isolation. For moderation and coexistence in the United Arab Emirates represents pivotal foundations that were laid by His Highness late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan and followed on his path his sons. So today in the UAE we are proud with the Night of Tolerance, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Prime Minister and Supreme Commander of Armed Forces, and his extremely important initiatives that aim to dignify humans and spread peace around the globe, because peace is the grand right, and without peace, chaos and anarchy will take place, and therefore peace is a right that we strive for without boundaries. UAE has passed a lot of laws and legislations that preserve the value of citizenship. It is my pleasure today to chair this session under the title of Climate Change and Preserving Environment, Common Responsibility, and welcome with me the speakers of this session, His Excellency Minister Ilyas Jamal, the Maldives of Religious Affairs, Minister of Religious Affairs, and Rabbi Jonathan Rottenberg, the co-chair of Eco Synagogue, and Professor Aisha Haddo, Director of Ta'aruf Center for Morocco Interfaith and Peace Building Research Training Center in Morocco. Now we give the floor to His Excellency, the Minister of Religious Affairs in the state of Maldives. The floor is yours.
الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن اهتدى بهديهم إلى يوم الدين وبعد.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Excellencies, Sheikhs, Eminences, ladies and gentlemen, I salute you with the salutation of the Lord, praying for you with further grace and the unity of peace. We should also extend our gratitude for the United Arab Emirates, represented in this forum for promoting peace in Muslim societies, under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, and presided by His Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Baye. The topic of inclusive citizenship, from shared coexistence to shared conscience, and its 8th assembly is of extreme significance, for there would be no citizenship or nation without peace and safety. For peace is the foundation of all of that, and peace has the results of stability, permanence, and the development of underprivileged societies. These forums should have recommendations and subjects of discussions based on its right definitions. And therefore, the concept of citizenship should have clear and well-structured perspectives that are outlined and the boundaries of which are set clear, as well as its implications. This could only be done through the discussion of well-treaties to ensure that proper rational judgment is in place. Prophet Muhammad was the best example in demonstrating and consolidating the principles of good citizenship and inclusive citizenship and coexistence with people regardless of their backgrounds. So the Holy Quran and the Sunnah are full of examples in this field, as well as the publications of the Imams, the Muslim Imams, is also includes many instances and references to this. Inclusive citizenship and its applications could vary from one country to another. So, for example, our country, the Maldives, is a peaceful and Muslim country since 900 years, which does not have any sectarianism and still preserves its Muslim identity, despite being a renowned touristic destination for people from various backgrounds, and its adoption of tolerance with tourists and visitors to a great extent. Finally, I announce with all love and appreciation and acknowledgement that the United Arab Emirates is considered truly a source of strength and pride to the Islamic nation and to the entire globe in sustainable development and coping with the current status quo, as well as for future foresight and taking initiative in discussing urgent and compelling issues. And this would not have been possible without the blessings of God, with the good governance of a solid leadership, starting with the father founders, late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan and Sheikh Rashid, and their colleagues and brothers of those who have passed away. And here we are today in our 50th year of the federation for this young country under the leadership of His Highness the President of the country, Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed, and his deputy, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, and the relentless efforts by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. God bless them all. for the goodness of their country and for the Arab Islamic nation and for the entire globe. So we thank the UAE for its blessed purposes and endeavors, and thank
أشكر معالي الوزير.
I would like to thank His Excellency Ilyas Jamal, the Minister of Islamic Affairs from the Republic of Maldives, for his beautiful and amazing speech. And now, a speech for Mr. Ramesh Khan, the founder and director of agroecological natural technology systems in the UK. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I don't have much time, so I'm just going to jump into my presentation, but I would like to thank the conveners of this forum and the leadership of the UAE, and especially Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, a teacher and a friend that I've come to hold in very high esteem. Ethics, economics, ecology, and politics are extensions of one another etymologically and conceptually. They are all concerned with and focused on the endeavor of management and stewardship or vicegerency functioning at different scales. Ethics primarily deals with managing the affairs of the self. Economics is etymologically defined as the management of the household. Ecology is defined as the study of the household, which, if done well and properly, informs the wise and judicious management of the household. Lastly, politics is concerned with management of the larger household or community. Climate change can be understood as a phenomenon symptomatic of an evident crisis of our ability and willingness to effectively engage and undertake the management of the self, the management of the household, and the management of the larger community. That is ethics, economics, and politics. Our failure to perform these tasks is reflected in the condition of the world we live in. It merely reflects our collective state. A few questions immediately come to mind needing to be answered in this regard. What are the ethics that define the manner in which the economics are conducted and how the community comports itself or behaves in the world? Where do these ethics originate from? Who or what has defined them or deemed them worthy of being adhered to? What outcomes are produced from the adoption and implementation of a given system of ethics, and by extension, economics and politics? The Persian scholar Ragab al-Isfahani wrote about what he understood to be the existential role and purpose of the human beings created to prosper in the earth, imarat al-ard. The second is to worship God, or ibadah. This means that the human being should obey God's commands and prohibitions, leading to ultimate good and success in this world and the hereafter. The third is his vicegerency, which he defined as, quote, the imitation of God in accordance with man's ability to rule by applying the noble qualities of the sacred law, which are wisdom, justice, forbearance, beneficence, and graciousness. Their purpose is to gain paradise and proximity to God. The dangers accompanying the corruption of the creation are unequivocally communicated within the Quran and Hadith literature. Quoting from Surat al-Rum from the 30th chapter, 41st ayah, corruption has appeared on the land and sea by reason of what your hands have earned, that God may make them taste a part of that which they have done in order that they may return. According to the Quranic commentary of Abdullah ibn Abbas, this verse is understood to mean corruption has appeared through the death of cattle, drought, lack of food and vegetation in the plains, mountains, countryside, and wilderness, as well as in townships and cities because of the transgressions committed by people. That he may make them taste means that he being God, may make them be seized by a part of that which they have done of transgressions, in order that they may return. Means in order that they may repent of their sins and thus be relieved. In other words, changed behavior is the proof of one's sincerity in repentance. The transgression referred to in this instance is the destructive disregard for God's creation. The Quranic and Hadith references are clear and unambiguous in communicating the importance of the manner in which human beings interact with the creation, and how its resulting condition reveals the true quality of a person's character. Quoting a Hadith cited in Muslim, "The world is sweet and verdant, and verily God has made you stewards in it, and he sees how you acquit yourselves." And quoting Sayyidina Ali ibn Abi Talib, "Partake of the earth gladly, so long as you are a benefactor, not a despoiler, a cultivator, not a destroyer. The destruction and undermining of nature is perpetuated and tolerated in the pursuit of economic interests, a state of affairs seemingly accepted largely by people who identify themselves as God-loving and God-fearing adherents of the Abrahamic faith traditions. As noted by the Malaysian scholar Dr. Adi Setia, a properly God-reverent worldview sees the natural and cultural resources provided by our merciful Creator as blessings and bounties that are, in truth, unlimited in principle. As a functional reality and foundational operational perspective, these resources should be seen as abundant while the material needs, wants, and desires of human beings are limited, and rightfully so. This particular understanding has been inverted, and its inversion has apparently been legitimized and accepted by people who ought to know better. Extending from this basis, Dr. Setia asserts that our belief demands that these resources should be considered gifts and favors from the realm of transcendence, eliciting an ethical and cognitive response rooted in gratitude, ultimately bringing about contentment. Therefore, the human being, if properly oriented and aligned, will take according to his or her need existential and psychological state of being and living that demonstrates this observed reality of abundance in both the material and spiritual sense. Setia goes on to highlight that the ecological desolation we see within both the cultural and natural landscape are more consistent with a worldview reflective of secular disbelief and ingratitude in which perceived scarcity is the default condition, fear of there not being enough, and the anxiety it engenders reasonably accompanies this assumption. This logically leads to the competition and hoarding so commonly witnessed. Without belief in a merciful and generous Creator that provides abundantly, anxiousness fuels the greedy and wasteful use of resources while blinding one to its true source, reinforcing a negative feedback loop marked by ingratitude, loss of contentment, perpetual anxiety, and endless yearning. It is within this state that the pathology of consumption, where satisfaction is ephemeral and disillusionment and ennui are all too familiar, leaves its signature upon us and upon our world. Quoting the co-founder of permaculture, Bill Mollison, "A people without an agreed-upon common basis to their actions is neither a community nor a nation. A people with a common ethic are a nation wherever they live. Thus, the place of habitation is secondary to a shared belief in the establishment of a harmonious world community. As people, we need to adopt an ethic of right livelihood. For if we bend our labor and skills to work that is destructive, we are the destroyers. We lay waste to our lives in proportion to the way in which the systems we support lay waste to the environment. Although societies for social responsibility are rapidly forming, we need to expand the concept to social and environmental responsibility and to create our own financial and employment strategies in those areas. We should not be passive workers for established destructive systems, but rather we can be investors in life. We cannot profess to teach one ethic and live another without damage to ourselves and to common resources. As explained by Dr. Uthman Abdurrahman Llewellyn, a methodological approach to planning the utilization of and transacting with nature may be detailed in light of the goals and objectives of the sacred law. Everything in existence was created and imbued with a unique purpose and innate value. The purpose of all created things is to serve the Creator by playing its designated role and maintaining balance and order, ensuring the functional integrity of the creation. All sentient beings are bound together in this endeavor, and rendering service to the whole arrangement for the benefit of all is an underlying operative principle pervading the universe. Human beings are tasked with the special responsibility of trusteeship and stewardship of the earth. Ihsan, which is translated into excellence, but my colleague Dr. Adi Satya translates it into magnanimity. Ihsan is embodied in noble character, as exemplified through the practical benefit, mastery, and moral and ethical rectitude, and the resulting beauty produced by showing magnanimity towards the entire creation. If the central aim of Islamic law is to facilitate the manifestation of excellence, of ihsan, and to ensure comprehensive well-being, or afiyah, the essence of worship is to do the greatest good to the entire creation, since all natural phenomena are signs of God revealing himself. It could be said that environmental stewardship is an expression of islah, improvement or betterment, as displayed through the revival of degraded land and the enrichment of the earth as a true and sincere expression of gratitude. The Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, clearly indicates that the fructification and beautification of the earth is a thoroughly ethical act. He states in two hadith, whoever revives dead land, for him is reward in it, and whatever any creature seeking food eats of it shall be reckoned as charity from him. He also said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, there is no Muslim who plants a tree or sows a field and a human, bird, or animal eats from it, but it shall be reckoned as charity from him. In conclusion, I believe Bill Mollison has provided us with a well-articulated contemporary expression of operational principles to guide us in creating conditions that produce good citizens and a basis for inclusive citizenship in the face of climate change. Minimally, first principle is to care for the earth, to repair, to regenerate, and to conserve for the benefit of all life. The second principle, the second ethic, is to care for people, to seek peace, and to guard human dignity and honor everywhere. And the third principle is fair share of surplus wealth, to invest all capital, intelligence, goodwill, and labor to these ends. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam taslima. Jazakallahu khair. Assalamu alaikum.
شكرا الأستاذ راميز كانت مستشار مدير.
Thank you, Mr. Ramiz Kent, the founder and director of our Urological. And now with the Rabbi Jonathan Wiltenberg, co-chair of the ECHO Synagogue, the chief rabbi of Majority Judaism in the UK.
Gathering, and I'm greeting you from a London where it's still dark outside and not yet dawn. I also deeply appreciate being included in a profoundly devout and religious gathering looking at the most urgent issue confronting our time, climate change and global justice and climate justice. I want to begin with the Hebrew Bible and talk about this from a Jewish point of view, but also come to my own experience of attending the COP conference, COP26, in Glasgow just weeks ago. I'd also like to say how much I appreciate and value what I have just heard from Ramiz Kent, a most excellent and heart-rending presentation of what it means to be a true human being, as both the Holy Quran and our sacred Torah say, in the image of God, caring for God's world. Let me begin at the beginning. When the human being is created, God instructs Adam and Eve that they are to go into the Garden of Eden, Le'ovda u'leshomra. Le'ovda is usually translated as meaning to work, but it is also the Hebrew word used for worship, both for sacrifice when there was a temple and for prayer. And the biblical scholar and environmentalist Professor Ellen Davis suggests the translation here should not be to work the earth, but to work it with a spirit of respect and a spirit of reverence. Adam and Eve are also told l'shomra, to keep the earth. So the normal translation to work and keep it is, says Professor Ellen Davis, also inadequate. Lishmor also means to honor, to preserve, in the same way as keeping God's commandments. So the duty of the human being then is to live on this earth and work it with a profound respect and preserve it and protect it and honor it as God's. There's a passage in the Talmud which discusses benefits from the earth, food, clothing, every form of benefit on which we depend every day of our human life. And the passage notes that if we take without blessing, in other words, without due recognition of and gratitude for where this has come from, and without making appropriate reparation to the land and to those who have worked for it, this constitutes me'ilah, which is roughly translated as a misappropriation of sacred property. So that we should see all that we have not as mine to have and hold, but as a special gift that needs to be honored. The role of the human being is not then superior to nature, but part of nature. We are relearning today our interdependence with all that lives. It's not just that we've become aware that without bees, there is nothing to pollinate our crops. It grows deeper into a mental, emotional, and spiritual change in our understanding that nature is needed by us, and we need to restore nature, therefore, in order that it can restore us. This, too, is rooted in the world of the Hebrew Bible and the rabbis, who understand that the presence of God is to be felt not just in the revelation of God's sacred word, be it in Torah within the Jewish faith or the Holy Quran within Islam, but also in the great first language of our Creator, which is the language of nature itself. To the mystics, the 10 utterances of God which were pronounced at the beginning of all things are not once-off speech acts, but ongoing. So God's word, God's vibrancy, and God's sacred energy are to be found in the trees, in the grasses, in the crops, in the birds, in all that lives. The Torah notes that we're not allowed to take a mother bird and its eggs or its fledglings at the same time. We might now think that it's wrong actually to take the life of any bird. As a passionate vegetarian, I would argue that. But the 13th century Spanish and then Land of Israel scholar Moses, son of Nachman, said, this is a very early example of the preservation of species. Take the mother bird, and the birds cannot reproduce. God wants all life to be preserved. And indeed, the first covenant mentioned in the Torah, the covenant between Noah and the world, is described by God as between you, uvein kol nefesh chaya, and with all living beings. Never has this understanding of the place of the human being in regard to all creation being so urgent as it is today. And I am motivated, as I think we all are, to work for change in our attitude to the earth for the sake of my children, grandchildren, I hope, and the children of all humanity. The experience of being at COP26 in Glasgow put this into a perspective of great urgency. There, many of us listened to voices we might not normally hear. I don't know how it is in the UAE. One of the most powerful was a Christian speaker from the Pacific Council of Churches. He talked about how the lives of islanders are being completely ruined because of rising sea levels and their ancient lands inundated. He put to us two questions from the Bible. Are you my neighbor? And are you my keeper? This leads then into the field of climate justice. How can it be right that some parts of the world and some civilizations fund themselves by the desecration and ruination of other parts of the world. The most important phrases at COP were not even environment or climate change, but climate justice. And perhaps picking up on what Ramiz Khan so eloquently said, this is also about the economics, or perhaps economics is key to it. The Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, made one of the best speeches at COP right at its opening, in which she made it clear that the finances and the money were there for climate mitigation, climate adaptation, and for global justice in meeting the urgency of the hour across the world. Other voices that brought the reality of what's happening home to me were from Green Faith. A Christian leader working in Kenya said, when you've walked with a pregnant woman who's also got a young child on her shoulders for 7 kilometers each way to fetch a pitcher of water, then you know what climate change is. So what impact must this have on our lives, wherever in the world we live and whatever our faith? First of all, there isn't time to waste. Hillel in the 1st century before our era said, Im lo achshav matai, if not now, when? I find these words powerfully picked up by Reverend Martin Luther King, who talked about the fierce urgency of now. I apologize that I'm not familiar within the Islamic tradition of the way these words are articulated, but I'm sure they are completely present. What role can we play in this urgency? And the real date we need to look at is not 2050, but 2030, when lethal emissions of carbon and methane must be halved or cut by 3/4. So we have 9 years. Religions have the power of community and communication. We are able, through our messaging, to mobilize based on our ancient sources and our awareness of the world now, our communities across our faiths and across the lands where there are Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Hindu, and other faith communities. We also need to exercise what influence and religious leadership, particularly when it talks with a multiple voice of different faiths, has great influence to talk together to those who wield economic power in the worlds of business and the worlds of politics. And lastly, and with this I'll conclude, in Jewish life and I believe in the world of Islam, teshuvah, tob, repentance, inner change leading to outer change of actions is one of the principles of the faith. I used to think about this in terms of personal repentance and collective repentance. I see there's something now which we need to think of as well, which is environmental repentance, a profound change to the way we treat and use God's world. Thank you.
أشكر الحاخام جونثان.
I would like to thank Rabbi Jonathan Wetterberg, the co-chair and Echo Synagogue, and the chief rabbi. And now, a speech for Professor Aisha Haddu, the director of Ta'aruf Center in Morocco in Interfaith and Peacebuilding Research Training Center in Morocco. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم bonjour shalom.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Eminence Abdullah bin Baya, I would like to thank His Eminence Abdullah bin Baya, God bless him, and I would like also to thank Mr. Zafar for his coordination. I would like to thank you for this initiative that is very relevant, this great forum which joins leaders from different religions. I would like to share with you this presentation, but I regret that I was not able to be with you physically. However, I would like to share with you this reflection about the environment as a shared responsibility for a joint future. This is a topic that is urgent and is becoming more urgent after COP26. I will not tackle all the points, but I am saying that this urgency of the climate has never ever been like this. There is a momentum and there are some objectives that have to be committed by the individuals and the collectivities. I think that the philosophers and the thinkers, they have to think together and to contribute by their spiritualities to serve the environment. How they can contribute to serve the environment and to enable us to reach green life. And it's why we can talk about the green responsibilities. Unfortunately, regardless of the many initiatives in the world, we are in delay. What are the challenges that we have to face and how? The paradox of our world is that the mystic experiences are not being utilized by those actors who are omnipresent in our daily life, and we stopped to listen to what the cosmos is telling us, what other creatures are whispering to our ears. So this gratitude and this recognition of what the nature gives us, so we no longer interact with the nature and with our motherland. It's why now we are in a very crucial transition point, and we have to regain this relation between the human and the nature, and we have to return to the origin of the earth. I think that today we have to question our conscience because we are in the middle of the questions about our relation with the universe, especially with the inexploitation of our philosophic and spiritual resources regarding the environment, about this responsibility granted to us by God, which is amana, this responsibility to populate the earth responsibly. And today we all know that, but we do not do it in practice. And I would like to say that we have to act profoundly in order to reconsider a lot of things. It's why we have to embrace a new vision without limit about what surrounds us, our relation with the other, with the nature, which motivates us to change our vision and our mentality. We have to change the paradigm. That is undoubtedly going to happen, and we should make it happen. The reality is that in general, lots of people are not really aware of the gravity of the problem, and even among the religious communities. It's why we have to mobilize some specialists, some elites, in order to influence others so that they can influence all the citizens. How can we use the citizens in order to act responsibly, where everyone can assume their responsibility and do every single detail to be a good neighbor to the nature and the environment? And of course, in COP22 in Morocco, we had leaders from different countries of the world, and at that forum, I said that each individual has to have their part, and the people of Colibri, and of course the rabbi who was with us and he passed away, he has said something very important. He said that all the animals now are terrified when they see fires in the forest, and of course a lot of animals are being oppressed and persecuted because of these activities. And in this history of colibri that was mentioned by the rabbi, there was a dialogue between the animals and the humans, and listen from this story pushed me to think of the hadith which says that even if you see the collapse of the universe happening, if you have a grain in your hand, you should sow it in the soil, which means that we have to embrace this friendship of the nature of the soil at the end, at the last second, and every single person has to contribute to make this happen. The question that is posed now, what should we do as religious leaders, as religious communities, as for philosophers, as spiritual leaders, as moral educators, what we can do in order to face this crisis, how we can fix this rupture with the cosmos, with the universe, how we can reconcile our relation with the nature, how we can rectify this philosophical bond between the religions and pluralism, multi-approach, etc. The forest should be served by our deals and our treatment, and I think that we can make a strong speech emerge and impact all the communities. I think that the strength of the spirituality should not be neglected because they are very powerful. I think that we have to raise awareness about the ecological and environment conscience, and there are some religious leaders and influencers that can help us face these challenges of the environment and make the climate transition more successful and faster. In order to do that, we have to take care of the content in the curriculum of the schools, and we have to face this misuse of the religious resources, and we have to focus on the literature of the spiritual ecology. If we can have this biblical ecology, this Quranic ecology, this Torah ecology, if we utilize all this in the direction of serving the environment and rectifying our relation with the nature, this will help us to democratize our societies, our youth, and enable them to have this democratizing vision towards the nature and the environment. And I think that we can combine everything that is ethic and theologic in this melting pot of spirituality and philosophy, and without forgetting that we are facing a youth that is very illuminated, well informed, very open, and is worried about the future, and they know that they should protect their future, and they are concerned and they are denouncing these irresponsible acts that are exercised now by different political leaders. And of course, this youth can engage engage very powerfully, can take their parts, their share, and can take care of their future. And I would like to say that we should allow the teenagers of 16 years to vote their political leaders. We have to listen to their voices, to respect them, to accompany them, and to support them, because their contribution can be of great values. They have more credibility compared to some other individuals. How can we serve this in order to guarantee this future that is secure to them? In order to do that, I can conclude by saying that this experience in organizing a forum about the future conscience just a few days before the COP22 under the patronage of the King Mohammed VI, in cooperation with the Association of the Muhammad Religious Association, we had the opportunity to meet several leaders in culture and religion, and also some scholars and philosophers and environmentalists. And at that time, we discussed several issues that have to do with art, with philosophy about this issue. I would like also to share with you that we have to come up with recommendations about the environment. I think that the most significant recommendations are to consider the climate change as a threat that is major for the well-being and the future of the humanity and life on Earth. I think that it is very important to call upon the dialogue of religions, of cultures, in order to reinforce the responsibility of the citizen of the world vis-a-vis the environment. And we have to assume our responsibility ecologically, and we have to mobilize the research centers in the universities, and we have to look at the civilizations in the past that have models in protecting the environment, and we have to work to transform our children to be adopting the best practices in education, in arts, in media, and in different applications. And also we have to converge all the diverse questions that can help us establish a platform that is universal, based on the values that are humanist and the values that can have more impact.
حده يعني الوقت اللي كان المفروض لها انتهى.
Thank you very much. We thank all panelists for their valuable contributions, and we thank the audience for their attentive listening, and peace be upon you. Thank you very much. In conclusion, we would like to thank all the panelists who have been both intellectual and insightful with their very deep contributions, and we thank all attendees. We would like to notify you that the next session will start after 15 minutes break. Thank you very much.
نتمنى من الضيوف التكرم بالدخول إلى القاعة. ستبدأ الجلسة الآن. تزال أعمال الملتقى الثامن.
Our event continue for the 8th Assembly of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace. Our work continues in its third day of the 8th Assembly of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace. So we renew our welcoming in this scientific session titled An Open headed the Inclusive Citizenship Charter, a call for commitment, headed by His Excellency Al-Sunusi, and a speech by His Excellency Abu Bakr Sayyid Abdullah Jamal Leil. The first topic would be the path towards inclusive citizenship, and the previous Mufti of Bosnia, as well as His Excellency Arsalan Suleiman, the Council Fellow at the Institute for the Study of Diplomacy, the Georgetown University in the USA, as well as Miss Alison Hillard, Program Manager, Wilton Park from the United Kingdom. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Well, shukran lak akhi al-kareem, and well, good morning. Good morning to everyone. Very happy to be with all of you here. This session, we would like to have this session as a dialogical session. So we have speakers here in the room, as well as we have speakers online, virtually joining us from the United States, as well as from the UK. So the topic for this particular session is quite important for all of us. We are gathered here to discuss inclusive citizenship. And we need to frame this discussion. We need to talk about how we get here, how we get to this day to discuss inclusive citizenship. There were several statements and declarations in the past decade or more. And I always mention the Marrakesh Declaration. And even before Marrakesh Declaration, there were so many declarations as well. But the Marrakesh Declaration was really the foundation for our discussion today. From Marrakesh Declaration, and the road to Marrakesh Declaration was not easy, There were so many preparatory meetings that took place in the Muslim world under the leadership of Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya. He gathered scholars, he discussed with the scholars behind closed doors and in public conferences in many countries before we got to Marrakesh and produced the Marrakesh Declarations in 2016. But the Marrakesh Declaration was clear that it is a foundation for many declarations to come. And you are all aware of all of these declarations. From Marrakesh, we saw the human fraternity, we saw the Mecca Declaration, and we saw the new Alliance of Virtue Declaration, which was signed in the United States. And today we are discussing Inclusive Citizenship Charter. All of these elements were mentioned in the Marrakesh. So Marrakesh Declaration is a living document with us. So today we wanted to talk about how all of these declarations, in fact, inspired the discussion on inclusive citizenship today. So we have, as I mentioned, scholars with us here in the room and virtually. And I want to begin the discussion by inviting, as you know, an extensive experience, and he's a prominent global figure. He's the former Mufti of Bosnia and Mufti of Bosnia Emeritus right now, but we all give him the title as a Mufti at large for the world. So Dr. Sarash, you know it all. You were in Marrakesh. You were discussing all of these elements before Marrakesh. And you are with us today as we are discussing inclusive citizenship. So tell us, Dr. Serish, how all of these statements help us to get here.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen.
Peace be upon you all, and praise to God Almighty that has created land and the skies and earth. And He created the universe and the cosmos in a meticulous way, where the planets run according to their paths. And thank goodness that the sun is rising and will sunset in its time without any disasters. We thank God Almighty for the blessings of faith. If He did not bring us to Him, we wouldn't have been able to find our path. Thank goodness for this country, the United Arab Emirates, that brought us here at this time, and for this goal and target, for us to be the carriers of peace with the contemporary spirit, or the spirit of the times, a spirit of peace and security and safety. And blessed be Almighty for the blessing of for the mentoring by His Eminence Abdullah bin Bayya, who was able to gather us all here through the 8th Assembly of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace, or rather for the Assembly of Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace, going all the way back from Marrakesh and the Alliance of Virtues till where we are here today. And praise be God Almighty that you are all awake and not asleep, and you are ready to listen to us. And we would like to thank my colleague, the moderator of this session, Mr. Muhammad Al-Sanusi, who has an impact on myself and this movement in Abu Dhabi. I prepared for this my article, which is long, and he asked me to summarize it, and it's difficult for a mufti to be short. However, I'll try my best to abide by the time given. However, in the beginning, since he wants a dialogue and he wants you to interact with us and exchange with us, and I agree with him, and now more than before. But I would like here to ask, or I would like to introduce to you two ideas that we can revolve our discussions about, or around them. The first being, I believe that we can agree, all of us here, that we live a crisis. But it's not just a single crisis. There's an ethical crisis, an economical one, a health one, and also a crisis of social and relationships and others. However, at the same time, we say, when was the world ever without a crisis? From the very first day Adam came to this world and left Eden and descended to earth, and we have been living a crisis with him. However, this time, there are three crises that are more severe than any previous time. The nuclear one, which is the mass destruction of planet Earth, as well as as the climate crisis or the climate change and the poverty crisis. And I would like to add another crisis to it, which is the health issue due to COVID or Corona. I was born in the aftermath, I was born living the dialectical materialism theory for Marx, who was this theory viewed that all what's occurring in the world throughout history was a conflict, was a materialistic conflict, or a conflict that results from materialistic needs. This is what I was brought upon in my secondary school and else, and we lived during the reign of communism, and we thought that this theory will continue till Judgment Day. And it wasn't until Soviet communism fell, then this theory fell with it. And now, this electrical materialism theory has died off, more or less. And if Marx comes back from heaven or hell, I don't know where he is right now, he would have came running back that his ideas have been well gone and the spiritual ideas are prevailing. So we are transferring from the eclectical materialism Marxism to dialectical spiritualism, which we are living during its times. So spirit now is prevalent everywhere. And what we mean by spirit is religions. Today we are competing with one another in spiritualities. This came to, and rather, that's why we can talk now, or we can discuss, and we can call this crisis the spiritualistic crisis, instead of discussing materialistic crisis. Have you heard that a poor man suicided? No. Have you heard of a rich man suiciding? Yes. Why? Because he felt a spiritual voidness or emptiness. So he didn't see a meaning to his life. While for a poor man, these are only materialistic needs. They, more or less, poor people don't suicide. What I wanted to say here, this is the main concept or idea that I want to tell you, that crisis is an opportunity for creative, for intellectual creativity, or new dialectical spiritualism. There's a difference, by the way, between spiritism and spiritualism. But we are discussing here dialectical spiritualism. And out of these crises, I tried to summarize them in 10 historical locations or events that changed human mentality or thoughts. I started with the Medina Declaration in the 7th century AD, then the Magna Carta in the 13th century, followed by, historically speaking here, chronologically, the Declaration of Human Rights, or the Human Rights Charter in 1948, and then Nostra Aetate in 1965, followed by the common word between us and them in Jordan, and then after the 11th of September events in New York, and the 11th of March in Madrid in 2004, and the 7th of July 2005, we from European Muslims, we had a statement of Muslim Europeans that Europe is not a land of Islam or war, but a land of social contract. Followed by it in 2014, this forum came to be the Forum for Peace in Human Societies, and from it came to be the Declaration of Marrakesh in 2017, and then the Alliance of Virtues in Washington. Then the human fraternity, the signing between the Pope Francis and the Sheikh of Azhar, and last but not least, the Mecca declaration. And what we want to say to you, our brothers, Christians and Jews, be assured and feel safe. We started from Medina and we ended up in Mecca. And what is the best evidence that we are on the right track is the speech that you've heard yourselves from two major icons in the opening and the launch of the events of this forum, which is the Medina icon and from His Eminence Abdullah bin Bayya, the role model of civility, as well as from Mr. Abdul Karim Isa. So what do we say? The spirit or the messenger, the angels came to in Mecca to deliver the divine message to the Prophet Muhammad, and in Medina. So, and we pray as Muslims to Mecca, it's as if we are connecting the two declarations, Medina and Mecca. This is a symbolism, it has a symbolism meaning for all non-Muslims, Christians, Jews, and non-Muslims. And there's a verse in the Quran that all of you people of Holy Scriptures, when they do good deeds, they are repaid by God Almighty, and they should not fear, and they are safe. And that's why I want to announce on behalf of Medina and Mecca pacts and declarations that you are in Abu Dhabi, in the land of wisdom. And remember, back in the day in Baghdad, there was the House of Wisdom. Today we are here in the House of Wisdom of today's world. We welcome you to safety and security, and God Almighty calls for peace, so we call you for peace as well. Peace be upon you all.
Thank you so much, Mufti Serge, for this also explaining the roadmap for this dialogue. Now I want to move from here, from this room, all the way to Washington. So we're doing this virtually, and we have with us Mr. Arsalan Suleiman. So I see Arsalan. Arsalan is the fellow at Georgetown University and a prominent lawyer. And Arsalan has been actually following all of this, the development of these documents that we mentioned earlier. So I want to have a dialogue with Arsalan now to talk about, Arsalan, thank you for being with us. It is almost 3:00 a.m. in Washington, right?
Yes, assalamu alaikum to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Sanusi. It's my pleasure to be joining you, and I wish it were in person, but I want to send my salam to everyone and my thanks to Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, to the forum, to yourself, Dr. Sanusi, to Zishan, and all the organizers for once again conducting a very excellent forum, and I'm very glad to be joining this dialogue.
Thank you so much, Arsalan. Arsalan, you have been following the roots to all of these documents. You were involved in Marrakesh Declaration. You were involved in the Alliance of Virtue. And you are involved in the development of the inclusive citizenship as well. In your capacity, when you were formal official serving the Obama administration as the Deputy Special Envoy for the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, also as a lawyer and as an activist as well. How you see all of these documents help to shape and to advance the dialogue on all of these critical issues between the West and the Muslim world?
Well, it really has been a pleasure to have been a witness to many of these declarations and documents and conferences, because I think they all are very important contributions to the overall dialogue and the advancement of peace and mutual collaboration. The fundamental motivations behind many of these documents and initiatives is really to harness the power and the authority of religious leaders and scholars and communities, because we know that these religious leaders and scholars and religious communities have such influence over many societies and globally as a general force, can make a real important contribution to peace and have done so for centuries. And so these initiatives were really meant to reinvigorate the role that religious leaders can play. And so I think, as Dr. Mufti Charik was mentioning, this dialogical progression of many of these initiatives, that's exactly what we have seen. We've seen the progression of the initiatives. For example, if you look at the Marrakesh Declaration, where you have a document focused on declaring from the Islamic perspective how to ground the idea of ensuring that everyone, no matter what their religion or belief, is endowed with, and his or her rights must be protected from that perspective, that religious freedom, to the Alliance of Virtue Charter, which is a broader initiative and a broader conception of looking at what inclusive citizenship really is. And it's an initiative that's meant to bring the Abrahamic faiths together in particular, but really all faiths, in order to focus on the common humanity that we all have and to work together to protect that common humanity. And I think one of the critical elements of the Charter is the focus on ensuring that all minorities, whether ethnic, religious, linguistic, they have the same human rights that anyone else has. And those human rights are both rights guaranteed by governments, but also rights that are recognized as having been endowed to all humans by our Creator. That any minority belonging to an ethnic, religious, linguistic, etc. group, those minorities have the exact same rights as any other citizen would have, whether they're from the majority group or from any other group. And that fundamental guarantee of rights for everybody, regardless of their background, regardless of their race, that's a critical element of any society, any rights-respecting society, any society that respects human dignity and human rights. And the focus of this charter is to really ensure that the religious leaders are doing their part and communities are doing their part to focus on this. And there are, specific ways that the charter outlines in which religious communities and leaders and others can focus, including on education, including on humanitarian activities, including on advocacy. But I think this is the translation of the principles into action. And it's really merging the principles with a framework for action. And it's that framework which is the topic, of course, of this summit of the forum that's being held right now, which is the inclusive citizenship focus. And so this charter really sets forth how this concept would be implemented in terms of bringing the concept into action. And that exactly has been the focus of the conference as well, to focus on different areas for those actions to take place.
Great. Thank you so much, Arsalan. Please stay with us. I'm going to come back to you again. I know it is very late, early morning in Washington, 3 o'clock, but if you can stay with us for the next few minutes, that would be good. So I want to move from here to go to London. And I want to bring Miss Alison Hillard. Alison is the program manager for the Wilton Park in the UK. So Alison has been really a leader and for this dialogue. Probably you heard Sheikh bin Baye spoke about this, that how the partnership between the forum and the Wilton Park in all of this citizenship dialogue. The dialogue, it was technically led by Alison. So Alison, it's really very nice to see you here today. We have been working together for a long time, and we reached to this point today. So Alison, you know it all. You have been following, and we want to take this opportunity also to thank you for your leadership, the technical support that Wilton Park and yourself in particular provided for us so that we are in this state right now. So Alison, please, your remark.
Thank you very much indeed, and lovely to be with you. I'm only sorry that I'm not with you in Abu Dhabi in person, but greetings from a very cold and wet England on a winter's day. So thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to speak about how the series of Wilton Park dialogues on inclusive citizenship has really contributed to this meeting and to your launch later today of your forum's charter on inclusive citizenship. Wilton Park, as many of you know, is part of the British government. And for the last 75 years, we've been hosting meetings designed to promote peace through dialogue. And our series of dialogues on inclusive citizenship grew out of our Wilton Park meeting in Italy in 2018, which was held in partnership with the British Embassy to the Holy See, the Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue and the Adian Foundation in Lebanon. And the dialogue really centred around how policymakers and religious leaders in the Middle East could work together to combat violent extremism. And at the meeting, religious leaders and British ambassadors from across the Middle East agreed that the idea and the practice of inclusive citizenship was really critical to promote peace and coexistence in the region. And I think it's true to say that inclusive citizenship was seen to be particularly important in providing an alternative to Daesh's narrative of exclusion, and that it was felt that the adoption of inclusive citizenship could practically help address the root causes of violent extremism. So as a result of that meeting, it was agreed that Wilton Park, as we said, should facilitate a series of meetings to discuss the development of this a new framework for citizens and members of different religious groups to live together as equal citizens, respecting each other's rights and existence. And on those early days, we were received by Pope Francis of the Vatican and really encouraged by him to get down to business. And that was how our dialogues on inclusive citizenship began. We had 6 dialogues held in partnership with the Adian Foundation and with the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies, with Sheikh bin Baye, of course, having attended that meeting in Italy in 2018. And he too, as an aside, has an historic link with my organisation, Wilton Park, because I believe he says that it was at a meeting at our headquarters in Sussex in England in the UK in 2007 that he decided to devote himself to the Islamic theology of citizenship and coexistence. And that journey, of course, has led to the historic Marrakesh Declaration. And I know that Sheikh bin Baye sees the forum's new charter on inclusive citizenship as the continuation of the Marrakesh Declaration. And then going back to our dialogues then on inclusive citizenship, we held the first dialogue in 2018 in Abu Dhabi, and it was here that the idea of drawing up a charter on inclusive citizenship in the Arab countries was born. And then we had further face-to-face meetings in Abu Dhabi and in the United Kingdom, and then 3 further virtual dialogues, the final one taking place in June earlier this year. I think it's very important to say that major local and international faith-based organisations, as well as senior experts from different religious and cultural backgrounds, joined the dialogues to really help develop that vision of inclusive citizenship as a framework, and a framework that promotes a new model for peace and coexistence in the region. So we formed a unique consortium of these religious and interfaith organisations, and they all agreed to work together to draft and to endorse and then to implement a new charter on inclusive citizenship for the Middle East. And that, in my opinion, was a really unique consortium. And we had 12 different members of the consortium and 10 different members of international organisations and senior experts. And they ranged from the Abian Foundation, the Al-Orfani Organisation for the Monotheistic Druze Community, the Al-Hoi Institute, the Forum itself, of course, Kaisit Interreligious Platform and Cooperation in the Arab World, Callan Research and Media, the Middle East Council of Churches, the Muslim Council of Elders, the Muslim World League, the Royal Institute for Interfaith Studies, and the UNESCO Chair for Interreligious Dialogue Studies in the Islamic World at Kufa University. And then they were joined by a wonderful group of advisors, the advisor to the President of Egypt on Religious Affairs, the Coptic Orthodox Archbishop of London, the Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue on the Holy See, the Anglican Commission for Interfaith Relations, KCID, the Network for Religious and Traditional Peacemakers, the chair of the World Council of Muslim Communities, the senior advisor to the King of Morocco, and of course representatives of the Yazidi community in the Iraqi community. So a wonderful, diverse and wise group who all gave their time and energy and wisdom to work together to try to produce a common document. Now, it was hoped to have a joint charter on inclusive citizenship agreed from this consortium group to spell out how all citizens might live together in freedom and dignity and security and peace, and reject all forms of discrimination and hatred and violence. And the draft charter out of that process that was produced last June had really widespread support and backing. It was endorsed, for example, by the 4 presidents of the Middle East Council of Churches. The Secretary General of the MECC talked about it being a positive narrative of religious pluralism. The Secretary General of the Muslim World League, Sheikh Al-Isa, gave it his unwavering support throughout the process, saying it would help consolidate the values of peace and love and harmony, and strengthen our bonds of fraternity. And just to quote Archbishop Andreas of the Coptic Orthodox Church, who spoke to your meeting earlier, he said, "This difficult journey is bridging religious and doctrinal differences. We now need to think of how we walk with each other, how our presence in each other's lives changes each other. We have to think how our presence in each other's life enriches each other as an ethos, a way of life, and a lifeline to those who feel that they might be forgotten or who don't understand how to deal with each other." So we published the draft text of the charter as a report, and you can find that certainly on the Wilton Park website alongside its recommendations, because after all, as one of our consortium members, Bishop Rainier, the then Archbishop of the Anglican province of Alexandria, said, "We don't really need a beautiful charter. Implementation is the most important thing. The legs and the hands, the implementation is the key thing." And the recommendations for implementation included developing educational policies and curricula to be in line with the principles and the values of inclusive citizenship, There were strategies to cooperate in confronting extremist rhetoric. We talked about ways of developing media literature and content to ensure freedom of expression, to guarantee that respect for diversity in religion. And we looked at ways to develop partnerships to promote inclusive citizenship and to advocate for the guarantee of all rights and freedoms, and especially religious freedom and inviolability of conscience for everyone, abolishing all kinds of discrimination from laws. And then finally, there were recommendations to create national councils for living together to implement those initiatives to ensure everyone effectively participated in public life and decision making. It has to be said, though, that although all the consortium members endorsed that concept of inclusive citizenship, that different views remained in relation to the implications of the concept, which did not allow us at that stage to agree on a common text for a new charter on inclusive citizenship. And in particular, the Forum for Promoting Peace had difficulties with sections around religious freedom, religious diversity, gender, and the role of policymakers and advocacy. And so instead then, we published a dialogue report containing the text we've been working on with affirmation. Hoped very much that that would be the basis for further discussion. And in fact, the Forum promised to discuss inclusive citizenship and the idea of a charter at this their annual meeting, which is indeed what you've been doing over the last few days. So I very much look forward to hearing and to seeing how the charter that the Forum will now launch will be able to build on that work of the consortium. And it's very encouraging to see that the narrative around inclusive citizenship is gaining such traction, that its importance is being recognised, and perhaps most importantly, that its implementation is being discussed. And of course, the more the message is spread, and more its implementation can be taken seriously, and the more chance it has of taking root and of making a real difference in the Middle East and globally. So I would very much hope that these few days of discussion on inclusive citizenship and the charter then that the Forum will launch today will sow very strong seeds of how inclusive citizenship can help lay the foundation for peace. And I'm very grateful to those who've given us the time and their really creative energy and their wisdom over the last 3 years to lay a foundation for inclusive citizenship, to be championed and taken up by governments and by policymakers, and to be supported by religious leaders, many of them in the room in Abu Dhabi, and to see inclusive citizenship championed in schools and by women's groups and by young people in community organisations. And I'd really like to express a particular thanks to the Forum and to the Reverend Paddy Dow of the Adian Foundation, who held the pen on our efforts to have a jointly agreed text. And I very much welcome and applaud now the Forum's efforts and their commitment to ensure that inclusive citizenship becomes a way of life, not another charter or another policy document, but a living commitment that makes a difference to how we all live together, that it might provide young generations with opportunities to fulfill their lives, to choose that I'm not with you, but it's lovely to be with you virtually. So thank you. And thank you for your encouragement and support in this process over the last 3 years too. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alison. Yes, we can give Alison a round of applause. Thank you so much for your commitment and to this dialogue and for your help in this past, more than 2 years. And I also would like to reiterate what Alison has said. I would like also to appreciate the leadership of the Adian Foundation, where fortunate to have Reverend Father Dr. Fadi Dawood with us here. He was a strong partner with the Forum and the Adyan Foundations and all the consortiums members that were mentioned by Alison. We really appreciate that. Now, definitely, Alison spoke about the process and how we get here. And also she spoke about what we have done together. It was really historical. This is a first process on inclusive citizenship. Is an interreligious process. Has people from different faiths discussing inclusive citizenship. So that was really unique. And we're very happy to see that we do have a charter today. Now, as I promised all of you earlier, still we have our speakers here. We have Mufti Sarash in person, we have Arsalan virtually, and maybe Alison is still there. But I want to turn to you in this hall. We want to have dialogue. If you wanted to ask a question to the panelists, if you want to talk about how inclusive citizenship could be a call for commitment, please raise your hand. We have my brothers here will give you the mic so you can speak. We're going to have just speak for 1 minute probably, because we want to have this dialogue. We want to include as much possible as much people as possible. So do we have the mic ready? Do you have a mic? The mic, please. Yeah. So give the mic to Dr. Asma Kaftaro there, please. So let's hear the voice of Dr. Asma Kaftaro.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Peace be upon you and the blessings on his companions and kin. This is something I wanted to say since yesterday. Everybody has congratulated UAE with its 50th anniversary of the Federation. I just want to clarify one thing. In the 50th year anniversary celebrations, I have been to the foundation of the UAE, and the focus was on the role of women on founding the union. What I want to say is that inclusive citizenship, effective citizenship, without the contribution of women is not going to be complete. And therefore, it is very important for us to continuously communicate. And Dr. Sharma yesterday, when she warmed our hearts yesterday, when she talked about the equality between men and women in the collective work of building the nation. And the speech that Katrin, the process that Katrin has mentioned about the non-elimination of women, we want to make sure that everybody talked about the verse that we have created you as men and women, men and women, so that you meet each other. Everybody ignored the genderism there, and we want to make sure that it is essential that in all the sessions I have not seen any theme about the role of women in building an inclusive citizenship in our communities. Even the discussion about youth was mentioned for male youth, not female youth. We just want to make sure that our speech is always genderized, so that and gender specific. And just like yesterday, for example, in the recommendations that UAE will be a navigation point in building fraternity. And from my own experience in the UAE community, women, UAE should be a cornerstone in consolidating the role of women. And we can see this evident in this great nation, in the law, where it's adapted to preserve the rights of women. And I call upon the other countries as well to take the same path, to put women as a decision maker and a builder of a cohesive society. Thank you for the forum of promoting peace, but I really look forward for the next year. Every year I demand, and I will continue to demand, for women to have an equal right of this podium and of this panel.
Reminding us about the inclusivity, which is really quite critical. And we completely agree with you. We need to work on the inclusion of women and youth and all minority group. But I'm glad that you emphasize the role of inclusivity and the role of women in particular in terms of advancing inclusive citizenship. So thank you for that. I understand also this matter, this issue also was Besa Ismail from Kosovo, when she addressed, also she spoke about the importance of the role of women in terms of inclusivity. So thank you so much for your comment. Do I have a hand here? If you have questions to the speakers, yes, I will go here. And the ones in the room, if you want to speak, please you raise your hand. I will prioritize you. I'll give you the opportunity first. I want to have that voice. Please, you have 1 minute.
اوكي شكرا. طبعا انا اسمي أبو بكر ولر من
Of course, my name is Abubakar and I'm from Chad. In fact, after listening to the speech of the Mufti from Bosnia, who talked about quite illuminating initiatives in the lives of humanity in relation to the relationship and the interfaith engagement. And here, this sparked the question that all of these great initiatives, starting with Al-Medina Declaration or Mecca Declaration, the issue always remains that how the contents of these initiatives and documents and declarations could be cascaded on leaders. We always notice that leaders and the elite are those who get together. And the problem remains on how do we then cascade the outcomes of these initiatives on reality. My question, how do we cascade? The question is clear. Thank you very much. To answer this question, there are declarations and documents, as you mentioned, but as Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya always reminds us, his job is to internalize, and the communication remains. Communication of these messages and cascading is the task of all of us. The internalization and the communication of these policies and documents and declaration remains the responsibility of all of us, leaders, and the whole of society approach, given that the entire society collaborates to implement these declarations and policies. But I can tell you that these declarations have been in practice in many places. So, for example, the Marrakesh Declaration, others in Iraq are now asking how the Marrakesh Declaration applied in relation to, for example, minorities in relation to the numbers, because it could be minority and a majority at two different places. So when we say minority, we always talk about a numerical minority. But I will get back to you, Dr. Mustafa Sersh. Yesterday, you heard Dr. Mustafa about the alliance of virtues was cascaded on reality. And one of the recommendations was to feed 1 billion hungry people. So what is the report from this? How to cascade declarations on reality? This question is really important. And I don't except to say and remind you that beginning the New Testament. So when we ask about how these declarations could be cascaded on in reality, we first of all should change the minds, because even the UNESCO declaration says that wars start with minds and are ended with minds, and peace also starts with minds, just like wars start with minds. So our job to make these documents lively, starting with the Medina Declaration, moving to Magna Carta, which is the constitution, and thereafter and thereon, up to this point of fraternity between the Catholic Church and the Muslims. You know that Pope Francis is the first pope that visited the peninsula. You know that. So even in Abu Dhabi, so these beginnings, and the Prophet, peace be upon him, needed 13 years to change the minds of non-Muslims, and there were no application of religions. But when he migrated to me, they started the actual application. And we're always between two points, between what's in our minds and what's in our hands. And like the hadith mentions, so if you see, you can change it with your hand, and if you can't, change it with your tongue, and if you can't, change it with your heart. Weakest form of belief. So this means that you have a hand, so you can influence actions and events, and you have your tongue and your heart. And in these conferences, we are the tongue, we are the word. And with this word, we can change the actions of hand, and we can also guide the heart. But as you may know, this is the weakest form of belief if the heart wants to be against corruption and evil and wrongdoing and so on and so forth. Thank you. So the Alliance of Virtues, after it was signed in Washington, one of its recommendations was to provide 1 million meals for the hungry and the poor in the world. And after that, the state of Kuwait, there was a conference that was attended by most of you, and Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah was there, and they have collected 3.5 billion meals, and this was a practical application for the Alliance of Virtues. And Dr. Abdullah Al-Matoug has announced that, and these documents were submitted to the United Nations and the World Food Organization and all entities. So this is a form of practical application. But I just want to go to Washington, to Arsalan. I think you're following us. You talked about Marrakesh earlier. Could you clarify
to advance religious freedom as a contribution from the Muslim communities to advance religious freedom in the world, particularly when you were at the State Department and your colleague at the International Religious Freedom Office at the State Department, how that was used to promote religious freedom to the world.
As everyone knows, the Marrakesh Declaration was a very important declaration where Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, and a number of other scholars who are there present at the forum. The forum was the host of that meeting, which led to that declaration. It set forth from the Islamic perspective the mandatory nature of protecting the rights of religious minorities. And it was grounded principally in the Charter of Medina, the Constitution of Medina, but also other elements of the Islamic principles. And that clarity, the clarity of the document, the clarity of the requirement that these principles of religious freedom must be protected, that is what gives the document power, and the truth of that principle and the truth of that document and its scholarly support from the teachings and from the sources, the core sources, Islamic sources. That helped to essentially create a standard by which countries could then be held to. Of course, we have documents, and Marrakesh Declaration and the Alliance of Virtue Charter also specifically reference documents such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other international treaties and covenants, which would include human rights treaties like the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which establish and create obligations on states, on governments to protect fundamental human rights. But we're talking about ensuring that not only government actors, but also civil society actors can come together and promote and protect the rights and freedoms, including of religion or belief. And so the Marrakesh Declaration was one such document that enabled policymakers and civil society who wanted to see greater action from religious communities, from religious leaders, from community leaders. This created a document that allowed those leaders to have a platform and was able to empower those communities and those leaders to have a more forceful voice in calling for the protection of religious minorities. When we talk about human rights, we have to remember we're really talking about ensuring that governments are protecting human rights. Individuals are the beneficiaries of these rights. We as individuals, as citizens, hold these rights, but it's up to the governments to protect those rights. And so I know that the forum usually attracts many government officials. It's important that the government officials are hearing the call for this demand of inclusive citizenship and this demand that human rights are protected for everyone. But as citizens, as community leaders, as religious leaders, it is also a role that we can play to make these demands of our government. And for those who interact with other governments or who work with multilateral organizations such as the United Nations or the Organization of Islamic Cooperation or the European Union, these are demands that can be made as well to those bodies and those institutions, because the restrictions on religious freedom are not restricted to any one geography of the world. We see religious communities suffering from religious persecution in all parts of the world. And so that is why these documents are really effective in helping to ensure that we are united behind these principles and that with that unity can take action.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Arsalan. So from Washington, I want to come back to here, to Abu Dhabi, to this room here. So I'm seeing hands. Yes, you have been raising hand. Can you get the microphone, please? Yeah, there. Yeah, to the brother there. Yes.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. في البدء شكرا لك.
First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed Al-Sanusi.
لأنك شخصية عالمية وفي
We we are very proud of you because you are an international figure, and at the same time you're from our country, from Sudan. So we are very proud of what you are, your efforts in coexistence and peace. The other thing is that I want to talk about in this short intervention is that what has been done since 2016, starting with the Marrakesh Declaration and then the Mecca or the Charter of Mecca until today, I think that this is a crucial stage as a collection and correction of sciences and perceptions and adopting an agile human-based approach and application through understanding of the other. And as you may know, many countries require and are in dire need of these principles and concepts, specifically African countries. And perhaps you also know that Sudan recently has undergone a revolution that calls for 3 slogans: freedom, peace, and fairness or justice. And these 3 slogans were created to expel Islamophobia in Sudan. And therefore, there was a need for these concepts that were called for by His Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Bia, God bless him, and God support him with further effort in health so that he can benefit the universe with his insights that will maintain the peace and security of societies. What I hope is to give a special focus and attention to Africa in specific due to the severity of the issue and the lack of understanding and extremism by some groups and some categories of the society. Thank you, Your Excellency. Could you Thank you. Ivan Jabal, the Minister of Immigration from Iraq. A salutation of peace from Iraq to our dear Emirates, the Emirates of tolerance and accepting the other. I want to, I really commend such countries, such events that promote peace. But in my point of view, I think we need to live this state through our personal experiences, that we accept others regardless of their nationality, religion, ethnicity, or any other consideration, with words that could be very simple, with more love, to transcend, to live in peace. We used to experience these sentiments through our internal peace and sense of peace towards the other, regardless of all forums or conferences. But today, we can only feel that if we have a true belief in our humanity, regardless of any terminology or jargon. Everybody knows that Iraq, since 2003, has gone through tremendous challenges and crises. However, the minorities are still living in Iraq and trying to coexist with the other with the utmost love. This is the fact that many disregard. But today, in order for us to live in peace, we need that kind of love.
Karima, shukran laki.
Thank you very much, our dear sister. If you would...
You to speak, but if you can talk on the subject, inclusive citizenship, a call to commitment. يعني خلينا في السبجكت. فأنا أريد يعني أشرك عدد أكبر في القاعة.
I want to include a bigger number of people here. Someone here wearing the traditional Arab dress has been raising his hand for a long time. Thank you very much. Peace be upon you all. And thank you very much. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Al-Sunusi, and all who have been presenting in this forum and this session. I would like to say that one of the most important modern directives in the implementation of the doctrine of inclusive citizenship as a whole and citizenship in particular is the importance that we should give to the role of school for social upbringing and political upbringing, in addition to arm children from the very beginning with the necessary experience outside outside the knowledge that they would get from their parents or their families. So these values and virtues become intrinsic in the very being and feelings and emotions of those students, and to improve the quality of the teacher that provides this process or does this process, to be well versed in their subject in order to gain the respect and appreciation of his students, to have the maximum impact he or she can on them. So an upbringing of peace. Peace is a human target and a noble goal that humanity strives to achieve, and to focus on challenging violence and all of that. Thank you very much.
I need the mic to this side of the room, please. I want to include as many of you. Just if you can just make it 1 minute, that's going to help all of us, so we can include more people. So I want to give it to my sister here to speak, and then I will go to London. If they have a mic here, please, yeah.
In the name of Sanusi, because this is an opportunity, so God bless you. You changed the way things were run by having this interactive session. So thanks and appreciations to His Eminence, Abdullah bin Baya. We've heard a lot about the beginnings and where we have arrived today. And I believe that coming to this point is one of the characteristics of this forum. So I ask God Almighty to bless our blessings. And I would like to congratulate the United Arab Emirates in its 50th anniversary. So congratulations. And I would like here to discuss the importance of reviving tradition, especially African culture, in what comes in regards to inclusive citizenship. And one of the there is in European language there's something called Yurabi, which can be this term can be translated into a human being. However, in the Yoruba language, we mean by it the classification or the characterization of this being by being human. However, it's a number of characteristics and principles that are translated in the human persona or character. When we say someone, thank you very much. So we have the idea. One last point. I believe that the UAE is very interested in reviving culture and tradition, and I believe that it's a connecting, it's a bridge that connects people. Thank you very much. Another aspect, she spoke about traditions and habits and culture, and how these strengthen and emphasize inclusive citizenship.
We have to look into the custom of people, the custom, the traditions, العادات والتقاليد، لأن هذه عادات وتقاليد حميدة. We have to look into it. So thank you for adding that dimension. I wanna go to London. I know that Alison is still with us, and Alison, if you are with us, inclusivity was mentioned a number of times. Maybe it is good if you want to speak on, just briefly, how the process that you led was inclusive in terms of inclusion of women, minority groups, and various traditions and religions, which actually help to shape the documents that we're talking about it today. Alison. All right, I'm not sure if Miss Allison is with us. Yes, you're there. Did you hear my question, Allison?
Yes, thank you. I heard your question, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you. I think what was unique about our process of dialogue was that the process itself is inclusive, which is why we formed this consortium of 12 different faith and interfaith groups. So I think it was inclusive to that end, and an important aspect of it was trying to reach a joint agreement with 12 different groups coming together. I think I would have to say, though, as several of your speakers have picked up on, that it was not particularly inclusive of young people or of women. And certainly in terms of further discussion and looking at its implementation, those would be two key areas that I feel need to be prioritized. So a charter is one thing, and implementation is another thing. And the implementation really does need to include women and to include young people to drive that forward. But in terms of our process, both including Christian and Muslim and Druze and Yazidi, was crucial to how we designed our process, and perhaps which is why it made it so unusual. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed.
Thank you so much, Alison. And we're going to conclude maybe in 7 minutes or so. So feel free to stay with us as well. Now, I want to get a couple of comments. This side of the room, I don't see any sisters raising hand here. I want to be as inclusive as possible. Any sister raising hand? All right. No, I'm gonna go to you because you have been raising your hand for a long time. I'll come to you. Yes, please, just 1 minute.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على الحبيب المصطفى رحمة للعالمين. شكرا جزيلا لكم وشكرا لكل.
Thank you very much, and thank for all who have organized this great assembly or forum. I just wanted to mention here or to highlight the role of His Eminence Abdullah bin Bayyah was a major global role. He has ideas, he has visions, and he has initiatives that we need here in the African coast, especially in Mali. We have a crisis, and I believe the visions, the thoughts and visions of the principle of His Eminence Abdullah bin Bayyah would play a major role in finding a solution in our region. We need how we can translate in practice these ideas in our region. Thank you very much, and God bless you all, because these are positive things in a renewed international reality. Thank you very much. And as you know, His Eminence has held conferences in Nouakchott in Mauritania for the scientists of the Sahel or the coast. And the idea is how can scientists and researchers from Mali and others, how they can strengthen peace and security. This was held in Nouakchott. And now I'm going to move to the ex-Tunisian minister. And I remember that when I recall when we were going to Marrakesh, we stopped in Tunisia before 2016 to contemplate. We recall how His Eminence gathered scientists from all over, including Tunisia, on his path to Marrakesh. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Peace be upon you all. In the name of God the Almighty, I have a suggestion stemming from the Marrakesh Declaration, Makkah's doctrine, and the Alliance of Virtues. We have a number of materials that can be a reference that has to do with universal virtues, and this has to be part of our institutional makeup. This has to be part of our and because every human being has to, in the Tunisian constitution, this has to be part of our constitutions, because even in the Tunisian constitution, everything that we see and comes out of these meetings, this forum for peace is a force of suggestion, and the UAE, with its weight in this world and its place in the world, can present this to the rest of the world. Thank you very much. He mentioned a very important point on how Marrakesh Declaration would be part of the constitutions.
Codification of Marrakesh Declaration in institutions. That's what he was talking about.
I recall, Your Excellence, when we were in Tunisia, and talking about Marrakesh, you had the transformation or parliament in Tunisia, and His Eminence met with the members of the parliament, which has impacted positively the Tunisian constitution that is celebrated by the entire world, since it cares for human rights and religious, the freedom of religious practices.
Please go ahead.
لبيك دكتور محمد السنوسي.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanusi. First, I would like to thank everyone, and I would like to say one of the ways of implementing global citizen or inclusive citizenship is to be realistic and walk hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder with other people. A few minutes ago, the UAE has just declared changing the weekend for it to be half a day on Friday and Saturday and Sunday to be days off. However, what I wanted to say that the UAE, through this decision, has implemented the Marrakesh Declaration to provide religious freedom, so that during Friday, a Muslim can practice his or her practices, and non-Muslims can do that on the rest of the weekend. Thank you very much.
Shukran.
Thank you very much.
We didn't know about it. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a good news you shared with us, and it's all inclusivity. So allow everybody to practice freely. Now, I want to go, we have a guest here. I know that Mr. Saleh is the General Secretary or Coordinator of the Iraq Religious Freedom and Discriminations. He's with us here. And Saleh, where are you? Because I know that you are in the room. Yes, I want you to speak from the perspective of Kurdistan and how you use Marrakesh. كيف استخدمتم مراكش ديكلاريشن وكيف انه ساعدكم في العراق. عندك دقيقة هناك.
You have a minute.
First of all, and I think the Marrakesh Treaty, I think, is quite important, particularly in the countries that has a kind of diverse society, which I think is quite important to. But the most importantly is the implementation of the treaty, which I think is quite important. And the countries that is the government, it's not that really powerful, or the rule of law is just quite kind of absent. I think it's the role of religious leaders is quite important. So I think it's through the religious leaders we can implement the treaty, and through the schools and through and mainly the religious leaders could through the mosques, from the preaching as well, could promote for the treaty and ask the religious leaders on the local level also just to implement the treaty, which I think is quite important. And without it, and without this institution, which is the religious institution, we cannot really implement this treaty. And the other point is that in the Iraq Kurdistan region, we managed just to host all the communities who left the south of the country, and I think part of what we believe is just to do with the
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You know, I would have loved يعني كنت أحب أن يكون عندنا
I really loved it if I would have had more time for this dialogue to continue. However, now it's 1:17. So we apologize.
The opportunity to speak, and hopefully we will give you the opportunity in the next sessions as well. But I want to go back to the stage here. Mufti at large, any concluding remarks?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. You have enriched this session with your comments. We can talk about these documents more and more, but what I would like you to join me in praying to Almighty God to make these sessions and this project of Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya successful and continuous. I have participated in many conferences, many projects that started and came to just halfway and stopped. Now we see the continuity of this. And we would like to also say our sincere blessings for the government of the United Emirates to continue to support this idea that we are all blessed and we are all committed to it. And finally, I would like you to join me in a prayer. It is in Arabic. It is enough that you say Ameen. You can trust me that it is good one. أعوذ بالله من الهم والحزن ونعوذ بالله من العجز والكسل
آمين
ونعوذ بالله من البخل والجبن ونعوذ بالله من غلبة الدين وقهر الرجال وقهر النساء. Allahumma anta rabbi.
God Almighty, you are my creator. There is no creator but you. I am your slave and I'm on your pact as much as I can. I am in gratitude of your blessings and I express my sins, and you are the only one who would forgive sins. You are the forgiver. Please forgive us. You are the forgiver who loves forgiveness, so forgive us. And may the blessings and be upon the Prophet Muhammad and all messengers of God. And our last thing to say is praise to God Almighty.
Still go to Washington because I have Arsalan still there, so we can have prayer from Washington as well. Arsalan, are you with us? Any concluding remarks?
I am here. My only concluding remark is to say Ameen to the beautiful prayer of our Mufti, Dr. Mustafa Charik, and to say salam to everyone there again, and to give my best wishes to all of you on a successful forum. And inshallah, the spirit of the forum will carry with you when you go back to your home countries, and we can all work towards building inclusive citizenship throughout the world, inshallah.
Thank you, and I mean to that, Arsalan. And I want to go to Wilton Park, also to Alison. We need prayer from the UK as well. Alison.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Mohammed. So just sending sort of blessings and Godspeed for a successful outcome to this conference, and that inclusive citizenship might really take root in people's hearts, and that they might see it through their hands and their head, so that it might be implemented to make a real difference to bring about peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And above all, I want to thank you. Thank you so much for being so patient, and thank you for your contribution. And we look forward to another engaging session in the afternoon. Enjoy your lunch, and the floor is yours. Yep.
وفي ختام هذه
for their enriching speeches and interventions. And we would like to thank you, esteemed audience, and we would like to bring your attention that the next session will come to be after the lunch break in 2:15, at 2:15. Bon appétit.
هناك الكاميرا. زين شو اسمه؟ واضح الصوت؟ أهم شيء التابعين من بعيد. يلا نبدأ. أوكي. الفيديو بيكون خاص، إذا تبون تضيفونه بعدين براحتكم، هذا بيكون خاص لي. إذا تبون أشيله بعدين. طبعا لي الشرف لكن ما أقدر أفرض عليكم شيء. لحظة شوي. حد يعطيني بس البداية. 1 2 3. في دولة نهجها نشر القيم واحترام جميع الأطراف من شتى ربوع الديار، هذه إمارات زايد قادها للأمام، واليوم حنا بوقت فيه جني الثمار وفي الدورة الثامنة للسلم، واغلى سلام في بوظبي again. لا الغي مرة ثانية. غلطت بعيد الفيديو. اي ولا ما يسمع. اي اوكي.
حضورنا الكريم، نعود فنجدد الترحيب بكم في جلسة علمية جديدة ضمن أعمال الملتقى الثامن لمنتدى تعزيز السلم في المجتمعات المسلمة في يومه الثالث. وسيناقش المشاركون في هذه الجلسة موضوع نماذج وتجارب عالمية ناجحة في التنوع والتعايش السعيد برئاسة الدكتور محمد البشاري. سيكون حول نماذج وتجارب عالمية ناجحة في التنوع والتعايش السعيد، والمشاركون هم سعادة الدكتور عمر حبتور الدرعي المدير العام لمجلس الإمارات للإفتاء الشرعي، وعن النموذج المصري الدكتور أسامة السيد الأزهري مستشار رئيس الجمهورية للشؤون الدينية من جمهورية مصر العربية، وعن النموذج السنغافوري فضيلة الأستاذ إروان هادي نائب مدير السياسات واللوائح الدينية المجلس الديني الإسلامي من سنغافورة، وعن النموذج الفنلندي فضيلة بيا جاردي رئيسة المجلس الفنلندي المشترك بين الأديان من فنلندا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على مولانا رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه الغر الميامين وعلى من اتبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين، ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. أنا كنت عدت ورقة تمهيدية، لكن موضوع الوقت سوف يزاحم هذه الجلسة، لكن لا بأس بذكر مقتطف صغير منها كإرشاد لهذه الجلسة. البدء لا بد من الاستهلال من منطلقات تعزيز وتقوية الدوافع التي ترسخ القيم الجوهرية وتبرز من التناغم والانسجام القائم بين كل من مفهومي الوطن والأمة الذي طالما اختطفت جوانبه جماعات الإسلام السياسي لإحداث شرخ يسمح لها بالتغلغل من خلاله، محطمة سياجا ركائز أساسية في عماد الدول واستكانتها، وعابثة في طمأنينتها من خلال التلاعب بالألفاظ والأفكار دون رعاية ما للأوطان من ارتباط وصيانة للسيادة والجنسية وللدفع بالمشتركات الثقافية وحماية الحريات الدينية وديمومة التناغم والوئام بين كافة العناصر المركبة للمجتمع ككل. وفي إغفال هذه المعاني المؤدية لصون القيم وفي إعلاء للمصالح الشخصية والنوازع الفردانية على مصلحة الأمة والكل ووحدة الإنسان والإنسانية، اندفعت العديد من المحركات التحريضية على إذكاء فتيل الفرقة والتشرذم، متخفية وراء شعارات الفرقة الناجية ومتطفلة على اعتقاد المرء وأقصى درجات إيمانياته ومحاولة إجباره على انتهاج ركبهم أو الوعيد من النار التي لم يفرضها بهذه.
And trying to convince them to take their path because it's only their path that is the path to salvation, and every other path leads you to hell, and that the group or the organization is above the country. And thus, the initiative by His Eminence Abdullah bin Bayya transitions from cooperation to implementing or participating in implementing and setting a new world order that ensures to free Islam from being kidnapped by terrorist groups, for the betterment of countries and their well-being and stability, and thus ensuring transitional to shared consciousness or conscience. And thus, we launch this session to mimic successful experiments of coexistence and tolerance. And we start with the Singaporean example by His Excellency Irwan Hadi, Deputy Director of Religious Policies and Regulations, the Islamic Religious Council from Singapore. The floor is yours.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. I wish to first and foremost express my appreciation to Ma'ali Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya and friends at the Forum for Peace and the UAE government for this opportunity to address briefly the conference. It is indeed timely that a discussion panel on the role of youth in developing and maintaining an inclusive citizenship is organized this year. This is because now, more than ever, our youth are confronted with a more volatile world, be it on the political, racial, religious, and ideological fronts. This volatility, diversity, and speed at which discourses travel and, in fact, reach individuals via social media and other communication platforms are in reality, and as shown in a lot of studies around the world, causing a lot of anxiety, worry, and fear amongst the young on what kind of world will they be inheriting in the future. Hence, the conscious inclusion of an agenda for the youth on the forum's platform is indeed a very welcome change. The question that I'd like to just briefly address is, how then do we facilitate our youth to stay resilient and also hopeful of their future? I would like to summarize my points in 3 E's. The first E is engage and guide. The second E is to empower and inspire. And the third E is example, meaning to set and lead by example. Allow me now to elaborate quickly. On the point of engaging and guiding, it is important for us to continue to seek the views and inputs of our youth on issues addressing or rather affecting the world and the country. Our youth are much more well educated today. They are much more exposed to many international issues, global issues, which would have impact on them, from climate change to gender to family to values to identities. And therefore, we need to allow them to express their ideals, goals, and aspirations. And then, at the same time, for us to guide them to see our worries, our challenges in the past, present, and what we foresee in the future, and even our successes, and also, especially, probably our failures. This is so that they may learn what to avoid and how to avoid it. And while we guide, we need to be careful so as not to stifle the creativity and enthusiasm of the young. I've always said this many times, and my mashayikh, my teachers, and the elders have always reminded us that the hamasatu shabab, the enthusiasm of the young and the youthful, should always be guided by the hikmat shuyukh, or the wisdom of the elders and the more experienced. At the same time, when necessary, the elders or the more experienced must let the young realize that how the elders themselves respect the young's views, and that would certainly encourage them to feel more responsible and develop a higher sense of accountability. Engaging requires not only hearing out what they have to say, but to actually demonstrate how the views of the youth have been indeed seriously considered and implemented where possible and relevant. I admit that even if it may not always be something practical as of yet in terms of the views that we get from the youth, we need to continue to put it in place, or rather we need to continue to put in place testing beds for the young to explore their ideas, and even so that even if it fails for them, they are able to fail safely. Today, we are witnessing more global platforms which are traditionally attended and dominated by the voices of the experienced and advanced, either in age or in experience and knowledge, to include youth. Now, this to me is a necessary step, because since the last decade, we have seen how pent-up anger, resentment, disappointment, and also hurt amongst the younger populations have led to political turmoil, societal instability, going against the very objective of this conference, which is one of peace. Hence, I wish to make a humble suggestion for the Forum for Peace to consider that in the upcoming Forum for Peace conferences, for them to allow, as part of the main conference, a youth conference. Observations made from this forum or youth forum can then be shared in the main Forum for Peace platform for the elders and the more experienced to then give their inputs and point out areas where the youth would need further consideration. Such exchanges, I believe, would ensure that the more experienced can better understand the worries and aspirations of the youth and at the same time allow them to appreciate the views of the elders. While increasingly we hear of the young speaking of rights, I wish to highlight the need for us to propagate the discourse of respect. The second E that I feel is needed to facilitate our youth is empower and inspire them. We need to entrust them with tasks, invite them to organize not just themselves but also aspects of communal life so that they may be inspired by the struggles of those around them. In the last few years, for example, Singapore, as many other countries I believe, as particularly Singapore, has acknowledged that increasingly formal institutions need to allow for youth to discuss sensitive and even potentially divisive issues on gender, race, religion, and empower them to then seek solutions to address or at least identify the way forward on how then do they address these potential communal fault lines. Where established institutions do not empower the youth to discuss these potentially divisive issues, the discussions amongst the youth will take place on online platforms, and narratives have been nominated by irresponsible and unreasonable individuals and even those with malicious intentions, which have led, in fact, to instilling further hatred, fueling of our youth's anger or resentment, and by us empowering them to undertake discussions of such sensitive issues under the guidance of responsible leaders, it shall, inshallah, invoke in them the realization that while they can safely say and do what they wish to, there is still the need to be firstly respectful, secondly responsible, and thirdly accountable for their words and actions. We have, and in fact should continue to make social media one of the platforms for spreading awareness of existing levels of racism in society or any forms of discrimination, mobilizing support and soliciting empathy for others so that then we can move forward together and then build a better future for the youth, giving them hope that there is in fact hope for them and to live in a safer and more matured world, one which is based on understanding. This, I believe, will contribute to the idea of an inclusive citizenship. And the final E is example. So much can be said of engaging and empowering our youth, but where community leaders and the intelligentsia do not lead by example, our youth, if they have never even gotten the opportunity to feel and to witness how peace actually benefits them. This is something we could work on, and I hope we can be able to continue under the brilliant leadership of leaders here today, the excellencies, and we see the countries, the likes of UAE, who have dedicated resources in building up the values and identity of their youth. And I hope to see more of the youth engagement moving forward to build a more inclusive citizenship, but at the same and also at the same time a more peaceful world. Thank you and greetings from Singapore. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much. And from the Singaporean example to the Finnish example, Finland, this country that shines with its harmony amongst all religious and non-religious societies, presented by Her Excellency Pia Jardi. The floor is yours.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, peace be upon you all. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have great honor to be here today. It has been a pleasure to hear excellent speakers with most important topics during the assembly. I want to expand my gratitude to United Arab Emirates and His Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah to enable this important event. And I want to congratulate the United Arab Emirates for the 50th anniversary of the National Day. Just for your information, yesterday we celebrated the 102 of Finnish Independence Day. So I maybe say, I am telling here the experience of Interfaith Council in Finland, which it was established in 2011. And I have written a speech, which I have tendency to change during my when I'm speaking. But I tell you shortly about the Finland, because maybe most of the people don't know much about the Finland. We are, population is around 5.5 million. We are in North Europe, next to Russia and Sweden, between them. From the religious sphere, most of the Finnish people belong to the Lutheran Church, around 70% from them. And maybe 1% are belonging to the Orthodox Church. There are two kind of national churches in Finland which they are acknowledged. Then we have, but the second biggest religion in Finland actually it's Islam. We have maybe a little bit over 100,000 Muslims in Finland, mostly based immigrants, refugees, and some few immigrants, and of course converts as I am. Muslims are not registered that much in the religious societies, so that's why the number is just an estimation. But when it comes to the National Forum of Cooperation of Religions in Finland, it is established and registered officially in 2011. But more what I want to talk to you, it's about the process, how it was established. It was not a simple process, because in that time we used to have like different dialogue initiatives in Finland, but they were led by mostly whether a Christian or mostly Muslims that much in that time. But the ownership of these dialogues, they were belonging to Christians mostly, it was not shared ownership. And they were working in somehow, but not really very, it was not very efficient. So after 9/11, our president in that time, Tarja Halonen, she asked the religious leaders to come to meeting with her. And from that one, they started the meetings of religious leaders, which it was regularly done every year. They meet together, and then at least once a year they met with the President Tarja Halonen. So this where it did start the initiative that we should establish a council of Interfaith Council to Finland, where we should be included women, young, man, everybody. It should be inclusive, because if anybody knows about our President Tarja Halonen, she is very feminist, and she likes women to be participating in the issues. And at that time, the religious leaders, they were men. Or at the moment, we have religious leaders, most are still men, but we have the Tatar congregation, and of course myself as the core forum representative, we are part of the religious leaders group in Finland at the moment. But the core forum presidency has the place there also, so it depends if now it's women, but next time maybe somebody else. But of course, for all this, the discussions, they started actually at we had one event, a very high-level event in Finland about interfaith dialogue, where the Islamic Council was presented, and we had quite prominent international guests also during that time. But then we started, from that point of view, we started regular meetings where they were including most of the religions in Finland, to discuss about establishing this council. So the discussion started 2006, and they lasted until 2011. Of course, this group, which meets it for many times all these years, did have many discussions that how everybody. So that it was very important for the previous experience we had, that when we have been just participating, especially as Muslims, we have been just participating to different discussions, but we didn't have an ownership for that discussion. And of course, all together from the beginning, we have been having women, especially from Muslim part, we have been having women who has been making the negotiations in the group. And finally, we established the core forum, and the establishing members, they were Central Council of Jewish Communities in Finland, Evangelical Lutheran Church, Finnish Ecumenical Council, Finnish Islamic Congregation, and the Islamic Council of Finland. All these, they are umbrella organizations for larger group of people. And of course, now in 2019, we added 2 observing members, the Buddhist Union and Mormonites, but they will be applying membership probably next spring. We have a system of rotation in presidency, and this one also, it gives inclusivity and helps every member to be given all their possibilities in the forum, because we have the rotation of presidency in a way that it has been with the 3 religions, Christians, Jews, and Muslims, because they were the establishing members. So we have 2 years for a Christian, 2 years for a Jew, and 2 years for the Muslim. And we have 2 Muslim organizations. We have the Islamic congregations, which is consistent of Tatar communities, and the Islamic Council, which is more larger Muslim community in Finland. And every time we decided that in our establishing meeting that the presidency will go from one Muslim to the other and from one Christian organization to the other, or they decide between themselves who is going to be president next time. We have like some options there if we don't find a suitable president. And of course, we are looking for now enlargement and cooperation more and more with different organizations. Of course, enlargement to different other religions, but also cooperation with, we are doing a lot of cooperation with government. We are making statements. We are also being part of different councils, of governmental councils like Equality Council and Ethnic Relations Council. So we have our word in these issues. We also give statements about the laws. Last time we have been giving about the issue of boys' circumcision, and then also about the halal and kosher slaughtery. So we give this kind of statements all together also. Now we are waiting still maybe Hindu coalition and to be member as soon, or ask at least membership soon. At the moment we have, because we are talking here about inclusivity, so at least we have inclusive women participation, because we have the president, it's woman, and 2 vice presidents, both are women, one from the Jewish community and the other from the Christian community, the Bishop of Espoo, which is another city in Finland. Our purpose, of course, what is our purpose? We are all different and we have our differences, but our purpose is to foster peace in the Finnish society by strengthening religious freedom and promoting interfaith dialogue, equality, mutual respect and cooperation of religions, and to promote the religious literacy in the society. This is kind of issues which we are, even with our different opinions, we can all promote these issues.
Thank you.
We have, okay, anyway, this one, it took really efforts to build trust between different religious actors, but was made possible with working together, being honest, sense of belonging and ownership, where everyone feels included, and finally, we moved from partnership to friendship. So I think this is one of the issues which, in the beginning, we were just partners in, I don't know, not in war, partners in peace. And we became friends with all the discussions and all the differences, and we can be different, and we can think differently, and we can say what we think. Nobody has to lose their own religion. Everybody has their opinion, and we try to make cooperation in everything, but then if we have some dispute which we can't solve, or we are all thinking differently about it, in that way we don't go for that. We leave it for the moment, unless maybe later on we can discuss it back again. But we didn't really have this kind of issues in Finland. I think we have really good discussions and we have really good initiatives going through. And what we do also, of course, we organize seminars, and we just actually translated the Marrakesh Declaration into Finnish and organized a seminar for it, which is very important. And anyway, everyone's voice matters. Do not tolerate only the differences, but there are normal activities. We are family consisting different opinions in peace together, and sometimes even arguing about the issues. However, we can't forget the atmosphere in Europe today, where anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, xenophobia, and general anti-religious sentiments are growing, and citizenship is discussed through ethnicity with the meaning to exclude people who has been born and raised in Europe, not only the new immigrants. This is a very important topic and near my heart, that we need really to also to tackle this issue in Europe. If we are trying to build in the world peaceful coexistence, in Europe we are tearing each other apart, and especially, of course, I am representing Muslim in the forum. I find the Muslim community in Europe are really put down all the time. Laws are made against Muslims, and I think this is not acceptable. We should stand together in this one. And we as religious actors, men and women, need to be the models and stand in one front to support each other, to maintain the peaceful coexistence and inclusive citizenship, moving to shared conscience and to fight the exclusion which creates inequality and endangers the peace. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Merci. شكرا. شكرا. ومن أقصى.
And from the far north to the Emirati model presented by His Excellency, His Eminence Omar al-Dar'i, who is one of the scientists, one of the Muslim scientists, the head of his general director of the Emirates Council for Fatwa. He's an Islamic researcher and a writer in Ittihad journal. Please, the floor is yours for the Emirati model for happy coexistence, and peace be upon you all. Praise to be God Almighty, and blessings on the Prophet Muhammad, his kin and companion. Your Eminence, Your Highnesses, Eminences, Excellencies, and esteemed guests, peace be upon you all. One of the more beautiful coincidences that this event would be held while we are living a dear occasion for everyone who is an Emirati and who is a resident in the UAE, celebrating the 50th Jubilee of the United Arab Emirates. And what was present in these celebrations, our shared conscience in its most beautiful forms, these feelings and emotions that shone bright in our skies, and with the participation of its various people, people from various backgrounds, ethnicities, colors, creeds, and religions. And thus, we have the virtues and values of inclusive citizenship in its most beautiful forms. And this is all done beautifully. This is poetry about the United Arab Emirates and how beautiful and ethical it is.
And given that occasion is suitable, we can move from common shared mutual coexistence to shared conscience, to move and explain that and consider good citizenship as an alignment between coexistence and conscience, and a crystallization of transcending values in the human self. And the question of conscience is a feeling and sentiment and a realization and a precondition of existence. And humans, as you may know, is a pivotal element in this process. And as the scientists say, that a lack of sentiment is not a lack of existence, because without sentiment, existence will be only shallow. And here we realize that loyalty to the country and nation and preserving its unity are to coexistence. And our existence and sentiment would be cohesive and not stressful, and it will be harmonized. A communication between sentiment and existence, work and science, evident and not evident. And this is the shortest path towards inclusive citizenship, good citizen, and beneficial society, which the UAE represents the best example of its meanings and principles. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to elaborate here because the experience of UAE requires that elaboration, because it was launched more than 50 years ago from reconciling Emirates to what it is today, the United Arab Emirates, which signifies the peace with the self and peace with others, and internal peace. And these are the principles of success with our neighbors and with the world. This introduction is a way to address this principle. So the moment we talk about inclusive citizenship, this would signify that there are religious, political, and ethnic, and I preferring a religion on the favor of other and unequal societies. And we will examine UAE's example not only to alleviate a crisis, but because it is an exceptional example in the region for its pioneering and development and advancement, because complete citizenship is an exceptional slogan for this country that characterizes its leadership and its future vision. The concept of citizenship in the UAE, according to this perception, is advanced and developed. For it became a national given and an inherent component of the nation. It is consolidated in the sentiments and culture of this peoples, and it is a will before it's a right that is regulated by rules and regulations. It is a national culture that is inherited and a collective response and a vision of leadership and people and a choice, an ultimate choice for peace and coexistence. The holistic approach of citizenship to include all without elimination, inclusivity of diversity, and avoidance of clashes and openness to the world, and hosting hundreds of nationalities on UAE. This type of holistic approach in preserving economic, social, health, educational rights according to the givens of and principles of the nation, and providing luxury and well-being of all. Holistic approach in equality and non-discrimination based on religion, ethnic or sectarian differences. Holistic approach in protecting religious freedom and practice of religious activities. And in the dictionary of UAE does not have any minorities. Everyone is equal under the umbrella of the law in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, this experience, this UAE experience has key pillars, and its cultural and civilization roots go to the history of this region, and it was developed under the leadership and wise governance of its rulers, and was flourished with the futuristic vision and openness to the world until it became what it is today, and it became an exceptional and unique example in the region. Amongst these pillars are the first of which are figures, international, unprecedented figures and statistics, and one of which, and which is inspiring, that on the UAE land, more than 200 nationalities live in coexistence and contribute to its development and have their full rights. The UAE also takes the lead in international competitive index in citizenship. So it is amongst the 20 top countries in the international competitive index related to coexistence with minorities and foreigners, and in the social responsibility index that the UAE provides to its citizens and residents. The second pillar is the civilization heritage, which is related to the heritage of the father founders and His Highness late Sheikh Zayed. So they are, like Prophet Muhammad said, they are cohesive and harmonizing, believe in the diversity and coexistence, and they love the country, and they can spare themselves for its good. So full citizenship is deep rooted in our civilization heritage and the culture and history of UAE, and based on it, the UAE Union was founded, and it is an integral part of its identity and future visions, and a genuine approach that we all should preserve and maintain to ensure its sustainability and transference to the next generations. The third pillar is laws and initiatives. The UAE are a country that gives attention to international charters in both sponsorship, respect, and protection. This has made it a destination for various peoples due to the full citizenship it provided, as well as unprecedented tolerance, safety, peace, and security that would not have been achieved unless it has a strict legal framework that respect diversity and protection of laws and international agreements. And because one of the pillars of inclusive citizenship are constitutions and laws, taking example of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, which has made the Medina Declaration a charter for inclusive citizenship amongst the civil society components and categories. The UAE has transformed its civilization and values to this society and into legislations to ensure the institutionalization of these values. The fourth pillar is the inclusive citizenship attitude and its practical application through protection of houses of worship without any elimination, and UAE's embrace of churches and synagogues, and ensuring the liberty of practice of religion without exceptions, and combating violence, sectarianism, and any person who tries to split or cause friction, and enhancing the values and principles of inclusive citizenship. The fifth pillar is the human dimension. UAE and its experience has humanitarian aspects, so it is not fixed and related to entitlements only, but It is a virtue before all of that that includes and embeds the love of good for everyone and providing advice and recommendations on others and transcending this principle from shared responsibility to fraternity that was expressed by Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, by saying that you will not be a true Muslim until you love to others what you love for yourself. And this is how UAE has adopted several initiatives as the Ministry of Tolerance, as well as consolidation, the values of tolerance in school curricula, and a remarkable example in relation to the moderate tolerant speech, religious speech. At the end of my speech, I would like to recommend the following. The UAE is a pioneering country in the field of full and inclusive citizenship and has set a civilized example characterized by moderation, safety, peace, coexistence, and has aided it with charters and both national and international charters and agreements. Second, inclusive citizenship in our Islamic and national identity and culture is loyalty, sacrifice, respect for the state, leadership, and law, and a love for the country and society and a protection of its assets. So it is not mere criticism or protests or revolutions or escalation or disruption of society, because this would make it collapse rather than flourish. So inclusive citizenship is an alignment and reconciliation between national identity and the neighbor countries and the world and our various and diverse understanding, so that the national state would be strengthened and would preserve both existence and sentiments. Inclusive citizenship is a compelling necessity in our contemporary times, so they should be believed in and protected. Without it, we will not be able to sustain development and ensure coexistence and have stability, respect, and peace. Privacy should be respected and observed, and understanding its contextualization and ensuring that any experiences that eliminate religious or cultural differences should be observed, and all of us should consider the context and the social stratas of the communities that they live in, including customs and traditions. Our responsibility, our collective responsibility, is investing in inclusive citizenship that serves our national state and pushes towards our growth and development and the happiness of its peoples, and achieving common good living for everybody, as well as the entire world, given the globalization that we live in one screen. And thank you very much, and peace be upon you.
عمر الدرعي على
Thank you, Omar, Sheikh Omar al-Dir'i, for demonstrating the UAE model. And if you allow me, I have to remind that UAE, our lovely and loyal country, was the first country that was founded, that has passed law 65/120 issued by the UN under the initiative of the custodian of the two holy mosques around the issue of criminalization of disdaining religions. So this law prohibits disdaining religions, and that was an unprecedented law after the phenomena of Islamophobia in the West and the Westrophobia in the East. And by the end, we will now go to the Egyptian model presented by His Eminence Sheikh Dr. Osama Al-Azhari. Is an Islamic intellectual and scholar who has been for years illuminating the Islamic mind to stop violence. And he is also an advisor to President Al-Sisi for the religious affairs. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه واتبع هداه سبحانك اللهم خير معلم علمت بالقلم القرون الأولى أرسلت بالتوراة موسى هاديا
Peace be upon you. And God bless Prophet Muhammad and his companions and kin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this brilliant introduction. And I think first and foremost, we should thank the United Arab Emirates and congratulate them for the 50th anniversary of its union and the foundation of this generous country. Praying to God to protect this nation and all of our nations and countries. I congratulate the United Arab Emirates, its president, crown prince, and peoples. And I thank the generosity of hosting in this forum, hoping and praying to achieve its success. The Egyptian model in coexistence, I think allowing history to answer that would be good. And let me take you through some quick examples going to or reaching up to Egyptian model in the contemporary world in consolidating coexistence in the sentiments and the deep sentiments of Egyptian citizens, and how that Egyptian awareness and Egyptian mindset in a very early date was quite successful in setting forward an example that is insightful for coexistence. The first example or model is that in Egypt there was a person called Ali ibn Sulaiman al-Abbasi who was sent as a governor of Egypt by the Abbasid governor. And this governor was quite harsh in his mood and actions. So he demolished the Egyptian churches in Egypt and pretending by that to be promoting Islam. So he demolished a number of churches and was not listening to any advice until our brothers from Christianity had agreed to give him £50,000 for him not to put down any more churches, but he didn't accept until he was finally
العباسي فانطلق إلى
removed from his post. And at that time, the Imams of Egypt, Al-Layth ibn Sa'd, the Imam of the Egyptian, he was the Egyptian Grand Imam. And at that time, those two scientists and two insightful scientists have advised to rebuild the churches that have been collapsed and have issued a fatwa that these churches were built during the presence of Muslims and during the time of Islam. And he also said that these houses of worship are part of the country's civilization, so they should not be attacked. And he said that it was built based on the knowledge of the most renowned companions of the Prophet. And therefore, this demonstrates a understanding that goes back to 200 years ago and could be clearly evident that there is a historic Egyptian example and experience in protection of the houses of worship and establishing and consolidating the inclusive citizenship, and that people and every person should be safe on himself and his house and his religion. And this represents a true understanding of true Islam, and as if this early Egyptian mindset was following the pathway of the prophet who said that King al-Nagashi did not were never unjust to anyone in Ethiopia, and also allowing Christians to practice their religion while feeling safe. And this was also present in the Egypt during that time. And if we consider this Egyptian model, we will move to the prophet time. In Saint Catherine Monastery say that
in Sinai, that when the Prophet Muhammad sent his messengers to Al-Muqawqis, the governor of Egypt, and he returned those messengers with a highly valued gift. The priest of the monastery in Sinai sent a message to the Prophet Muhammad explaining to him the living conditions of the monastery. And he, in return, has issued a decree for which all of his companions would preserve their well-being and their lives. And which is similar to the Medina Declaration, which is the first constitution in preserving people and their rights of worship. In 1517, this person came, a governor brought with him the original or authentic declaration with him. However, what we recall here, that all rulers in Egypt, all sultans and others in Egypt who were Muslims, adopted this document, kept it, preserved it, and implemented its rights and doctrines. And maybe 5 or 10 days ago, I was in a visit to St. Catherine Monastery, and I went up Mount Sinai, where Moses spoke to God Almighty, to the Lord. A number of holy sites there, a number of mountains where Moses spoke to God there, which establishes this exceptional example, the Egyptian example, that our dear brothers, the priests in the monastery, they built a mosque within the monastery so that any Muslim passerby that needs to pray, they can go inside and pray in safety and security. They can pray in peace. And there is another example, which is that the great Imam, the Sheikh of Islam, the Sheikh of Al-Azhar, Al-Bajuri, who died in 1276 Hijri, according to the Hijri calendar, who is an example of the Middle Age. So because here I mentioned an example from the very early days of Islam, and then Al-Bajuri, and then I'm going to set an example from our current times. The Sheikh of the Al-Azhar was called by Abbas Pasha Al-Awwal. Abbas Pasha the first was pretty aggressive and hard-headed, and he had an issue with Christians, and he came up with a weird notion to remove all and to exile all Christians out of the lands of Egypt and send them to Sudan. and he brought the great Sheikh of Al Azhar to issue him a fatwa to help him in his evil plan. And he told him clearly, this is something I would never accept. And if you as a sultan have moods, God is never moody. His will is one. You cannot, which shows that we would never accept the trespassing over the rights of others. And this shows the importance of the clear understanding of the Shara of Islam. And who has documented it is Mikhail Shoabim, our dear Egyptian Coptic brother. And the document is still there in Egyptian libraries. And he is the first, Yohanna al-Nakarusi was the first Christian historian who documented the entrance of Muslims into Egypt. And why his book is so unique, that it's written in Demotic and hieroglyphic, ancient hieroglyphic, and was translated from it. And he witnessed the entrance of Islam into the lands of Egypt. The book was translated and published, printed rather. And he describes how Muslims treated the land as conquerors, and how did they deal with the Egyptian Christians, and how polite and gentle they treated them. If they bought something from them, a food or chicken or cattle, they would pay at once before even receiving what they bought. Ladies and gentlemen, if I want to move to another example in which Egypt transitioned from mutual coexistence within Egyptian borders to being not just custodians but champions of mutual coexistence. 100 years ago, there was a figure when the Armenian genocide occurred, and when our brother Christians, the Armenians were attacked by the Ottomans, he issued a declaration that we are totally against it, and we should save them. So the Egyptian example became an international one. Another example is there is another example in India, in which the Egyptian Mufti of Al Azhar has issued a statement that he wants to protect minorities in India. Muhammad Mustafa al-Muraghi, the Sheikh of Azhar, formed a committee that had the great Abdul Wahab al-Najjar and Sheikh al-Hilali, and they went through sea from Suez, and they landed in Aden, and then they went again to the land of India. They landed in Mumbai, and they met with Indian leaders from various sects and groups. Then they went to the lands of the exiled, as they are called, and they sent a report, a photograph report, which was pretty early back in the beginning of the last century. This was one of the first attempts to photograph an incident, and international newspapers wrote in recognition of the Egyptian role that tried its best to avoid bloodshed and protect minorities, and this all shows how deep the Egyptian example is of coexistence, of tolerance, and of shared living. And I would like to finish here by what has happened lately. His Excellency the President Abdel Fattah Sisi, in his farsight and he cared deeply for this, and I was a witness when the launch of the new capital, the administrative capital. He opened the new Egyptian or a new mosque, Abdel Fattah Mosque, and we had a number of groups that launched or opened both a mosque and a cathedral at the same time, and it showed how beautiful Egyptians are with one another, how they preserve and protect one another. And those for the opening of the mosque was the Father Theodorus, the leader of the Copts in Egypt, and this deep scene that left it expressed deeply the characteristics of this Egyptian example that we would love to present as a gift as a role modeling gift to all of our dear partners from all over the world. Tens and thousands of scholars and scientists, researchers have arrived to Egypt, learned from Al-Azhar, and they went back to their countries carrying those messages of tolerance and coexistence, whether in Algeria, in the Maldives, elsewhere. Some of them became presidents. Some of them took high positions. For 1,000 years, people arrived to Egypt to learn from our religious institutions. Not one of them issued a statement or a rule that led to a conflict in their countries, which show that they carried that Egyptian soul, that Egyptian spirit of coexistence, and delivered it to and adopted it in their countries, avoiding bloodshed, ensuring prosperity. And I ask God Almighty that we remain safe and secure in this dear country, the UAE, our dear Egypt, and all over the world, all of your dear countries. We wish that we are always doing the right thing in wisdom, in love, to build bridges between civilizations. And I apologize for taking too long. Peace be upon you all. Thank you, Your Excellency. And on my behalf, here in the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace, I would like to thank His Excellency Omar Ad-Dara'i and Dr. Irwan Hadi, as well as our esteemed speaker, Pia Jardi, for your enlightening efforts in which you shed the light through your exemplary experiences in your countries that showcase that our world today and tomorrow should be a world of diversity, of unity, intellectual unity, with all the diversity, with all its cultural, ethnic, and religious plethora of ideas. And this diversity became a power, a power that moves economy and policy and international relationships forward. And we are always in need of these examples. Thank you very much. And from this session, we're going to move directly to one of the initiatives by His Eminence Abdullah bin Baya, may God protect him, which is the Alliance of Virtues initiative. And His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Al-Sunusi, is he here? Is Dr. Muhammad Al-Sunusi here? We finished our session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
أنا جعلوني رئيس لهذه الجلسة.
I'm a moderator here, which means I'm the boss here. I'm never going to leave this place. I'm the president. I'm staying here.
شوف موافقون
لا خلاص خلي محمد السنوسي.
تمام اقول لك في الختام نتقدم.
In the end, we would like to thank all of our participants, the panelists that have enriched us with their deep ideas, and we would like to thank all of our attendees and followers.
نستمر معكم في جلسة.
Our program continues in a new discussion panel about the new Alliance of Virtue dialogue. In our 8th assembly of the Forum for Peace, in its 3rd day, headed and moderated by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Sanusi, the Executive Director for Network for Religious and Traditional Peacemakers Forum for Promoting Peace Trustee in the USA.
إذا الجلسة كما نبه صاحب الرابط قبل قليل، الجلسة الآن تبدأ مستمرة، ونرجو من الجميع البقاء في المقاعد. رئيس الجلسة.
Kindly remain seated. Like we said, the chairman is Dr. Mohammed Al-Sanusi.
نبدأ الجلسة الجديدة برئاسة الدكتور محمد السنوسي ومشاركة كل.
We will start this panel session chaired by Dr. Mohammed Al-Sanusi and Bob Roberts, founder and president of GlockNet USA, Imam Muhammad Majid, executive imam of all Dallas Islamic Community from USA, Dr. William Vindley, emeritus secretary general of Religions for Peace USA, and Dr. Steve Bisner, senior pastor, Houston Northwest Church, USA, Rabbi Shoshana Boyd Gelfand, treasurer of the International Jewish Community for Interreligious Consultations, UK.
أرجو من الحضور البقاء في المقاعد.
Well, thank you so much. Well, good afternoon again, and it's great to see everyone. This is a session, before we conclude the meeting, and I'm really delighted to have this particular session as I'm going to ask questions, and we're going to have answers, and we're going to dialogue about the Alliance of Virtue. And I want also all of you to participate in the dialogue as well. So let's have this as dialogical as possible. I'm very pleased to let you know that in addition to our esteemed guests here with us, we also have two guests virtually. Two guests from the United States, two leaders. They have been engaged in building the Alliance of Virtue. So the discussion this afternoon is going to focus on the Alliance of Virtue. And the Alliance of Virtue is a natural progression from the Marrakesh Declaration. Again, always I go back to the Marrakesh Declaration, the journey that began by Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya more than 10 years ago. and produced the Marrakesh Declaration. Everybody knows Marrakesh. And from Marrakesh, we also produced so many statements with your help, including the Alliance of Virtue, the new Alliance of Virtue, which was adopted here in Abu Dhabi almost now 3 years ago, but the conference took place in the United States. So the leaders here this afternoon, they're going to talk about the Alliance of Virtue. And I'm going to ask questions and they will answer. And the answer is going to be limited to a couple of minutes so that we can have more participation. And as I said, we really have very dynamic leaders here with us, and we want to begin the discussion. So I want to start with you, Rabbi Shoshana. Rabbi Shoshana, this is your first time in the forum, is that correct?
It's my first time in Abu Dhabi.
Oh, first time in Abu Dhabi?
Is this working? Yes.
It's working, okay. I also understand that you are member of the executive committee of the HCAC. HCAC, it is the global Jewish organization. So, and I also understand that you have been studying and reading the Alliance of Virtue documents. So tell us, Rabbi, how the Alliance of Virtue as a document can support inclusive citizenship.
First of all, I just have to say that inclusivity feels to me as it is woven into the culture of the UAE. I came to this country, and from the moment I walked in the door, I walked off the airplane, I felt welcomed. This is a space that provided kosher food for me and my Jewish colleagues so that we could eat together with you. And Mohammed al-Sanusi joined us to light candles on the last night of Hanukkah. If my grandfather, a Jew, could have imagined that here I would be in an Arab country, in a majority Muslim culture, where they provided me with kosher food and celebrated my holiday of Hanukkah together, he would be so overjoyed. In the Arabian Peninsula, yes. It is absolutely extraordinary, and what it tells me is that a culture of inclusivity is absolutely minded. And that is really what spoke to me, that we're not all the same, we're all different. And if we learn about each other, and if we share who we are by sharing our holidays, or sharing our customs, what we find is that even though they seem different on the surface, underneath, we have so many shared values, such as the value of hospitality.
Well, thank you so much. I hope this is working. Hello? Yes, it's working. Well, thank you. And I'm glad that you began to speak about inclusivity, which is so critical. We want to be inclusive. Everyone should be at the table and everyone should engage if we wanted to have inclusive citizenship. No one should left behind. The whole of society approach. Imam Majid, I want to come to you, Imam Majid. Imam Majid is the executive imam of the All Dallas Muslim Society in Virginia, one of the largest Islamic centers in the United States. Imam Majid also former president of the Islamic Society of North America, and also he's heading the International Interfaith Peace Corps. Imam Majid, I understand you have been in this journey before Marrakesh Declaration. You worked with Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya. You were critical in the road to Marrakesh Declaration, and you also heavily involved in the Alliance of Virtue. And you work with evangelical Christians, with Jews, with people of other faith and no faith at all. So tell us, Imam Majid, how the Alliance of Virtue could contribute to inclusive citizenship?
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanusi. I'm honored to be in this panel with this team guest here. I'd like to thank the forum and our Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya for leading us in this journey. I just would like to say that the American Muslims Caravan of Peace have really evolved because of the leadership of Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, and the Alliance of Virtue was born out of that Caravan of Peace, which include pastors, rabbis, imams from the United States. Been working very closely with Rabbi David Silverstein and Pastor Bob Roberts in training imam, rabbi, and pastors in the issue of coexistence. But I would like just to say that people always ask the questions. Are we always speaking abstract? Is it about just feeling good, about producing just document? I just want to remind ourselves that when the United States of American Constitutions was written, some of the founding fathers had slaves themselves. And the documents later become the reason of creating civil rights movement and correcting the wrong. Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya is a visionary and really creating a framework that would challenge the status quo in many places, and among that, even the position of minorities in the majority Muslim countries and minorities in the West and other parts of the world. One of the things that we realize in the Alliance of Virtues that we have to agree on principles, that to stand for one another, to protect one another, and to promote virtues and values that bring our community together without us ignoring the differences. Because it is not thinking kumbaya. It is also challenging the differences and knowing that we might have different theology and understanding of theology. One of the things I just want to say publicly here today, this is not mean to create one religion, because I have seen criticism of this effort. Are we creating one global religion? This is not about that. This is about each one of us be proud to be able to practice their faith the way they see it fit and to engage with others in common values. It's not meant to water down religion. And that's very important because there's a misconception of this issue.
Thank you, Imam Majid. And you brought really an important point. And this is really bring the idea, the interfaith collaboration and interreligious collaboration, which I'm going to turn it to you, Dr. Stephen, is that our engagement, in fact, it helps us to better practice our own. Yes. And Stephen, you are a senior pastor at Northwood Church in Houston, Texas. And we understand that you have been in the Alliance of Virtue journey. You participated in the Caravan of Peace, and your engagement in the interreligious partnership and collaboration help to increase your own faith.
Absolutely.
And how is that, the Alliance of Virtue itself can help us as we are moving from the Alliance of Virtue, as Sheikh bin Baya said last time in the meeting, moving from Marrakesh, he said, من الوثيقة إلى الميثاق, from statement to declaration. How is that Alliance of Virtue declaration can help us to advance our peaceful coexistence and collaboration?
Thank you, Dr. Al-Sanusi. I also want to join in my colleagues in thanking Sheikh bin Baya for the invitation to be here, and also thank very, very much our hosts, the UAE, for their efforts. It's a pleasure to be here. I think that with the Alliance of Virtue, the thing that we see best is that we discover a path for us to move towards inclusive citizenship through action, even though we each participate in our own exclusive faith communities. I'm Christian. Others in the city who work together are Jewish or Muslim. As Imam Majid has said, there is no, there's really no likelihood that any of us are going to convert. I would love to baptize some of my rabbi and imam friends, but that hasn't happened yet. Nevertheless, despite the fact that we are each in our exclusive communities, we find a way to participate in inclusive citizenship by deciding that the city of Houston is our mutual garden that we will cultivate to try to bring about the reality of virtue in that place. So we find some common denominators, common projects where we can put virtue to bear on that. And so we bring together our unique perspectives, and in doing so, I learn more about my own faith as I compare it to the faith of my neighbors, and we practice in the city together.
Right. Thank you. And this is really, Stephen, can you just give us a practical example?
Yeah, absolutely.
How is that on the ground in Houston with your neighboring synagogue or neighboring mosque or Sikh Gurdwara or a Hindu temple?
Mm-hmm.
How is that?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking. I think that probably in 2017, the most practical example was that our city was devastated by a massive hurricane. Hurricane Harvey hit our city and caused immense flooding. The city was flooded with 51 inches of rain that fell in just over 2 days. And because of the relationships that we had built together through the Alliance of Virtue and Multi-Faith Neighbors Network, we were able then to be able to work together to bring relief efforts to the city. Our church campus flooded, and one of the first groups to call us were our neighbors at the local mosque. And they asked us if they could help us together. And then as we worked together in the city to do relief work, we found that we were helping one another in some ways that were very practical. More recently, in the wake of COVID-19, we began to do food distribution together in the city. And in the wake of that, what we discovered was that in the city of Houston, there are large regions that are known as food deserts. And those food deserts are places where there's a large population that doesn't have access to fresh produce. And so one of the projects we're working on right now is the creation of a community garden. And so the community garden, my own church is going to donate the property. We'll use a large portion of our property to grow fresh fruits and vegetables. And our church and synagogue and mosque in the community will work together to grow those. And then we'll distribute that food in the food deserts together. So that'll be a project where practically we can learn to work shoulder to shoulder and at the same time love our neighbor, in doing so in the spirit of the Alliance of Virtue.
Thank you, Pastor Steve. And I asked Steve about these practical examples because in the previous session, we talked about what are the practical examples. The Alliance of Virtue and the work of Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya inspired Steve, who is an evangelical, to work together with the interreligious communities for the common good of the humanity. Thank you so much, Pastor. I wanna go online now. So I wanna go virtually, and I wanna go to New York first. So Dr. Vinley, I see Bob appeared before Dr. Vinley. So Bob, how are you, Bob?
I'm doing good, Mohammed. How are you doing?
Doing well. Thank you, Bob, for joining us. Bob Roberts is joining us from Dallas, Texas. And as you know, Bob is a very familiar face to this conference. We are missing you here, Bob. We always pray for you, and you'll get a speedy recovery. And we are very happy that you are joining us virtually, Bob. We are having a dialogue about the Alliance of Virtue and your contribution as the chief pastor of the Northwood Church in Dallas, Texas, as the president of and founder of the Global Net, and as the force behind the interreligious dialogue between imams and evangelical pastors around the world, I would say. So tell us, Bob. And Bob, really what inspired me last time when you met Sheikh bin Bayyah in Washington, you compared the Marrakesh Declaration with our Virginia Statute of Religious Freedom. Bob.
It's an honor to be with you and to be at the forum. Greetings to all of you and Sheikh bin Bayyah. I believe that what you are participating in right now and what we are all a part of is honestly one of the most significant things in the world that's going on. As I was listening to the rabbi speak when she began the whole event, and she was talking about the kosher food that was available, I remember about 5 years ago when we did the first Caravan of Peace, there was all kinds of headaches about getting kosher food there. At that time, there hadn't been Jews and rabbis to be in Abu Dhabi, but we worked hard and we did that. And there are so many stories about the first rabbis that came as a result of the caravan and what the Sheikh had put together. And it's exciting to see what's developed. I mean, when you look at all that's happening in Abu Dhabi right now, which is in the whole mindset of the king who founded Abu Dhabi, and then Crown Prince Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, you look at what he's done, it all lines up with what his father started in saying, we need to be open to the world. People all the time say exclusive religions cannot live in inclusive manners. And UAE is a refutation of that statement because they can, and they do. And when you look at what's happening in Abu Dhabi and the Muslim world, you cannot talk about it without talking about it with Sheikh bin Bayyah and what he did with Marrakesh, because religious freedom is the conversation has been dominated for the past few centuries by Christians who found it in our religious text. And then as we put it into our constitutions in Western governments, but it's not just a Christian concept. And what Sheikh bin Bayyah did, the most profound thing, was to go back and say, no, religious freedom is a reality in Islam, and not because of Christians, but because of what the Quran teaches. And he built a base for that. And so now Imam Majid and I, we go all over the world, and we take with us the Marrakesh Declaration. So for Christians, I'll have the Thomas Jefferson statute on religious freedom for Virginia. They can look at that. But for the Muslims, side by side is the Marrakesh Declaration. I really believe it is the most profound document for religious freedom that has been written since Thomas Jefferson. Now, the sad thing is most of us are not going to live to see its complete fulfillment. But you wonder, what was it like back in the day when those documents were written? You get to live in this moment. What I love about the Sheikh also is he's a scholar, but he recognizes the need. It's not enough for us to merely have a document that promotes it, but how do we engage? And this is where the Alliance of Virtue comes in. And it works. It's a proven concept. It's not just an idea or something that may happen. When we did the Caravan of Peace, we first took pastors and imams and rabbis from the US to Abu Dhabi and then Morocco. It's now spread throughout 20 cities in America. In the next year alone, Imam Majid and David Saperstein will be in Pakistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Sudan. We're working on some other opportunities, and the doors just are just exploding around us. The world is ready for this moment. So you have to have the intellectual documents. But those intellectual documents mean nothing if you can't take it from the grassroots. Where does that platform exist? Where is it that we come together as scholars and clerics, as Christians and Muslims and Jews and Buddhists and Hindus and whatever else? Where do we come together to practically do the kinds of things that Pastor Besner talked about? And that's what Imam Majid and myself and David Saperstein, Rabbi David Saperstein, we're committed to. And that's why we're excited about the Alliance of Virtue. We see it as a platform to practice all of the things, to execute all of the things the rich knowledge of Sheikh bin Bayyah. And let me just say this also. I think it's very important to be said. It took someone like the founder of Abu Dhabi and King Zayed to do what he did, but without the input and the knowledge of Sheikh bin Bayyah, we would not be here today. I'm just telling you, it's a fact. And without the behind the scenes working of Imam Majid, we would not be here today. Without Bill Finley and what he did with Religions for Peace and bringing this in a larger platform, this is not the effort of one person. Here's what it is. It is the effort of many people who are in their lanes of excellence. And we've said, let's build a core of execution and knowledge and spreading it out in platform. So I, for one, I'm excited about the future, and I think there's nowhere to go but up.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Mom.
Thank you, Bob. And we join you in that excitement as well, Bob. So we're all excited about the future, and we have a document, as Bob was saying, that we can implement. I want to go to New York. Good friend, good brother, Dr. William Vindley is with us. We're so happy to see you, Dr. Vindley. Good morning to you.
Good morning. I should say good afternoon to you, but as I sit here, the sun is just arising.
We can see that actually.
Excuse me?
Yeah, we can see that. We can see that the sun is rising in the Hudson Valley there.
That's right, yes. So first of all, I want to salute and greet our esteemed, and let's be honest, our beloved Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah. I also salute the remarkable leadership and patronage of the leaders of the United Arab Emirates and her marvelous and good peoples. I'd also like to associate myself with everything my colleagues on this panel have already shared. I think that our alliance of virtue is an utterly essential complement to one of the great achievements of our modern era. We are a period that is dominated by human rights. Human rights are a kind of common language for us, and we've all prospered because of the development of human rights. But with that respect for rights, we need to acknowledge that rights alone are not enough. Rights protect, very important, but virtues perfect. Virtue is the domain where we ask, raise the question and give us the avenue to how we can become a good society. Virtues link becoming a good person with becoming a good society. Both rights protect, and virtues perfect, are the two legs upon which inclusive citizenship can stand firmly. Let's be honest that in modernity, we are largely trying to stand on one leg, the rights leg. It's a beautiful leg. It's not enough. Each of our religious traditions has priceless legacy on how we would become good persons, how we would become good societies. Virtues are the royal road for religions, for persons to arrive at their fulfillment, to unfold their truest potentials, and for our societies to become societies of the common good that would support us in our unfolding of our genuine highest potentials as persons. So that Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah would both understand the foundational importance of rights. This is also Marrakesh, but further recognize that what's most intimate to us as persons and societies is unfolding our God-given potential as persons, unfolding what it really means to be a good society that would support each of us. This is the labor of the Alliance of Virtue. This taps the profound wisdom that has accrued within our religious traditions from their very foundings up to this moment. And so, as my distinguished colleagues on the panel have pointed out, these cultivations of virtue are what equip us for common action. This shared struggle, to use the Islamic term, this shared jihad of the person striving to be the good person that God calls them to be, and building together the good societies that would nurture and support us all. This is the heart and center of the Alliance of Virtue. This is the great complement, the essential complement to the recognition that rights should protect all of us. And so I think that this is so profound in its corrective, in its complement, its fulfillment of the fullness of how we can live together as men and women in our diversity, in our radical commitments to becoming good persons before God and building our societies as good societies. So with all my heart, I am committed to the Alliance of Virtue, and I think it supports, it's the essential support. It builds solidarity among all of us for a true inclusive citizenship. So
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Vindley. Dr. Vindley is the Secretary General Emeritus of the Religions for Peace. He led Religions for Peace for 30 decades or more, and Dr. Vindley led the interreligious collaboration and partnership in the world. He clearly, and I just got one sentence from him, which is really, I thought it's critical. He said, rights alone protect, virtue perfect. In these two lenses on which inclusive citizenship is stand firm. Very strong. You know, it's really amazing. Now, I want to take another round from the panel, and then I want to turn to you, as I always do. But I want to get to the panel first to give them a second chance. Probably 1 minute or 1 minute and a half each. I want to start by you again, Rabbi Shoshana. In our workshop yesterday, you spoke about the dynamic between majority, minority, and inclusive citizenship. And you gave specific examples about the Jewish community. So you want to just maybe tell the audience today what you said yesterday in the small group?
I don't remember exactly what I said yesterday, but I was speaking about how the test of a society is how it treats its minority citizens.
That's it.
And this very much comes for me from a Jewish teaching, Shemayim, that a disagreement, as long as it's for the sake of heaven, is a sacred thing to do. So we're supposed to disagree. But when we disagree and when we record what the legal answer is, we are required to record the minority opinion. That even an opinion that is not accepted right now is sacred. And it must be recorded because in the future, we may find that the wisdom of that minority opinion is valid for the future. And when I think about our societies today, that if we try and make everyone the same, which what you said was so beautiful, that our goal is not for us all to be the same. How awful would that be if we were all the same? What we want is to have distinctiveness and to be able to protect minority voices, not because we tolerate them. I mean, toleration is better than not toleration.
Right.
But toleration is not the goal. It's about seeing the sacred in all of those different voices and understanding that only by having all of those voices together can we possibly get a glimpse of how God sees the world.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Imam Majid, building alliances and alliance of virtue, this kind of building relationship should start before crisis now. Can you provide us with a specific example, the trust that you build and confidence with people of other faith that came handy at the time of a crisis?
Yes. This relationship, the dynamic here is about the people have privilege and people have vulnerable. It's not bad to have privilege. It's good to have privilege, but how do you use your privilege? Everyone sitting here has privilege. And minority-majority dynamic is very important. There's no one religion in the face of the earth that I know of is a majority always. Everyone sitting here represents a religion, is a majority in one place and minority in another place. That relationship, that dynamic is very important in understanding our responsibility, protecting people of other faith when we are a majority, because somebody will protect our people who should also seek our people to be protected when they're minority somewhere else. Dr. Sanusi asked me to give an example on this. I would like to say that part of this work Bob and I been doing in Multi-Faith Neighborhood Network and Rabbi David Sipperstein, we have a mosque in Seattle, Washington, Seattle, was burned down 2 months ago by a guy who was misinformed about Muslims. He burned the mosque. While the mosque was on fire in Washington, Seattle, a pastor from our group came to the mosque with the key of his church, the keys of his church, and says to the Muslims, here are the keys of this church, you can use it from today. That's what we seek in this relationship. The relationship is about addressing the issue of vulnerability. If you don't address the issue of vulnerability and issue of fear, you are not being genuine about this dialogue about citizenship. I just want to say the goal here is to have all of us addressing the people in our community be marginalized, women, people of color, other minority groups. If we don't do this, as people of faith, we are not really standing to or upholding our values of compassion, of justice, and so forth. Therefore, this is not one example. The other examples, when the synagogue, when the tragedy in Pittsburgh have taken place, and innocent people, member of Jewish community, lost members of their community as the result of hate crimes, Muslims in Virginia, that I know of at least, decided that Saturday to go to every synagogue in Virginia to attend the service that day, to stand in solidarity with the Jewish community. My own mosque, Adam Center, 2 of its branches, 3 of the branches, 2 are in synagogues. We have 7 branches. 2 of them are in synagogue, and 1 of them in the church in Washington, D.C.
I pray in that one.
Yes. Therefore, this is how this relationship it look like. We have to be able to challenge the status quo, not in our own communities also, but other communities. Final things I want to say, also we have to speak up. Again, it's our own people, our own tribe. When they become anti-Semitic, when they become Islamophobic, when they become anti-Christians, when we challenge our own people, we become more genuine in this, rather than just pointing fingers to others.
Thank you. Thank you, Imam Majid. مركز آدم الإسلامي في فيرجينيا.
Adam Islamic Center in Virginia has 7 branches. Imam Majid says that 2 branches of them, of the Adam's Mosque, have their mosque Friday prayers inside a Jewish synagogue. In 2 Jewish synagogues hold the Friday prayers, and the third one in a church in Washington, D.C.
بنيت بنيت هذه العلاقة. You gave us specific examples of how the Alliance of Virtue and your work with the Alliance in the past few years helped to strengthening relationship on the ground, and you gave specific examples. Who is missing? Who is not at the table?
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people who aren't at the table just yet. We've been blessed that a few have caught the vision. I really appreciated what Imam Majid said just a moment ago, and Rabbi Shoshona also talked about this. What we've discovered is that love is contagious. And Rabbi Shoshona talked about the fact that tolerance is better than non-tolerance. I completely agree with that. But what we've discovered is that love is far superior to tolerance. And so if we live out the command as a Christian that Jesus gave us to love our neighbor, then that's contagious and it draws others to the table. So we started with loving the closest mosque to our church. It started because there was a shooting that involved a Muslim radical. And I felt a sense that that mosque would be feeling marginalized and isolated on that particular day. And so the next day, I just sensed a prompting from God. I drive by the mosque every day on my way to the church office. I pulled in and began to build a relationship because I didn't want my Muslim neighbors to feel that they had to fear me. The evangelical community, as Imam Majid has said, we happen to be the majority in my city from a religious perspective. And I wanted them to know that I did not simply tolerate their existence, but I loved them. And in inviting them into that love relationship, a lot of good things happened.
Yeah.
So we had scriptural study together.
Right.
We served together. We invited one another into each other's homes. We shared meals together. As we did all of these things and true relationship and trust was built, the circle then went out from that one mosque, and the imam at that mosque began to testify that the evangelical pastor at Houston Northwest Church is not crazy. So you can trust him.
Oh, amazing.
And so we began to build relationships with other mosques and then synagogues. And so when you say who's missing, I think the answer to that is any neighbor that we have yet to be able to demonstrate that this is based on love. So we have other religious communities in the city that we want to build relationship with because we believe that if they discover that we are motivated by love, not from some ulterior motive, but with a genuine idea to build an inclusive citizenship that involves everyone in gardening the city well towards flourishing, then they'll want to join in.
Great, thank you. Leadership, by examples, and Pastor Stephen just made a commitment to reach out to those who are not at the table.
Right.
To extend that love of neighbors. Wonderful. Still I have Dr. Vindley and Bob, they are online, but Dr. Vindley and Bob, if you allow me, I want to turn to the audience here, to this hall, and get questions. And then we'll allow Dr. Vindley or Bob to answer. So if you have a question, the microphones are ready. I need a question, so no comment, please. Question specifically about what you have heard. Questions, any question? a specific question so we can have Pastor Bob or Dr. Vinley to answer. Yes, you have a question. Please give him the mic. Yes.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Je m'exprime en français, j'ai une question.
I will talk in French. The last interview.
Translation said, he's going to speak in French, and I'm going to put mine also. So give me one so I can understand what you're saying. All right. Okay. And I'm going to repeat for Bob and Dr. Binley, unless the Zoom have a way to do it. Zoom does it. Okay.
Merci.
Thank you. I said so. The last intervention about the question of love as a foundation of living together as Strasbourg in France between Hinduist, Christian, Jews, and Muslims. We gather with the young people, but we don't start with love. With the fundamental dialogue. It's the dialogue. When we know each other, we can get to the love. So when the barriers are down, I don't know how did you do that by starting with love in this. I said the question, how did you do to start with the love, but it should be the dialogue that will get down the obstacles. So we start by dialogue. How did you start by love?
Thank you so much. Bob, you want to answer these questions? Did you get the translation?
I got it, Mohammed.
Via Zoom? Thank you so much. You're always there. Go ahead, Bob.
I got it. And I think that is a fantastic question. So what if I told you both are wrong? It's neither dialogue and it's neither love on its own. You're right. You don't just walk up to somebody and love them automatically. You're in a pastor's study right now. And right here, I've got beads that Sheikh bin Baya gave me that I think he had with him in Mecca. And I have them hung right up here on my desk so that every day I pray for him. But I pray for him because he became my friend. I didn't know him. Here's how most of us start. We start with the head. If I can dialogue with you, get to know you, then maybe it goes to the heart. And in the heart, then we get to know one another. Now we reach out with the hand and we serve together. I would challenge you to reverse that order. It's kind of what Jesus did. Start with the hand. That's why Sheikh bin Baya did what he did, because there were problems in how we were getting along in the world. So he started with what can I do? Well, as a scholar, the greatest thing that he could do was to write a document. He started with his hand. What does he then do? He pulls all these Islamic scholars together. Then he pulls me and Majid and Bill and many of us together in Morocco, and we all are talking about the crisis that we're facing. So how do we implement that? So that work pulled us together from what we did with our hand. It captured our hearts. And now, once it's in our hearts, we're ready to have the head conversation, the deep conversations. I don't want to frighten anybody, but I'm on a Wednesday night Quran study. Now, I know I'm a Christian pastor. It ought to be a Bible study, but it's a Quran study. And it's with Imam Majid. Is it because I agree with everything in Islam? No, I don't. I've tried to help Majid understand Christianity. He's tried to help me understand Islam. And we can ask one another very sensitive questions: theology, politics, our worldviews. Why can we do that? Because we have the relationship. Where did the relationship come? At a conference, not at all. It first came from us individually, talking one-on-one and being brutally honest about our differences. Here's one of the other things I would say is this. We build on our commonalities. I get that. But I think unless we're honest about our differences, we cannot go deep in our relationships. And once we're honest, well, hey, I disagree about who you say Jesus is, Pastor Bob. All right, does that mean because you disagree with me, I can't be in a relationship with you? Here's one final thing I'll say and I'll stop. I think a hard question we have to ask ourselves and what these relationships lead to is, what value do people of faith bring to the community beyond the people in their own faith tradition? A lot of times people ask me, say, Bob, as an evangelical pastors ask me, why are you involved in this? Do you believe all roads lead to heaven and you've just become a kumbaya Christian? Not at all, I believe. But does my faith teach me anything that I have a responsibility to be a picture of peace in this world? Do I have a responsibility to serve a starving person, a refugee, a homeless person? Do I have any responsibility towards those people at all, the ones that aren't Christians and never will be? According to Jesus, I do. And I think that's where we've got to change. How are we going to live together in a world where we're all present? And let's just dig our shovels in and help the hurting, wherever it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bob. I need another question for Dr. Vinley. Anyone? I don't see any sister raising hands there. Question. I will give it then to Mansour C. A question. Yes, please. A question to Dr. Vinley.
I don't have a question. I have a comment to make, but in the question I am asking to myself and to you yourself, what I am doing here. I am MP in my country, and I left the budgetary session to come here. I came here to bring my own experience. I know Wendley for the past 15 years, Catherine Marshall, Azakaram for the past 15 years. So I came here to give my experience relating to the declaration of Marrakesh. I have been raising my hand. And for the past 3 days, I didn't do anything. So I just want to ask you when I am going to have the opportunity to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate your comment. And definitely I will take that to the organizers and we will take it to them and hope they can do better to include your experience, Mansour C. Thank you. Appreciate it. Any question? A specific question? Yes, please. Here in the front. Yeah. Bring the mic in the front here, please. Yeah.
Thanks very much. I just would like you, for your own opinion, what is the better way or methodology to make ordinary people understand what we, knowledge people, we have already understood? Because the violences in many countries between different religions come to ordinary people who lack knowledge and they don't have enough experience. So what is the better way to make those people understand this inclusive partnership between many religions? Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Vinley, I hope you heard the question.
I did.
And you are the best actually to answer this one because you have been working in conflict zones and all of that. So please.
Well, first of all, I appreciate the question. It's a vital, urgent question. And here we are helped when we recognize that we're not individual believers, we are members of communities. And the caravan is inviting, through their own leaders, the communities themselves to become engaged. Imam Majid talked about a church giving the keys to an Islamic community. So you're really not dealing with a subset of elites. You're dealing with whole communities. And the truth that my colleagues have already shared, that nothing works more quickly to build solidarity than putting our shoulders together in common action is the key. And here's what we've learned. On the one hand, we often focus on the output of our common action. What good things could we do? Very important question. We could help to feed the hungry, protect those who are vulnerable, etc. But we've also learned to ask what's happening to us as persons when we collaborate with each other. I was privileged to conduct research in 90 different countries across all religions, all geographical regions, asking men and women from senior leaders to ordinary grassroots religious believers, what changed occurred to them when they collaborated. And amazingly, there were 4 constants that were present across all religions and all regions. First, everybody admitted and acknowledged with gratitude that their fear of the other was profoundly reduced. The person who was a stranger, who was a bit unknown, became a colleague, a brother. Secondly, they all acknowledged they would never not want to cooperate. Having begun to collaborate, so for example, the very people on this panel working together in the forum, having done that, nobody wants to go back. Third, and this is critical, everybody acknowledged falling more in love with their own religion, but in a remarkable way. It was the other person with the other religion, which helped all of us to understand even more deeply the hidden beauty, the hidden goodness that we find within our own religion. That's a kind of transformation, a kind of conversion. We deepen our awareness of God's glory, God's goodness, God's mercy. And when that deepens, we see each other more deeply with the eyes of mercy and the eyes of love, and we are transformed. So 2 points here. Yes, common action. Yes, common action for the good. But secondly, and including our whole communities, to answer your question, but secondly, we are transformed when we do this. And we are being transformed together in a way that not only retains our differences of faith, but deepens our own love and appreciation of our own religion, which gives us a deeper lens of mercy and love to see the other. Eyes of mercy see mercy, the eyes of love see love, and they see love wherever it exists. So this is a caravan in which we are doing outer work shoulder to shoulder, but it is a caravan in which we are being transformed as men and women in love with God through our own religion and being deepened in our own love of God and our own religion as we work together side by side.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Beautifully said. Any question from the audience? All right, I have a question here. Please, can you get the mic? So we're going to have, this is going to be the last question, and we will...
بعد جزيل الشكر لمولانا الشيخ.
After thanking His Eminence Abdullah bin Baya for this beautiful effort, this forum, and after listening to how the world took major leaps forward in coexisting and accepting the other, why don't we review ourselves that some of us have such short-sighted vision, and to the point where they see others from other faiths as enemies that should be killed?
Now, I need to conclude. Sorry, I
سؤالي
have to
إلى
conclude.
الشيخ أسامة الأزهري.
My question is to Sheikh Osama Al-Azhari.
I have few minutes to conclude the session. I want to hear from the panel concluding remarks. And I want to also, the panel can also integrate to answer the question in your final remarks. So I want to begin with you, Rabbi Shoshana.
And that word is leadership. What we've seen here and what we've experienced here is a result of the leadership of Sheikh bin Bayyah, of the leadership of the UAE, and of many, many other people, including, I would say, my dear friend, even though we've only known each other a short time, Mohammed Zanussi. And the leadership, I think, answers your question. Leaders have extraordinary influence over their followers. I can't hope to influence people who don't know me and don't trust me, but I can influence my people. And if I influence my people, and you influence yours, and you influence yours, and we role model exactly like the example that you gave, then together we can influence and educate everyone else. It's about being a leader and having the courage. It takes tremendous, tremendous courage to lead and to say things that people perhaps are not quite ready to hear yet. And we say it to them in a way that they can hear it, and we live it.
Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your presence in this panel and in this conference. I want to go virtually, and then we'll come to you, Imam Majid. Bob, are you still with us in Dallas, Texas?
I'm still with you.
Thank you. You're always with us. So you heard the question. With your concluding remarks, give us a minute and a half.
I think one of the most critical things that we have facing before us is a world that's out of control right now. And it's in dire need of leadership. I want to reinforce what the rabbi said. But the kind of leadership that we need today is not a leadership of power and control and winner take all. That's the worldly systems. The kind of leadership that we desperately need today are leaders that are humble, connected. They're prophetic, like the prophet Jeremiah. And I think in American context, religious leaders of my tradition, evangelicals, a lot of times we can be very concerned about how many people listen to us, follow us, say good things about us. But I think we're living in a time where the most important kind of leader is to speak prophetically to the issues and to the moment that we are in. That's what our time needs. That's what history remembers. But in order to do that, I think what the rabbi said with reference to courage, it's going to take a tremendous amount of courage.
Yeah.
And not from the other, but from others within your own tribe.
Thank you, Bob. And thank you for emphasizing the importance of leadership. And Bob, still I want you to tell me a story. I remember you told us the story of how you hosted the family of the Afghan evacuees in Dallas. And so tell us that story, because I found it really an interesting story. And this journey of dialogue brought your own family.
So I was challenged by a Saudi prince, Prince Turki Al Faisal, who's a friend of mine that I love very much. He said, Bob, it's great for what you do with Muslims around the world. What about your own backyard in Dallas, Texas? And I remember telling him, Your Highness, you don't understand what you ask. That's a very difficult thing. But God began to speak to my heart, much like he did Steve's heart, and I realized I had to do something. And so we did, and we hosted an event, the first ever event, where we invited Muslims to come to our church. We got a tremendous amount of criticism, but literally we packed out our church with Muslims and Christians who had never met together, evangelical Christians. And the result of that was that it wound up impacting our church dramatically so that some people left. The idea was, what are you doing with all of these Muslims? And it goes back to what Jesus said about love. Love God, love your neighbor, love one another, and even love your enemies, those that you may fear. And that little thing changed us. And this year, El Sanusi, you'll be with us. But March 6th, we're going to do it again after 10 years. And Dr. Muhammad Al-Alista, the Muslim World League, March 6th, will be at our church with Muslims, Christians, and Jews. And together, we're going to talk about how do we live together and how do we get along.
Thank you so much. So you are hosting the Secretary General of the Muslim World League, Dr. Alisa, who addressed this conference a couple of days ago in your church in Dallas, Texas. We'll all be with you, Bob. Thank you. Imam Majid, I want to come to you here. السؤال المتعلق
The question related to self-criticism and narrow-mindedness. Could you address this question in your concluding remarks?
Without self-criticism, self-evaluation, you cannot really do any transformation. And the challenge, I think, is for every community to see what are the resistant factors in their own community for change. And you're talking about how to include others in your community who might differ with you in the school of thought. Muslims need to do two things. I'm going to practice this with you now. Interfaith, RA, Shia, Sunni, and others get together like we did in America. And interfaith, then we work with people of other faith. I think the challenge is that people don't like to leave their comfort zone. Your comfort zone. You need to leave your comfort zone to create a common comfort zone. And the issue of, in Arabic, you have the word akhar, the others. The word akhar has the word akh in it. Every akhar is akh. And the word, even in English, the word brothers has the other in it. What I think is very important for us to begin this dialogue in the neighborhood. When you talk about country and nations, nations made of neighborhoods. And every religion teach about protecting, loving thy neighbor. And if it does not start in a neighborhood, it will not be in a national level. But in that neighborhood, you have to look who are the most vulnerable people. And any civilization does not take care of the most vulnerable people is if civilization has no values. Therefore, this challenge, this conference here today, and this dialogue, we have all of this beautiful framework without mechanism of implementation remains just a framework. What I would suggest that it begins with me. Change begins with me. And if I change myself, Rumi said, I was clever, I thought I was clever that I'm going to change the world. I become wiser because I start changing myself. Start with me. Therefore, that will be my comments of answering this question.
Thank you so much. Change begin within. So it's beautiful. Thank you so much. I want to go virtually and then end by you, Dr. Stephen here. Dr. Vinley, you are still with us.
Yes.
I know that, Dr. Vinley, you have a lot of stories to tell us from your journey of interreligious collaboration and partnership. So give us concluding words.
Well, thank you so much, my brother and friend, Dr. El Sanusi. First of all, I think the question that was raised on the floor is so important to us in terms of how this becomes really available to our whole communities. Here, I think we can recognize that the term that was coined by the British historian Arnold Toynbee, but it's useful for all of us. The term creative minority is very helpful. When the prophet started, he was dealing with the creative minority. When Jesus began, he was dealing with the creative minority. When Moses was dealing with God and a covenant, inevitably, compared to the Egyptian population as a whole, he was dealing with the creative minority. The caravan has to start as a creative minority. It has to open itself to the fact that its mission is beyond itself. Its mission is to the whole human family before God. So first of all, the caravan is underway. There's no turning back. None of us can turn back. It's impossible for us to turn back. Where are we going with the caravan? Well, we're going to solidarity. We're going to fraternity. We're going to solidarity in love and mercy in our differences. We're going really to a state of shared well-being, where your well-being, because God made us all relational, your well-being is my well-being, and my well-being is your well-being. No walls can separate us from the vulnerability of the other. We're all in this together. But finally, if our hearts are open, no walls can separate us from the beauty of the other, and the beauty of the other in their differences from ourselves. So I think we're underway. I think it's irrevocable. I think we should not be daunted when we experience ourselves temporarily as a creative minority. This will go mainstream. This is the path for human flourishing. Together, let's stay on this path.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Mindley, and thank you so much for being with us from New York. Thank you. Dr. Steve, I want concluding remarks from you so we can conclude the session.
I think that what has already been said is beautiful and true. Speaking courageously to our own groups, certainly important, and being prophetic with them, telling them that they need to engage the other. But I also find that if I'm going to earn the trust of my neighbor, who is someone who is perhaps an other or an enemy, the best thing that I can do is to serve them. We live in a world that is angry and is hungry for power. And in the Alliance of Virtue, that whenever then my neighbors want to hear more about what I have to say. The Bible tells us that the day before he was crucified, the last thing that Jesus did was he washed the feet of his disciples. And I reflect on that sometimes, because if, as a Christian, I believe that Jesus knew he was about to die. If I knew that I was going to die tomorrow, I have a lot of things that I would like to do. I don't know that washing someone's feet would be on my list. And that's the example that he left for us, for his followers. If we want to lead in our communities and we want to build trust with members of other faiths, I think that the best thing if I can just briefly say, if you're a member of a city or a community looking for a way to build a bridge, I would encourage you to serve the members of other faiths in your city. And I believe it will surprise them and will give you an open door in which to begin this sort of work. And I hope that you'll be blessed in that.
Thank you so much, Steve. And thank you for giving the beautiful example of service and washing somebody's feet, something that I witnessed. I have seen it. And my good friend, Dr. Chris Seipel, is here with us. Chris and Pastor Bob Robert that you saw,
Imam Majid was there. Sheikh bin Bayi was present in Washington, where they washed the feet, Dr. Saipal and Bob, of a Rohingya Muslim or Rohingya Muslim in front of everyone, just to show that humility. Thank you, Steve, for reminding us that. And please join me. And thank you for your patience. Join me to thank the panel for a wonderful dialogue. So thank you so much. You have 10 minutes break. I will give it to you. You can announce that. But thank you so much. Always joy to be with you. Assalamu alaikum.
في الختام نتقدم بجزيل الشكر.
In conclusion, we would like to thank all panelists who have been useful and insightful in this panel discussion with their remarkable insights and deep intellectual ideas. And we thank all audiences. We'd like to notify you that the next session will start after a 15-minute break, which is the last session, followed by the concluding statement. Thank you.
Guck mal, da wenn der Weiße, der Rote, der Schwarze, der was weiß ich was ist, ja? Das ist super. Und will man die dann vorne alle sitzen. Okay, ja, so mache ich. oder näher an dich ran. Ja,
Ja, ich guck jetzt
dass
gerade.
man sie sehen kann.
Jetzt gerade. Wo sind wir denn?
Wir sind alle noch in der Pause, oder?
Nee, aber was passiert? Muss eigentlich eher noch so, oder?
Okay.
Ich guck mal, dass ich möglichst weit aufstehe, ja? Hallo?
انا احسب عليك رضوان السيد
موجود نعم لا لا هذا كمان
هذا اونلاين
لا لا مش اونلاين لا مش هذا شيء كلب هذا موجود موجود هذا لسه ما عندناش جواب
السادة الحضور الكرام، يتجدد الترحيب بكم كلما تجدد اللقاء، فنرحب بكم في جلسة جديدة نفتتحها بكلمة رئيسية تتفضل بإلقائها سعادة النائب فيونا بروس المبعوثة الخاصة لرئيس الوزراء
From the UK, moderated by His Excellency Abdul Samad Al-Yazidi, the Secretary General of the Supreme Council of Muslims in Germany. And the topics will be two: an inclusive citizenship charter, a new resource for leaders. And the other one, a better world, how charters and declarations can contribute to a brighter future. And who would contributing to this session? The following speakers: His Excellency Dr. Abdul Samad Al-Yazidi and His Excellency Radwan Al-Sayyid, Member of the Board of Trustees of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace, Lebanon, and Professor of Emeritus in Islamic Studies, Lebanese University, as well as Reverend Professor Thomas Scrimacher, Secretary General and CEO, World Evangelical Alliance, Germany, as well as Reverend Dr. Roy Medley, Emeritus Secretary General of American Baptist Churches, the USA, as well as Cardinal John Oronfemi Onaikan, Archbishop, Archdiocese of Abuja, Nigeria, as well as Rabbi Yehuda Sarna, the Chief Rabbi of the Jewish Community of the United Arab Emirates. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate.
Today with us, His Excellency, Mrs. فيونا بروس. Mrs. فيونا بروس هي المبعوثة الخاصة لرئيس
which is the Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Freedom of Religion or Belief in the UK.
To have you with us here, and we hope that in the next years you will also could make it to Abu Dhabi. Best greetings of our beloved Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya. We are following your work in Great Britain. We are very proud of your work. The stage is yours. Welcome.
Your Excellency, Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, distinguished guests, greetings from the UK Parliament. Thank you for inviting me to speak in the closing session of this Assembly. I followed with interest your discussions over the last 2 days and welcome the publication of the Abu Dhabi Declaration on Inclusive Citizenship. I look forward to the practical follow-up that is being planned. I'm delighted that the British government has been able to offer support with the development of the declaration through the hard work of our staff at Wilton Park. Inclusive citizenship is indeed a key concept for our time, and I am so encouraged that so many influential thinkers have come together over the last few days to discuss its theological underpinning, what it looks like in practice, and how we can all work together to build it. As Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya set out in his framework speech, the concept of inclusive citizenship may have changed over time, but has its roots in our civilization's earliest history. Here in the UK, in the British Museum, we are privileged to have an ancient clay cylinder, the Cyrus cylinder, which is an account of the conquest of Babylon by Cyrus the Great in 539 BC. Cyrus announced that he would respect the traditions, customs, and religions of the nations in his new empire, and that everyone is free to choose a religion. This, your present assembly, is truly building on our shared history and making a valuable contribution to peace by helping us to develop a common understanding of what inclusive citizenship looks like today. As the British Prime Minister's Special Envoy on Freedom of Religion or Belief, and also as a member of the UK Parliament for many years, I have taken an active interest in the situation of religious minorities around the world. It is these minorities who are so often the first to suffer where inclusive citizenship is lacking. And sadly, research shows that today, despite the effects of many, including those of you here today, over 80% of the world's population live in countries where there are restrictions on an individual's freedom to manifest their religion or belief. Many of those restricted live in religious minority groups. And within minority communities, it is the vulnerable who suffer the most. We marked Red Wednesday by lighting up our public buildings, such as the Foreign Office and Lambeth Palace, lighting them up in red to remember those who have paid with their lives because they refused to renounce their beliefs. I took part in the launch of a special report by the charity Aid to the Church in Need, which highlighted the issue of forced conversion and forced marriage. Many thousands of young girls and women from religious or belief minorities have been affected by this in countries including Egypt, Mozambique, Nigeria, Pakistan, Iraq, and Syria. Inclusive citizenship must put women and girls at the center to ensure that solutions are found to tackle these issues and to prevent the horrendous violence that is still taking place behind closed doors in so many places. And now I want to turn to COVID-19. And as previous speakers have highlighted, the issues faced by religious minorities have truly been exacerbated by the pandemic. A recent report, which was funded by my government, was produced by an organisation called the Coalition for Religious Equality and Inclusive Development, or CREED for short. The report was led by the UK's Institute of Development Studies and looked at the impact of the pandemic on religiously marginalised groups experiencing intersecting vulnerabilities with a focus on India and Nigeria. Just to unpack that a little, the authors of the report talked to members of religious minority communities in different regions of India and Nigeria. And it is the real life experiences of those people who they talk to that form the basis of this report, and which can neither be ignored nor denied. This report, and I recommend its reading, found that whilst all poor people have suffered extreme hardship as a consequence of the effects of COVID-19, and as I'm sure we'd all agree, around the world over, many not so poor have suffered too. But when people are poor, and they also belong to a religious minority group, they've experienced increased vulnerability during the pandemic. For example, on account of social pressures they've faced, perhaps when the majority have blamed that minority group for the pandemic and have then ostracised them. This report also sets out how when the poor in religious minority groups lose their livelihoods, and of course they have little resilience when they do so, that they've then had negligible access to government help, though fortunately they've had support in many cases from churches and mosques, with interfaith cooperation happening in local communities and through neighbourly care. But sadly, the report also highlighted that a main health impact of COVID-19 on religious minority groups who also live in poverty has been on their mental health. We heard how in India there is distress and despair on the part of many due to hunger and loss of livelihoods during the lockdown, and that this has been acute amongst Dalits, Hindus, and amongst scapegoated Muslims, many now exhausted by the targeting, harassment of them, and living in constant fear. And in Nigeria, the report speaks of the impact of violent attacks and loss of life and livelihoods during lockdown, which has promoted despair and depression. And equally and critically concerning was that the report highlighted the potentially long-term impact through loss of schooling and education on many young people living in religious minority groups. Now, the report made many recommendations, but key among them was the recommendation to establish platforms to promote interreligious dialogue and harmony, which is exactly what you have been debating here. And of course, there is an urgent need to move beyond debate and to take practical steps. We need governments to ensure that societies are truly inclusive in practice, with religious minority groups living in poverty receiving appropriate health care and social safety nets, particularly widows and orphans and those who have lost their livelihoods. For example, where alternative skills acquisition can be provided. And there's a need for more support for local religious communities in the way that they can effectively and sensitively provide spiritual and mental help to individuals from religious minority groups. I hope that the foundations laid by this Assembly will encourage governments to ensure that this kind of practical support can be provided in areas where it is currently lacking. And I would now, if I may, like to turn to the UK position. The British government, which I'm representing here today, firmly believes that no one should face discrimination, hatred or violence because of their religion or belief. Discrimination not only damages societies, but it also holds back economies. Countries cannot fully develop when they fail fully to include members of minorities. Communities are stronger when they include everyone. Citizenship needs to be not just a nice sounding idea, but needs to be implemented in practice in the way that the state treats all its citizens. And faith or belief communities, when they are fully included in this, can play a valuable role. In times of conflict, for example, when many institutions crumble, it is often the churches or the mosques that remain behind, running the schools and the hospitals, and they come alongside the vulnerable, offering hope and support. And the UK is fully committed to standing up for the right of freedom of religion or belief for all. We are active members of the International Religious Freedom or Belief Alliance, which now has 33 member countries. This alliance has demonstrated leadership over the last year in responding to the situations in Myanmar, Afghanistan, and Iraq in particular. And we will be hosting an international ministerial conference in London on the 5th and 6th July next year to galvanise collective action on this issue. And I'm delighted to say that this conference has the enthusiastic support of our Prime Minister. The UK government also works with the UN, OSCE, Council of Europe, G7, and other multilateral fora to promote freedom of religion or belief, or FORB. In May this year, we secured the inclusion of language on FORB in a G7 communique for the first time, ensuring it is now part of G7 business. And finally, I'd like to speak about the UK experience. Studies show that 2 million people from faith groups voluntarily give their time that's worth £3 billion to their communities every year. Many faith groups provide an opportunity to encourage social mixing between people of different backgrounds. And on the other side of the coin, to increase discrimination experienced by many religious minorities during COVID-19 across the world, here in the UK, we found that faith communities here made a valuable and significant contribution during the lockdowns we have endured together. As a government, we have massively increased our support, but working alongside us, faith-based organisations were already there on the ground, reaching out to support their local communities. 4,000 spontaneous mutual aid groups were set up across the UK, many by churches, mosques, synagogues and temples, to support the vulnerable and those isolated in their homes by the pandemic. Thousands of volunteers here in the UK delivered shopping, essential medicines, and checked on the lonely and the worried. And a survey was carried out last summer by the British Parliament's all-party parliamentary group for faith and society, of which I'm vice chair. This found that here in the UK, 60% had been working with food banks operated by a faith group. That is 60% of local authorities, local councils, had been working with food banks operated by a faith group, and that almost 70% of our local authorities reported an increase in the partnership working with faith groups since the start of the pandemic. And almost every local authority is now committed to building on this strengthened relationship and to supporting longer-term partnerships with faith groups in our local communities. That is a positive outcome from this distressing pandemic here in the UK. So in closing, for inclusive citizenship to work in practice, we need the mutual commitment of citizens, civil society and the state, each fulfilling their individual responsibilities and working together for the common good of all. That is very much the practical outworking of the idea of inclusive citizenship. I am so encouraged by your discussions over the last few days, and I very much look forward to continuing our dialogue together.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We appreciate your participation, and we appreciate more your great work for understanding between the different faiths. We need such bridge builder like you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. ونعتذر على أننا لم نقدم.
We apologize for not introducing His Eminence Dr. Arif Al-Nayed, the founder of Kalam Organization for Research and Media in Libya, and he is the keynote speaker in the third topic under the title An Inclusive Citizenship Charter, a new resource for leaders, and a commitment, an invitation for commitment. We are glad to welcome him, and and his contribution with us today.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. My brief remarks will be foundational remarks. I truly believe that whenever we're dealing with grand concepts like citizenship, like inclusivity in citizenship, we should look at the foundations of these notions and these concepts, and we should try to be axiomatic about what we do. What are the roots of these frameworks? What are the roots of these basic notions? There have been multiple approaches to citizenship and to inclusivity in citizenship. Most approaches have what we could term an interesting feature of being top-down. They're often associated with the notion of the nation state, and then from the notion of the nation state, we get the notion of participating in the nation state as a citizen, and then we begin to speak about the rights of citizens and how these rights of citizens can be extended in a more inclusive way so that we can achieve inclusive citizenship. There is a lot of merit in these approaches, and what I'm about to say is not in any way to diminish the value of these approaches. For Muslim theologians and scholars, there have been many commendable efforts to use this kind of top-down approach to try and find resources from the Quran and the Sunnah and the great tradition of Islam that actually kind of founds or shores up the idea of the nation state and the modern idea of citizenship. And these efforts are definitely worthy of a great deal of respect, and we have seen some of these efforts in this very conference and in previous conferences on the topic. What I would like to suggest today is that perhaps there is a different approach to this. Rather than beginning with the nation state, and rather than beginning with a kind of a juridical concept of the nation state and then citizenship as participation in the nation state, perhaps we can take a different approach and come from locality to the upper concept of the nation state. I believe that if we look at the granularity of the nation state, if we look at the, if you like, the fractal nature of the nation state, we'll find that ultimately it boils down to relationships between persons who are proximate to each other, who are living with each other, co-living, or what we call al-aish al-mushtarak in much of the literature of Muslim-Christian dialogue for many decades now, is very important, this living together. But this togetherness is essentially a proximity. It begins like a physical proximity. It's also a cultural, societal, and educational proximity, linguistic proximity, but it's a proximity nevertheless. I believe that it's possible to approach the concept of inclusive citizenship beginning from that locality rather than beginning from the upper concept of a nation state. And to begin with what we may term duties of proximity. What are the duties entailed by living next to someone? What are the duties that neighbors have towards other neighbors? What are the duties of neighborliness, if we'd like to use that term? Very fruitful in achieving a more comprehensive concept of citizenship and inclusive citizenship. You know, the whole concept of an ethics based on duties rather than on rights is quite ancient and is often forgotten. We have gotten used to the concept of human rights, and it's so foundational today. In most of the charters, it is always a rights discourse. We seldomly speak of duties. It wasn't always the case. In ancient times, Cicero, for example, wrote a very important book, De Officiis, in which he tried to elaborate an entire ethic based on duties rather than just rights. And in more modern times, the famous Immanuel Kant, in his Critique of Practical Reason and his other works on ethics, tried to speak from duties, as a matter of fact, from an ultimate duty, or what he termed the categorical imperative. And definitely there is a kind of a duties-based ethics that's feasible. I believe that neighborliness comes with duties. And the duties of neighborliness, the duties of proximity, the duties of being proximate or close to someone, being in qurba in Arabic, being from dhawi al-qurba, those who are proximate, being a qareeb, a proximate or a kin, is very, very important. And in modern times, they developed in mathematics and the computation something which is called cellular automata. And there is a famous book by Stephen Wolfram, which is called A New Kind of Science, that speaks about this. Mathematicians and scientists discovered that if you begin with very tiny units, which they call cells, even when they're very simple, even when they're as simple as having just two states, on and off, okay? And when these cells have neighbors, and there are rules of neighborhood, these cells with their neighbors actually begin to give rise or emergence to very complex phenomena. I believe the nation state is like that. There are two ways of conceiving of the nation state. You can do it juridically and think of a constitution that is abstractly written, that is imposed and is the nation state's constitution. Or you can think of the nation state as an organically growing organism of sorts, a structure that has historically risen from the neighborliness between its local communities. I believe that we should look at this possibility of looking at citizenship from the bottom up, looking at neighborliness as foundational. From a Muslim theological perspective, I know that there are many theatricians who have tried to find the concept of the nation state in the writings of Islam. But I think if we look closely, we'll find a more abundant literature on the duties of proximity. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Prophet of Islam, peace be upon him, spends a great deal of time and effort teaching the duties of neighborliness. What you owe your neighbor. As a neighbor, what it is that you have to do towards your neighbor. And it is very interesting that this neighborliness is not limited to Muslim neighbors. The Prophet of Islam, peace be upon him, practices neighborliness towards his non-Muslim neighbors. And in the Quran it says, Al-Jar al-Junub. And Imam Qurtubi, one of the great exegetes, explains that's the limb in trade and in other ways of life. And when they were sick, he went and visited. And when they died, he attended their funerals. This is extremely important. The companions of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and may God be pleased with them, also practiced this. And this was the common Muslim praxis for centuries. This praxis of locality, of local responsibility in community is extremely important. It is not merely a moral teaching or ethic that is just about being nice to your neighbor. It's actually, I claim, constitutive of what it means for a nation to be a nation, what it means for the nation state to be a nation state. A nation state is nothing more than the emergent, complex structure that comes from locality and from neighborliness. Therefore, when we want to build inclusive citizenship, let us not think of this merely as an abstract concept to be imposed from above by a nation state upon its citizens, or rights to be extended to this or that group, but let us think of these rights as actually stemming from duties ultimately. Duties of one neighbor towards the other, duties of ourselves towards all the people who are around us. The Prophet of Islam, peace be upon him, summarizes in a beautiful hadith what the duties of a neighbor towards his neighbors are. He asks, do you know what the right of the neighbor is? And then answers, if he seeks your help, you should help him. If he asks for a loan, you should lend him. If he becomes poor, you should support him. If he falls ill, you should visit him. If he dies, you should mourn him. If there is a calamity that befalls him or a crisis, you should comfort him. You should not build higher than his house so as to block the air. And you should not bring in fruits into your home without sharing some. And if your kids have these fruits, they should not go out in the street with these fruits so that the other kids would not be envious. If your neighbor can smell the aroma of your food, you should share it. And then he concludes with a beautiful passage that says, do you really know the right of the neighbor? I swear by him who possesses my soul, meaning I swear by God, only a person blessed with God's compassion can truly realize the right of the neighbor. So it turns out that the duties of proximity that we want to found citizenship on are actually based in compassion. The real ligaments of the nation state, the real bonds of the nation state are not constitutional phrases or abstract concepts, but the marhama, or the mutual compassion of the citizens of that state. And inclusivity is not about legal inclusivity only. It is about being included in this contract of compassion, if you like, this bond of compassion between us. This marhama, which is foundational in Islam. Allah Azza wa Jal, our God is called Ar-Rahman, the compassionate. And his book to us is Hudan wa Rahma. It is a guidance and a compassion, and the Prophet of Islam, peace be upon him, is called a gifted compassion or Rahma. So it's a foundational fact, not just a notion. And this foundational fact constitutes locality. It constitutes neighborliness. And it is the foundation and basis for our duties towards each other as neighbors. From locality, we can build wholesome villages and towns and communities and cities and nation states. What I'm trying to say through these remarks is very, very simple. Let us not think of citizenship and inclusivity of citizenship as a mere juridical concept. And let us not think that it's merely a rights-based concept. But let us remember that it is actually founded in duties towards each other. And that these duties actually turn out to be duties of love and compassion. The duty to love God and to love our neighbor, which was the basis of the Common Word Accord that we had sent out to the world in 2006 with His Highness Prince Ghazi bin Muhammad of Jordan, and for which we got overwhelming responses from the world's churches and other communities. I believe that we should go back to these fundamentals, and as we conceive of citizenship and inclusivity in citizenship, let us remember that we must include each other in our hearts, in compassion and in love, as neighbors and as approximate people who together, in a loving way, can give rise to nation states that are actually founded in God's love and God's compassion. Thank you very much, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, remembering us to come back to the spirit of our religions, which is love and working together with every mankind. Let us together come to the fourth topic. The fourth topic, a better world, how the charters and declarations can contribute to a brighter future. We have great speakers today. Let me introduce them all. Emeritus at the Islamic Studies in the Lebanese University, and he is also member of the board of trustees of the Forum Promoting Peace. Reverend Professor Thomas Schirmacher, he is the Secretary General and the CEO of the World Evangelical Alliance. He's from Germany. Also, Reverend Dr. Roy Midley, he is the Emeritus Secretary General of the American Baptist Churches in the USA. And virtual will be with us Cardinal John Ororonfemi Onayikan. He is the Archdiocese of Abuja in Nigeria. And also virtually will be with us Jim Willis, Director of the Georgetown University Center on Faith and Justice from the USA. And last but not least, our friend Rabbi Yehuda Sarna. He's the Chief Rabbi of the Jewish community in the UAE. سيداتي سادتي، نحن في مؤتمر وضع له عنوان المواطنة.
Ladies and gentlemen, since we are talking about this broad topic, citizenship, that's why we have to talk about it as a German citizen, and I decided in this session to complain to you, the organizers, because it didn't give my country, Germany, enough space. However, in their wisdom, they chose me to moderate this last session, and they chose also Mr. Dr. Radwan, who is considered a German, and he teaches in German, as well as Reverend Schirmacher, who represents the evangelical church from Germany. So I can't complain anymore in this session. Today, in which we talk about citizenship, allow me here to say that these different documents that we receive from these initiatives and these institutions, these pioneering institutions, these great councils, our role is to translate them in our countries, to broaden them and to spread them on to as many people as possible in order to spread goodness. And we've done some of this effort in Germany, in which we translated the statement of the Marrakesh Declaration into German and to Deutsch. We translated the Marrakesh Declaration into German, and we distributed it in conferences. We didn't do that work alone in the Higher Council, Supreme Council for Muslims. However, we collaborated with our brothers and sisters from German churches who translated with us this important document, as well as the Mecca document. We translated it and we distributed some of its copies here in this conference, and we will be providing some of them outside for those who want to read it in German. And I don't want to overlook in this blessed day, and since we are talking about citizenship, to recall with you a lady that personified inclusive citizenship inside Germany. And today, it's her last day as the head of the Dr. Angela Merkel. Her last day today as head of the German government. Today is her last day, and tomorrow that a new president will be elected, who will be Olaf Scholz, who worked with her for a long time. This lady, during 16 years in Germany, even though there were attempts to deepen differences and spread racism. She was truly a pioneer and a role model to implement the true meanings of citizenship that we are discussing here in this forum. So we would like to salute her on behalf of all of you, and we wish her remaining good days and blessed life. I will stop with my German propaganda, and I'm going to give the floor to my first guest, His Excellency Dr. Radwan Al-Sayed. I would like to, peace be upon you all, I would like to focus on three things. First, the great stage during the last years in which, or the major leap that we have crossed through the great scholars and religious institutions towards general human communication. Attempts were not successful or came short during the entirety of the 20th century. And now we succeeded through religious institutes that were considered just traditional and unwavering. We made big leaps. However, too, what is the result on our national constitution and our general human interactions? And three, what can we do in both of these fields? Till 2016, all statements that were issued and the declarations that were issued since the Amman message in 2004, they were all defensive in nature, focusing on combating terrorism, extremism and terrorism until the great crime of 2001. There are initiatives and declarations and statements. Some of them are solitary in nature and others are communal, and they all have the same essence, self-defense, that we are not extremists, we are not terrorists, and Islam does not deserve this black image, this dark image that the world views it in. I see that this defensive phase, which is a preparatory phase, because religious institutions previously and the greatest scholars were not the ones that were leading these reformer waves. Rather, other groups that trespassed them and did that work. That's why this institution and the scholars here, or the scholars, were able to outcompete others, of course, supported by countries. And that's why it has a special, till 2016, all of these efforts had a special meaning. The purely defensive phase ended, and the initiative started with the Marrakesh Declaration that has another philosophy presented for Islamic presence, both nationally and globally. In 2017, we have Al-Azhar Conference for Nationalism or Citizenship and Coexistence, which followed, or which is going in the same direction, but it's shorter. While the Marrakesh Declaration is much more extensive, but they use the same examples, one arc and the Medina document. Then 2019 came, in which statements and the three declarations were issued. The brother fraternity document and the new alliance of virtues, as well as the Mecca's document, which is a vastly new phase that goes hand in hand with the international work agenda that came to be after the Second World War, in which for religious people and cultural people alike in the Arab world and the Islamic world were pretty they were pretty conservative towards it. This is an entire adoption. However, the difference here that those were constitutions, international laws or global laws that were abiding, and this is a new world of virtues and values, takes into consideration all of these rules and constitutions, and takes values that stems from religion in its meeting and dialogue with other religions, whether in an Abrahamic sense or other religions, all religions, to be the second pillar or cornerstone, to be the new adopter of these declaration statements. Ben Baya used through the Marrakesh Declaration the two forms, an entirety Quran, which means to get to know one another and be empathetic and compassionate, the philosophy of, and completely a complete era, which is coexistence, unlike the Prophet Muhammad's example in Medina, in which on a not a virtual, this is not the social contract that philosophers talk about, but rather the Prophet signed a contract with a true multi-diverse ethnic and religious components of the city and Medina, in order to live together with equal rights and obligations. And Ben Baya and Al-Azhar Declaration considered it an example for what we consider a national state. They loaned or they borrowed the Prophet Muhammad's examples and applied it to the national nation state, which is the first degree of globalism or inclusive citizenship in one frame. From what did they do with that? The statements are pretty brief, including a man's letter and citizenship and coexistence from Al-Azhar, and of course the brother fraternity declaration. It's a declaration, it's not a study. So the brother fraternity document, what did not occur there was in the Pope's letter 2 years later, Fratelli Tutti. Marrakesh Declaration goes into detail. So what happened was to trespass three things in these three declarations in specific. I wrote a study for the Peace magazine, and I found that there are 16 common points using the same terms between the three declarations. There are 16 common points between the three declarations. So what did I do? What did they do? The first thing they did is they trespassed 50 years of isolation that was imposed on us by the great Arab intellectuals with our Islamic heritage. They said the Islamic heritage is the great. It's nothing. It stops us from going into the new era. And while these declarations showed us that religion is the path to connect us to the future, so the ark the Prophet Muhammad's, like Medina's contract, and the new alliance of virtues. All of these meanings, these human and national major meanings, they connect with this, with the times, with this age, and with the entirety of this age. All of the previous talks, like Muhammad Abdul Jabiri and Muhammad Aykun, all of these great intellectuals, the Mohammedans and non-Mohammedans, and those who hate our heritage, that created conflicts between us and our heritage. It all shows that their words were nonsense. So that's the first thing, contact. The other thing, the complete contact with the international work agenda. We are part of humanity. We cannot fear it, and we cannot be a source of fear for it. This is a natural thing. That it comes naturally to one's mind. However, a lot of people were not aware of it. We were focusing on our uniqueness, and that we don't want to melt to melt in within them and to lose our identity. But these are all fears, and we acted as if we were a pure minority that should defend itself, should fight for its own existence. While we are going to be in 2015 2.5 billion people, so why should we feel fear? So to be in contact, that we are part of the past of the world and its presence. And it is not correct to say that our Islamic and Arab culture is excluded and that we should leave it be in order to open the doors for a new horizon. This is such a weird way and perspective, and it's such a sad thing that our scholars, intellectuals, adopted such a nonsense view. The other thing is that we adopted the global work agenda, since we are part of this humanity, and we are not an exception. We are not superior, and we are not inferior and in fear. We are people just like everyone else. We want to deal with everyone else using the Quran and using the rules of experiment of the national state. And we had 50 or 60 years to unify the Arab world in pan-Arabism, or that each country would be cursed. Did I cross my time? Oh, come on. Really? Okay. This is such an extensive research that hopefully it will be published. I want to reach the end here. This presentation, that this big discussion and field that we are venturing into, till we reach to the term inclusive citizenship, with the value and the value cornerstone. And thank goodness, Islam or religion became open to ideas, because either we do that or we just we just close ourselves in. We have a number of things that we need to tackle. First, we are still short, and Catholics and Protestants and Jews, maybe even Buddhists, they know about our openness more than our own citizens know about it. The public have not been trained, and they have not been prepared, and we were not able to reach them the way we should. The other thing, our cultural people intellectuals are still against us. Our thinkers are against us. They still curse us as if the times are still before 50 years, as if they don't read and they are not discussing. And our media people, these three categories, the public are not in animosity with us, but most of them are simply misinformed. A major Moroccan official, he was surprised when the Pope mentioned in his speech in the Marrakesh Declaration, more than 50% of Morocco's public don't know about it, while the Pope does. And that's why we should be much more interested in the public, or issues would rise. Because what's the point of having all of these declarations? Because all of those intellectuals would still impact our public, that our heritage has frozen in time. Well, it's not. The other thing, and the last one here, this term that we have reached, inclusive citizenship and inclusive globalism, there's still many questions that arise, and that in diversity and multilateralism, we keep talking about diversity and differences. Is this religious difference that we mention and the Quran mentions? Did we discuss the exclusivity of salvation that the Catholics researched into during the 60s of last century? Many religions are still short in those researches. What are the borders of that diversity and those differences? Shouldn't we think in an open theology? Our openness till now is still a fiqh branch, but the bigger openness, a theology from one theology to another, and religious ideas to one another. When we are discussing a lot about diversity and change and difference, what's the speech is still within the political and social frame within the national state. So shouldn't we research in its dimensions? So to tackle the public and to attract them, so that we'd all be in one campaign to progress humanity forward. And the other thing, the major theological development that we should do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Eminence. Thank you, Dr. Radwan.
Brief as possible, because we have the final session and we are already a little bit late. The stage is now open for Reverend Professor Thomas Schirmacher. Please go ahead.
Praise be to God and peace be upon you. I want to start out with thanking for the incredible hospitality. Even so, I've been here most of the 8 forums already. You never get used to it. We thank His Eminence Sheikh bin Baya and his team. We thank the government of the United Arab Emirates and of especially Abu Dhabi for this hospitality. Dialogue, talking to each other is so much easier if we have this friendly atmosphere around us than to sitting in an airport lounge and trying to talk about God. So very, very much thank you. I'm also very thankful that just by chance, I'm here on the stage with another German. I'm a Christian, he is a Muslim, and I'm very happy that we both can be here, as he already said, on the last day of Mrs. Merkel after 16 years of her rule. And I have to mention this because of our topic. It was Mrs. Merkel who, being the chair of the Christian Democratic Union and having been outspoken that Christianity and the Jewish faith are part of Germany, having been outspoken again and again against anti-Semitism in the last war in the Holy Land, Jewish people were attacked on the street, which didn't have anything to do with the war there, which are German citizens, by Jewish faith, but German citizens, and no matter where they stood, and suddenly people would attack them, and she always was very outspoken on this. But she also said the famous sentence, Islam belongs to Germany. And I have to add, she did this with a clear backing by the Christian churches. It was not that she said it, and then the churches will say, oh, what is she doing? Yeah. And you know that we had a big fight in Germany over all the refugees coming in the last years, many of them being Muslims. Not only, there also were Christians, the Yazidis, all kind of other people, but the majority was Muslims. And I recall large dialogue meetings where Mrs. Merkel would give the plenary, and when she would mention this, that she said, the people that are coming are humans, they are persons. We have to welcome them anyway. They have been created by God. They are not problems. They are not despised people. I recall 2 meetings where the people representing the churches would stand up and clap, and you probably can agree to this, that this was, she always spoke up very clearly on this topic, and she would have been, on her last day, she would have a near to perfect speaker to our topic here. Now our topic is, and I have to add one thing, what we do here, and especially what His Eminence Sheikh bin Baya is doing, is very relevant also for this. Because for a moment you could sit down and think, why do so many Muslims want to come to Germany? And of course, if you check it out, it is not because Muslims leave Muslim countries, but it is because of Muslim extremism that creates civil war and other situations, and then Muslims flee their own countries. So Syria is not by chance. When we had this huge influx on more than 1 million people in 1 year in Germany, it was not by chance that this was more or less, the majority of them were from Syria. And of course, it was extremists that put this country into a situation that it was impossible to live there. And so anything we do telling this is not the path to paradise. Anything we do for peace in Muslim societies only also assures that Muslims don't leave their countries. Yeah, because we, of course, always have to understand refugees rarely flee their country because they don't like their home or because they don't like their faith, but because of the situation that has been produced by extremists. But our topic now is, what difference does paper make? Well, that's my version. Yeah, does it make sense to put out nice statements and then we all go home and you can write anything on paper? Does it make a difference? I want to stress very strongly that we have again and again important declarations that made a difference in history, even so they had no legal power, even no political power. They just were the idea on the text. One of the very famous things is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I personally think it is still the best text that the United Nations ever published. But the text doesn't have any legal value till today. It is just the charter, it is a preamble. Yeah? There are a lot of legal texts the UN put out, but the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, let's not forget, it was a joint effort by what we are standing here for now. Christians, Jews, Muslims were involved, especially from Lebanon at that time. They reached out to Mahatma Gandhi in India. The brightest people of this time were involved, and just because it was not a legal text, could put the best into it. If it would have been a legal text, the Soviet Union, the United States of America, everybody would have put down what this could mean for them. And of course, a lot of that was put down was more a dream than reality in 1948, after the Second World War. The first sentence starts, whereas recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. What the UN said here is what we all share in common. The dignity of a human person is not created by other humans. It is not that we all start out on the same way in this world. To quote another document, which has stood the time. That is the US Declaration of Independence. We have many friends from the US here. We hold this truth to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, so that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. We all know that was a dream at that time. It didn't fit to the slaves in the country. It didn't fit to the Chinese in the country at that time. It was a dream. But the idea has made world history. And I want to underline, this was not a secular problem, a secular project. Some people do, as if freedom, rights, even having forms of democracy would be a secular attack on religion. This definitely was not.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shema.
Because it was said all men are created equal, and I think this we have to revive, and documents stating this have lived for quite some time, and they will live on if we put the same ideas on paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Shema, for the brief comments. Now we directly give the stage to Reverend Dr. Roy Bitley. Please, the stage is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for everybody to be as brief as possible so that we can begin with our final session today.
We consider what it means to work for peace and for global citizenship. I'm grateful to Sheikh bin Baya for his leadership and for each of you for your leadership in this great task which we undertake. As I think about the charters and the declarations we make, I think that there are three important things that they do. The prophet Amos asked the question, can two walk together unless they agree? And I think one of the most important things that our charters do is to set before the world a declaration of what we see as the blessing that we seek for all people. In each of our traditions, we share a greeting, the greeting of shalom, salam alaikum, peace be with you. That is our vision of the blessing of God that we wish upon another. The end state that we believe is a sign of God's presence with us. And so our charters must set before the world our commitment to this goal of peace that is based upon inclusive citizenship. The second thing that any of our charters or resolutions must do is to set mileposts and guidelines for us as to how do we reach this goal. Each one of our faith traditions speaks of the moral agency of humanity, that we know and can know that which is pleasing to God and which we ought to do. That we are called to act upon that moral imperative of loving God and loving our neighbor. And so in each of the declarations that we're familiar with, the Marrakesh Declaration, the various other ones that have come forth out of that milieu, we see in these declarations certain markers. But I think one of the most important one of these is the duty of protection. The duty of protection that we acknowledge that is our responsibility before God. I was the executive minister of the American Baptist Churches of New Jersey during the period of 9/11. We have 250 churches that border New York City. We lost members in the attack on the Twin Towers. For 2 years, Our local newspapers carried every day the obituaries of new people whose remains had been identified in the crash of those Twin Towers. The sorrow and the anger that arose out of that event in our community soon led to actions of hatred against Muslims and their places of worship, not only in the immediate area around New York City, but across our country. As the head of our churches in New Jersey, I immediately sent out a request to all of our churches that they join in protecting their Muslim neighbors and their places of worship from any acts of hostility, hate, and anger. That, as the majority faith, was our duty of protection that God has entrusted us with. And I think in any charter that we have, that duty of protection must be there. When the Baptist World Alliance, our global gathering, was considering our response to a common word, a Baptist pastor from Indonesia stood on the floor and spoke of how his Muslim neighbors gathered around the small Baptist church in their village and its members when radicals were threatening to do them harm. They, as the majority, exercised the responsibility of protection for the Christian minority in their village. Duty of protection is an important ethical responsibility that must be in all of our declarations and documents. But if we take these charters and these declarations and all I do is fill my computer's memory with them, or if I just put them on a shelf after I've been to a great conference like this, then what we have said here is of no effect. The third thing that our charters have to be is a trumpet call to action, to galvanizing the moral will and the strength of our religious traditions to work on behalf of the neighbor, to see that we put hands and feet to the words that we speak here. That will be the test of whether what we do here makes a difference. It's how you and I live this out.
Thank you very much.
And so thank you for the opportunity to be with you. And I pray the blessings of God upon each of you.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Thank you. Let us now give the channel open for Cardinal John Oloronfemi. Mr. John, are you with us? Cardinal John? The stage is open for Cardinal John. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you very well.
May the blessing of the Lord Jesus, Lord God, be with all of us. First of all, let me sincerely thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to join you online at this final session of the two-day conference. I got invited of the protocols, but simply because I had other things that have taken my time. I have great respect and joy in having to be Baya, a man of our times. I was asked to give a few remarks about the importance of charters and statements in the present world in which we live. And I will try and do that. But before then, I want to congratulate Sheikh bin Baya and his team for the serious work he has been doing, both in getting the rights of non-Muslim minorities in Muslim majority nations recognized and worked on, especially basing it all around the concept of inclusive citizenship, which ended up with the wonderful document that has been mentioned already by others, the Marrakesh document. Secondly, the project he has now undertaken of this yearly conference on peace in Muslim lands. I am a Christian, but it is not only in Muslim lands that there is no peace. But if there is peace in Muslim lands, there will be peace in the rest of the world of us. Coming down to the short remark I have to make about the importance or otherwise of charters and declarations. The general impression you will hear is that of skepticism. All these beautiful statements, but nothing is happening, nothing is changing. Someone has referred to the Declaration of Human Rights since 1948, and human rights is being completely denied in many, many places. It's as if those rights don't really matter. In particular, I am more interested in declarations that have to do with religion and religious peace. Of recent, we have had a lot of interreligious conferences and interreligious big meetings that have come out with very, very important documents and declarations. I have mentioned the Marrakesh Declaration. We can also mention, and I think reference has been made to it, the declarations that Pope Francis and Chief Imam Al-Taib issued right there in Abu Dhabi 2 years ago. Not to talk of, and that document was on human fraternity. Now, these kind of documents are out there, and people may tend to think that they are useless. I want to say that the declarations are not useless. They are important. They are important because they spell out ideals that we must pursue. And these ideas continue to hold validly. And those ideals also are there to hold people accountable. At least we have a point of reference to leaders and decision makers so that we can let them know, listen, this is what has been brought out by the leaders of religions that we must take seriously into account. I think the big problem is really how to bridge the gap between the leadership and the general communities. The Pope Francis and Taib can make statements, but is it going down to the little mosques in the villages, to the little churches in the villages? We have to find a way to bridge that gap. This is a challenge and a task that each religious community must take upon themselves. So we should not give up. We should continue to have meetings like you are having that day now. And at the end of your meeting, please come out with a declaration. Because if some people don't listen, there are many who are listening. We can improve communication, both between the top and the bottom, and also communication with those who should really take decisions, especially with civil authorities. My conclusion is this. I have been in interreligious work for more than 30 years, and I am very sure that our humanity is making progress. In the 1970s and 1980s, we spoke a lot about interreligious dialogue and peace. We always spoke a lot. Today, a lot is happening on the ground, and bigger statements are being made. More and more meetings are taking place, and the world is making progress. Thanks to improved communications, thanks to globalization that has intensified and increased our neighborliness with somebody.
Thank you very much, Cardinal.
With more people involved in this, and I'm concluding. With
yes, please.
More people involved in this kind of thing, there is hope for the future. Thank you very much, Sheikh Ben Baya. May God protect and preserve your life. And greetings to all of us in this conference. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cardinal. Thanks a lot to all our sisters and brothers in Nigeria. And now we will fly with you together to the United States of America and give the stage to Mr. Jim Willis.
That one is in America. Remove me.
Welcome, Mr. Jim Willis.
Thank you. I am very grateful to be included in this gathering. I've learned a lot already this morning. And I'm very sorry I'm not with you. I have old friends there and new friends I would like to make. But let me just be brief, as you have asked us to. There is a danger for an idea like inclusive citizenship to be seen as a modern secular threat to religion. And that's indeed how some religious leaders see it. I would say no to that, but also I would say no to our response being, well, inclusive citizenship, inclusive democracy, we're for that too. We agree with that too. Here are the texts that we agree with. We have to show why, in particular, our texts, our faith, our religion is indeed a foundation for what we are now calling inclusive citizenship or democracy. For example, texts have been lifted already here this morning: Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Declaration of Independence. I have another text that I think is the foundational text for inclusive, the Bible, Genesis 1:26. Then God said, "Let us make humankind in our image, according to our likeness, and let them have dominion," the better word there is stewardship, "over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, over the cattle, over all the wild animals of the world, and over everything creeping that creeps upon the earth." So God created humankind in God's image. In the image of God, God created them. This is the foundational text, I would suggest, for democracy. The others are all good too. Our text, our we proclaim, don't have much meaning unless they're applied. What does our text mean? This text means to where we are right now in all of our contexts. In my context, in the US, we have got now a multi-faith campaign, Faith to Save Democracy. Tonight, we talk with rabbis in key 10 states in America. Last week was imams in key 10 states in America that will determine the outcome of the next two elections. If they're fair or free or whether they're stolen. The people who say the last election was stolen, which it was not, by all the evidence, are trying to steal the next two elections. That's a fact. They're trying to steal the next two elections. I'll put it simply. They're trying to prevent changing demography in this country from changing our democracy. Say it again. They can't stop changing demography. We're becoming a very diverse nation, more diverse. Preserve white minority rule. We should say that, it's true, and say that's a violation of our text. So how do we go theologically? Not just political, but this isn't Democrat, Republican, liberal, this is theological. We are trying to, in fact, apply our text, if you will. Now, I love that conversation we just heard about bottom and top to bottom. I love the idea of the duties of proximity, the duties of neighborliness, what that means. Our texts speak directly to that. That's a great example we just heard this morning of how to apply our faith to democracy. So how do we take on a real threat, in my context, to American democracy? This nation has never committed to a multiracial democracy, never. And that is now the test of what our future will be. So that's a theological issue. That's not just a political issue. And so people of faith are mobilizing in key states to implement that text of Genesis chapter 1. We've never been as divided in America, never, not just my lifetime, never have been divided as we were back in 1860, right before our Civil War. That's where we are right now. The last Civil War was about race. This one will be too. So applying our text, I think, is critical. We have to show the world what we mean by what we say. Roy Medley said we have to call for action, not just statement, but action. So what does it mean to apply that text, to go back to it? This isn't just our thoughts, our text. This is, in my view, the Word of God. Now, those kinds of texts and charters are only powerful if people hear them and say, I believe that too. I felt alone in hearing that. I feel what I believe is expressed there. So I want to act on that text. And I'll conclude by saying, in the United States, on this current crisis, and I'm being very direct here and very blunt about a political party trying to end democracy in America because of race, that is responded to by a multi-faith campaign coalition to protect democracy in the name of Imago Dei.
Thank you very much, Director.
Just finish. Well, Mohammed El-Sanusi is there. He and I and many are involved in a multi-faith vaccination campaign, showing how people of faith respond to access and hesitancy of vaccination. That's where we're actually doing things that show what we mean by our text, by our faith, by our theology. We have to show what we mean by our theology if we're going to be listened to and inspire, educate, and really evangelize people to what we mean by faith. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Willis. Thank you very much. And our last speaker today is not a guest speaker, he is a home speaker because he is at home. Chief Rabbi Sana, he is the Chief Rabbi of the Jewish community in the UAE. Welcome, marhaba.
Thank you all. I just wanted to say, also extend the gratitude to everyone who works here in the hotel, both the people who we've seen, the people who we haven't seen, help, carry the bags, prepare the food. So grateful for the hospitality. And this one's for the translators. Thank you to the translators. Very simply, I just wanted to be here with you to offer my testimony about the power that paper makes, and to say that our Jewish community here, which is the first new Jewish community to be established in an Arab country in over a century, has benefited immensely from the various declarations that were mentioned, the articulations of the duties of proximity, as well as so much of the goodwill that's been generated. Throughout this process, we've been moved by the power of the intellectual activity that has gone on to things like the Marrakesh Declaration. On a personal level, I'd just like to share with you that for me, one of the key points of inspiration is a story. I just want to share the story with you, and then I'll take my exit. During World War II, there was a young girl who lived in Berlin, originally from Romania, a young Jewish girl. And as the Nazis began deporting Jews, she didn't quite know where to turn. Her father was not in the picture. She had just a mother who was taking care of her. And so she turned to no one else except for the person who would often take care of her when she was sick, and that was her doctor, a doctor by the name of Mohammed Hilmi, for medical school. And at the risk of his own life, perhaps due to the duties of proximity, likely also due to his Islam, he hid Anna and her mother by having fake conversion documents to Islam be issued, by applying for a wedding certificate, a fake wedding certificate, to his cousin in Egypt so that perhaps Anna, posing as a Muslim in Berlin during World War II, could get a visa, an Egyptian passport, and go to Egypt. She survived in Berlin in plain sight, wearing a hijab under the protection of Dr. Mohammed Helmi. Now, I know this story not just because in recent years there's been a documentary that's been produced. I know this story because this is the story of my wife's family. Anna was my wife's great aunt. And so here now, as we're establishing the Jewish community in the United Arab Emirates, her passport, the Gestapo's rejection of her marriage that she applied for, and they are on display at the Crossroads of Civilizations Museum, right here in the UAE, the first exhibit of the Holocaust, permanent exhibit of the Holocaust in an Arab country. So often, we're used to hearing the story of power, but we also have to be sensitive to the power of stories. It's not just documents, but it's also the lived experiences and the stories that we carry with us, which are the embodiment of all the values of the various declarations that we've been discussing. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks to everybody, to all speakers. شكرا جزيلا لجميع
Thanks to everyone, and including all who have been following here. We excuse us for being short on time. We had to interrupt more than one speaker and presentation during this session. However, by the grace of God, we're going to have more meetings and renewed in the future. Thank you very much for the organizers and coordinators for this promising forum that became an annual meeting in which peacemakers are met from all over the world here in Abu Dhabi. Thank you very much, Your Eminence Abdullah bin Baya, for all what you have, for all what he's providing to humanity and for religions and for all of us. Thank you very much from all of us. Ram Wajawara, the head of religious affairs in Kenya, to present a speech of thanks. The floor is yours.
In the name of His Excellency, Mr. President of the Colonel Mamadi Douya, in the name of his Prime Minister, Mr. Mohamed Biadri, in the name of the government from Guinea and the population of Guinea, I would like to thank here His Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya for his help and his invitation to me and all the Guinean delegation. Donc, I would like to, in this occasion, through His Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, to thank the UAE authorities and its people for giving this occasion to these personalities and to give me this chance to talk about the peace and accepting the other, we need for the development of the humankind, and for the security. I would like to express my thanks for the leaders of UAE and its people for celebrating the 50 years of the foundation and this sovereignty of this nation. I think, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you all, Eminence and Excellence, who gathered from all over the world to promote the inclusive citizenship. When we talk about inclusive citizenship, we talk about the peace, social inclusion, security, and to accepting the other, not only to have this peace in the Muslim countries, but also all over the world. I think in the future we will talk from each country represented here, from the strategies of communications, for the action plans and the politics, and how to apply those terms for the human developments from in the socio-economical reality. I would like to thank all the organizers who deployed all the efforts to give us this hospitality. And I would like to thank Almighty God to give its blessing and paradise to the founder of this country, UAE, late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, for his orientation and leaderships that benefits of this country with this unity and accepting the others, which without those there would be no development. And I would like also to stress my thanks and thank God to give the successors, to give them the guidance and the strength to conduct this country for the stability and the peace and to give us from other countries, to give us also the security and stability. Bless the UAE. I would like to ask Allah to bless this country, the population, and all the other countries all over the world. Thank you.
قبل أن يتلى عليكم.
Before we share with you the final statements, we would like to follow the new identity of the forum.
ننظر كذلك للأديان السماوية كافة كلها أنها أديان هي تقصد عبادة الله والخشوع لله سبحانه وتعالى الذي خلق.
تقوية من المشتركة بين الأديان بعد الإيمان بالله سبحانه وعبادته هي إعلاء كرامة الإنسان واحترام عصمته. البشر جميعا على اختلاف أجناسهم وألوانهم ولغاتهم ومعتقداتهم كرمهم الله عز وجل بنفخة من روحه في أبيهم آدم عليه السلام.
وانطلاقا من القناعة بأن السلام العالمي الدائم لا يمكن تحقيقه إلا من خلال تحقيق السلام بين الأديان، أطلق منتدى تعزيز السلم مبادرة دولية لبناء تحالف بين الديانات العائلة الإبراهيمية الكريمة والفلسفات العالمية على أساس تتجاوز منطق الجدل الديني إلى منطق التعارف والتعاون وتحكيم المواثيق الدولية وروح القيم الإنسانية والفضائل المشتركة.
نظم منتدى أبو ظبي لتعزيز السلم بالتعاون مع الحكومة الموريتانية في العاصمة نواكشوط أعمال الملتقى التشاوري الأول بين علماء دول الساحل تحت شعار دعوة لترويج السلم والتسامح والمصالحات الوطنية.
فنحن نبحث عن أولي بقية من العالم، أي أولي عقول وتمييز، لنكون معهم حلف فضول. حلف فضول يدعو إلى السلام، يدعو إلى المحبة والوئام، يدعو إلى الارتفاع عن وحدة الحروب إلى ربوة الازدهار وربوة البناء.
تتويجا
To crown the sessions of the 3 days of the forum in which we discussed 5 themes in 14 sessions in 4 workshops according to the geographical representation. We invite Dr. Khalifa bin Mubarak al-Dhahiri to share with us the final statement, and it will be the nicest conclusion. The final statement of the 8th Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful, peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad, his companions and kin. In response to the existential threats that are in our world because of COVID-19, which changed the plans of the world and pushed us to have new priorities. And while we are aware that there are different realities now, we have to continue our research in order to come up with a new mechanism that can crystallize and embody the inclusive citizenship, something that is emanating from the religious text and also the constitutions of the different countries. In response to all that, the 8th Forum for promoting peace in Muslim citizenship was held under the slogan and the title "Inclusive Citizenship," and it was held in Abu Dhabi during 5, 6, 7 December 2021 under the patronage of His Highness Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. And this in cooperation and under the auspices also of His Highness Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, the Minister of Tolerance, and also with the supervision of His Eminence Abdullah bin Bayya, the President of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies. This forum hosted hundreds of representatives of different religious entities, government bodies, and international organizations, ulemas, judges, thinkers, academics, and parliamentaries, etc. This forum also was followed by thousands, and these sessions have been followed by the social media and the different platforms. And of course, this forum was opened also in Expo 2020 by a presentation of His Highness Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, the Minister of Tolerance. And in that presentation, Sheikh Nahyan said that the United Arab Emirates, as it is celebrating next year, as it is celebrating this year, the 50th anniversary, it set a goal for the next 50 years, and this objective is to keep the country based on the principles and humanitarian values for its march and development, and in a way to nurture always the tolerance, solidarity, justice, and seeking to achieve the good for everyone living here without any discrimination. And in that meeting, Muhammad Abdel Karim Al Isa, His Excellency, the Secretary General of the Association of the Muslim Countries, and Sheikh Noor Al Haq Al Qadiri, the Minister of Islamic Affairs of Pakistan. And these meetings tackled several topics like modernizing and updating the concept of inclusive citizenship and tracing the different phases and stages of its evolvement and development, and opening the door to the different interpretations that are innovative, and also discussing all the challenges for the humanities and all the human beings living in this planet. Also, the participants discussed the concept of inclusive citizenship in Finland, Singapore, and Egypt. And also there was a discussion about the possibility to make a better world. How can the declarations and the charts to contribute to draw a different and a better world? And also there was a conclusion after this exchange of views and opinions, and everyone is taking into consideration the challenges and constraints of nowadays world. And we came up with the following conclusions. First, the citizenship was based historically on the memory that is collective, or the pure race, or things like that. Everything that was dividing the citizen, as was the case with Arabs and the Romans, Arabs before Islam. And in the different stages of the interaction between the different races in the world, the citizenship became an option that is voluntary. It is like a contractual agreement that guarantees to the citizen the same right of all the individuals, and there is no discrimination against the original person and that who populated the nation. And of course, the source and the reference is the Constitution, and this is not meaning that there is a denial of the traditions and the tribal norms, but there is a recognition of the importance of coexisting between all these components in order to make the authorities and the government serving these citizens, given this globalization and the change of the lifestyle, which necessitates that we talk not only about the national citizenship, but how we can move from national citizenship to global citizenship and international citizenship, how we can share new concepts and notions that are extracted from some religious texts that take into consideration the current civilizational context, how we can make the citizenship a sublime value that is based on knowing each other, networking, and going from the narrow context to the unity that is vast, that is large, which is the unity of the humanity. The concept of citizenship is similar to this spirit of the passengers of a ship, those who are on the same ship. And of course, this is creating competitivity in the humankind, and we all are from the Prophet Abraham, and we are under the Abraham umbrella. And of course, the citizenship is emanating from this diversity and pluralism, and evaluating correctly the heritage of our religions, and at the same time absorbing the new developments that are happening nowadays. And we have to prevent the exclusion when we talk about citizenship, and we need to project these values on our environment based on the changes that happen to the society fabrics, and especially the phenomenon that is called the return of the religion. And we also express the shared interest in applying and implementing the inclusive citizenship, regardless of the belongings of this group or the other. And we shouldn't classify this person or the other based on a conflictual background. And also, the religions do not call for the dogmatic solidarity at the expense of the solidarity of the people with the neighbors. We do call for the solidarity between all human beings in order to crystallize this fraternity of humans. We have to translate the language of religions to the language of the daily life, how we can extract this historic text and project them in our daily life while keeping the specificities of each context, and of course compare between these texts and what are the progress and advancements that we have achieved, and which one of them can serve the humanity best. And of course, this is a motive to renovate the spirit of citizenship and take out of it all the things that are negative, and we can utilize the religion and other components in order to show that relation between the human interest and the religious values. The nation and the state that is hosting the citizenship has this, and that is bringing the interest and preventing the bad interests, the things that do not serve the citizens. And of course, this reflects this combined faith of God or given and granted by the inclusive citizenship should be granted based on contractual agreement, not legally wise, but spiritually and psychologically wise. Every single approach that guarantees the implementation of the inclusive citizenship should achieve the objectives of standardization internationally and the strategy of security and peace, because this is the framework in which we can achieve the citizenship. In this melting pot universe, we have to be aware of the new realities, and then we have to embrace a participative approach and engage all the stakeholders and stop all the discriminatory element. And the nature of the globalized world should contain all the humans, regardless of their cultural differences and contextual specificities, without the good way only if we are proud of our heritage and at the same time look forward. We have also to take into consideration that we should strive to strike the balance between the collective and individual rights and preserve the order, the collective order, and citizenship should strike the balance between the principle and the practices in a peaceful manner. So without peace, there are no rights. And to crown this path, our forum issued the Declaration of Abu Dhabi for the Inclusive Citizenship. This declaration is based on the document of tolerance, like Marrakesh Declaration for the rights of minorities, the Charter of Peace, and the Mecca Charter, and the Charter of the Virtue, in addition to different documents that we have issued in collaboration with different entities internationally and regionally, and in collaboration with experts and with intellect that have participated with us between 2018 to 2021. The recommendations, the participants praised the model of the United Arab Emirates in embodying the inclusive citizenship. At the land of this blessed country, dozens of religions and cultures are coexisting, and dozens of nationalities are living together with each other in a mutual respect. And they recommend that the model of UAE can be studied because it is a model in inclusive citizenship and coexistence and tolerance. Third, forming some experts and revising the curriculum of the schools and developing them in a way to make them taking the human and the humanitarian perspective. Fourth, establishing a digital platform to follow up all the recommendations and create new ideas. Fifth, creating a branch for promoting peace that is assigned to promote the inclusive citizenship in some parts of the world, like some sub-Saharan countries. Encouraging the meetings of the religious leaders in order to show that the religion can bridge the gap between the cultures and can be a booster for reconciliations and the peace of mind. Also, creating some committees for the education, the citizenship education. Also, establishing a center that is specialized in citizenship and pluralism, issuing an academic magazine that is peer-reviewed and that contains a different discipline of religions and bridge the gap between what is philosophical and what is religious, establishing partnerships between institutions and universities in the private and government sector in order to activate the recommendations and the content of these declarations and the charts. Also, we congratulate, and the participants congratulate the new identity of this forum under the name, the capital of peace, tolerance, and the space of love. And this forum will be Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace.
منتدى أبو ظبي
Abu Dhabi Forum. So this forum is named Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace. It will build on the successes of the previous editions, and it will go forward with the help of God. The participants in this 8th forum they are happy to extend their congratulations to the UAE at the anniversary, at the 50th anniversary of the UAE, and thank the United Arab Emirates for facilitating the convention of this forum at the used and habitual level, and they want to present the greetings and respect of the President of the UAE, Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. To His Highness Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Vice President and the Prime Minister ruler of Dubai. And to His Highness Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, Deputy Commander of the Armed Forces, and to their Highnesses, the rulers of the Emirates, and to the patron of this forum, Abdullah bin Zayed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. The participants are praying for God to always bless the founder, the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, who has always been a resort for those close and those who are far, and they pray that the UAE remains always living in peace, and we thank God, and peace be upon you.
We would repeat the launch of the new identity video.
لو قلنا أن نحن مسلمين ولكننا ننظر كذلك للأديان السماوية كافة كلها أنها أديان هي تقصد عبادة الله والخشوع لله سبحانه وتعالى الذي خلقه.
بقي من المشتركة بين الأديان بعد الإيمان بالله سبحانه وعبادته هي إعلاء كرامة الإنسان واحترام عصمته. البشر جميعا على اختلاف أجناسهم وألوانهم ولغاتهم ومعتقداتهم كرمهم الله عز وجل بنفخة من روحه في أبيهم آدم عليه السلام.
وانطلاقا من القناعة بأن السلام العالمي الدائم لا يمكن تحقيقه إلا من خلال تحقيق السلام بين الأديان، أطلق منتدى تعزيز السلم مبادرة دولية لبناء تحالف بين الديانات العائلة الإبراهيمية الكريمة والفلسفات العالمية على أساس تتجاوز منطلق الجدل الديني إلى منطق التعارف والتعاون وتحكيم المواثيق الدولية وروح القيم الإنسانية والفضائل المشتركة.
نظم منتدى أبو ظبي لتعزيز السلم بالتعاون مع الحكومة الموريتانية في العاصمة نواكشوط أعمال الملتقى التشاوري الأول بين علماء دول الساحل تحت شعار دعوة لترويج السلم والتسامح والمصالحات الوطنية.
ونحن نبحث عن أولي بقية من العالم، أي أولي عقول وتمييز، لنكون معهم حلف فضول. حلف فضول يدعو إلى السلام، يدعو إلى المحبة والوئام، يدعو إلى الارتفاع عن وحدة الحروب إلى ربوة الازدهار وربوة البناء.
We conclude now with verses from the Holy Quran by Al-Najashi bin Muhammad. Before concluding, I would like from His Eminence Abdullah bin Baya, the head of the Fatwa Council and Abu Dhabi Peace Forum, to have his final concluding speech for this esteemed audience. A final word. Praises are to God Almighty, and peace be upon and blessings upon the Prophet Muhammad and his kin and companions. Our esteemed guests, we welcome you, and we say goodbye to you in the same spirit. We say farewell to you in the same spirit that we have met you in. If we were given the choice, we would have never separate. However, these are the sign of the times. However, we say farewell today, after doing that, I ask God Almighty would consider it a good work, a useful work, unharmful, harmless, a fixing work, and to inspire us and grant us our wisdom and keep wars and epidemics and evil away from us, and to fix us and put us on the right track, us and this planet, both Muslim countries and the entire world. And I ask God Almighty, and we ask you to bless us with your prayers, and don't forget, and may you never forget, all of the teachings of safety and security, peace and safety, and all what Islam calls for, of harmony and love and kindness and tenderness to all people. And this is what all religions call for. This is our will, and this is our recommendations, just like God's will left for us. And in the Holy Quran, God says that we have asked you to fear God. And here, in this conclusion, we would like to thank God Almighty first and foremost for all what He has granted us with, and to present to this country, leadership-wise, a wise leadership, and a good nation. We would like to extend our thanks to all of you, and all our wishes and prayers for the President of the country, His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed, and his Vice President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, and his Crown Prince Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. We would like to extend to them our thanks and good prayers and wishes. May God help them and all Muslim leaders for what He accepts, and to grant us wisdom and doing good deeds, and the will to do good deeds for all what they do in leading their countries and the countries of the world. And they are doing mass efforts. And we don't need to mention it, even though it's clear, in extending their hands in peace to the entire world, all countries of the world. And you've witnessed that in Expo, where countries stand side by side, countries that are sometimes have conflict or a misunderstanding. They all are neighbors here, neighbors in peace. And we try that this forum is a type of a new expo, an expo for peace. There's what is called the Davos Forum for Economy, and which has established in a place of in a snow desert by the idea of a German guy from Switzerland who and apologize that my speech is pretty spontaneous, because I was not prepared for this speech. We are hopeful that this forum, with this symbolism, and in these times in particular, where these countries are extending their wings to the entire world, with no exception, calling for peace, and for good relationships, something that we could not imagine some time ago. We saw that this is the right time for this forum, for the peace of the entire world, stemming from this place. And it's a peace by the will of God, would not be a peace that goes or transcends religions or trespasses them, but rather it agrees with them for the well-being and the total benefit of humanity and the world, because all of these wars and destruction, they only lead to destruction and total failure. And these are wars that are, at the end of the day, they don't solve issues. These are extreme terrorists doing these acts everywhere, that unfortunately they demonized the image of Islam, and we apologize for crimes that we never did, others did, because and that's why we have to and we need to present the right image of this religion, the religion of Islam, a bright image, because no one would ever dare to say Muhammad killed his companions. To preserve this bright image of this religion, this is one of the aims of Sharia. Maybe I took too long here, especially mentioning information that you already know. However, at the end, thank you very much. Welcome. You're most welcome. And may you safe travels go, and thank you for your good work. And may God bless your efforts. And may you have good income as well in your lives. And all the blessings and goodness. And I ask God Almighty for us and yours all the success. And may He bless us with His mercy. And may the blessings of God cover the Prophet Muhammad, his kins and companions. We conclude now with readings from the verses of the Holy Quran read by the reader Najashi bin Muhammad. The floor is yours.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا صدق الله العظيم.
انتهت أعمال.
And thus, we conclude the forum. Thank you very much, and peace be upon you all.
Thank you.